order. Questions for oral answer. Mr. Saktiyandi Supat.
Mr. Speaker, sir, good morning. May I have your permission to address oral questions numbers 1 to 6, as well as written question numbers 40 to 42 in today's order paper through the Ministerial Statements to be delivered by Minister Ong and myself later on today?
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Tengru.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. It takes a bit of time to reach.
It's a problem of being too tall.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Prime Minister, when we consider potential candidates to take up political office, the first quality that we look for is a sense of public service. Those who have their heart in the right place and want to contribute to the betterment of Singapore and Singaporeans. This should always be the basic prerequisite for any political candidate. However, beyond a passion for public service, our team of political appointment holders need to have the right mix of backgrounds, skills, and organizational and leadership capabilities. In particular, we need some ministers, ministers of state, and parliamentary secretaries with private sector experience. From the private sector, we want to be able to bring in not only people who are already well advanced in their careers and financially secure, but also younger ones whose careers are just taking off and are approaching or in their peak earning years, and who may have made financial commitments. They may take a few years to establish themselves before they can be considered for more senior political appointments. The make-up pay mechanism makes it easier for such candidates to consider taking up political office and eases the financial disruption as they make the transition. Notwithstanding the make-up pay, such candidates know and accept that even if they eventually prove themselves in political office, they will not earn as much as if they had remained in their private sector careers. Since 1989, when the scheme was first introduced, we have brought in several candidates into the government without using the make-up pay, with a number of them accepting a substantial income loss. The scheme has been used once so far, in that case for a transition period of 2 years. No political appointment holder is currently on this scheme.
Mr. Tengru.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to ask the Minister, how long was this make-up pay scheme actually applied for, given that it was used once before? And also, how many candidates or potential candidates have declined to run on the government's ticket because they said that the pay was not enough? Thank you.
I think I already answered that question. We've had one person, and that person was on the scheme for 2 years. When a person is being considered for candidacy and also potentially for political office, there are no guarantees, as each of us in this chamber knows. And there are the political ups and downs. Pay is not usually one of the things that they will tell you up front, but it surely is one of the considerations for a person who's got commitments and a young family and a promising career ahead of him, which he is quite sure of. And to come in, to take the vagaries of politics, and to give that up is a big sacrifice. So we want to reduce that and help him in the transition. But as I said, we have individuals who are prepared to come in and give it up, and we have individuals who are prepared to come in and accept that they will take a lower salary in their appointment in political office, even though they have had a 2-year transition period to help them over the commitments that they have.
Mr. Jerogiam.
Questions from Mr. Jerogiam and Mr. Dennis Tan together.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the two questions asked by Mr. Jerogiam and Dennis Tan, as listed in the order paper, conflate a number of issues that may inadvertently give rise to misinterpretations and misunderstandings, unless they are clearly distinguished. To avoid this, MINDEF's reply will therefore separately address 3 distinct issues within their questions. It's important to emphasize, even though they're somewhat related, these are 3 distinct issues. Let me list them. First, Singapore's position on the rights of military aircraft to conduct passage and training under international law. Second, the role and responsibilities of the authority managing a flight information region. And finally, the Singapore Armed Forces, the SAF air defense system, to protect Singapore against aerial threats. In my reply, it would also be clear that the general principles Singapore adhere to govern our practices and specific protocols in response to all countries. Let me deal with the 3 issues separately. First, Singapore respects the right of military aircraft and ships to conduct passage and training over areas and waters in accordance with international law. And this includes the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, UNCLOS. This is the basis upon which the Republic of Singapore Air Force aircraft conduct flights and training, whether it's in the South China Sea or other regions. This is also the basis for the conduct of exercise in the South China Sea, the ones that Singapore does bilaterally and in multilateral exercises. So, for example, Exercise Commando Leng, which is between the SAF and the US Air Force, and CARAT, Cooperation of Float Readiness and Training Exercise, between the SAF and the US Navy. Members may remember that we held a multilateral exercise in 2016, and this was involving navies of the 18 ADMM plus countries, and which sailed from Brunei to Singapore through the South China Sea and exercised together en route. You may also remember that during this year's Committee of Supply, I had also informed members of this House that the South China Sea will see an increase in military activity from other countries. Earlier this year, the French Navy deployed its ships to the South China Sea. Later this year, the UK will send the Queen Elizabeth Carrier Strike Group with its fighter aircraft, the F-35Bs. The Germans, too, intend to deploy a frigate to the South China Sea, the first time in almost 20 years. Apart from international law and UNCLOS, countries that conduct military activities in these areas have to act in accordance with ASEAN instruments that they have signed on to, such as the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation. And I think it's instructive to quote from some of the phrases that these countries have agreed to in this treaty. This treaty calls for, quote, mutual respect for the independence, sovereignty, equality, territorial integrity, and national identity of all nations, as well as for the signatories not to, quote, participate in any activity which shall constitute a threat to the political and economic stability, sovereignty, or territorial integrity, unquote, of one another. I've dealt with the first issues in terms of rights of military training. Let me deal with the second issue. As distinct from military activity, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, appoints a civilian authority to manage the airspace of each FIR, Flight Information Region. And this authority is designated as the Air Traffic Services Authority. Now, the role of the ATS authority is to ensure safe and efficient flow of air traffic, mostly civilian, within its FIR. In this role, it does not act as a watchdog over disputed areas, nor should that authority adopt a partisan role on behalf of any party or for itself. Civilian aircraft must file flight plans when going through the FIR of an ATS authority. However, state aircraft, which includes military aircraft, are not required to file flight plans under international law, and this includes the Convention of International Civil Aviation. State aircraft are also not obliged to contact the ATS authority, so long as they fly with due regard for the safety of other aircraft. Nevertheless, some militaries, and this includes the RSAF, do file flight plans and contact the ATS authority of the FIR, even when they are not legally required to do so. The RSAF routinely adopts this practice, primarily to assist the ATS authority in coordinating and deconflicting RSAF flights from civilian aircraft as part of their responsibility for operating with due care. ICAO has appointed the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, CAAS, as the ATS authority for the Singapore FIR. In this capacity, CAAS has gained an international reputation for managing the Singapore FIR in a safe, orderly, impartial, and expeditious manner. In the incident referred to in the members' questions, CAAS did not receive any flight plans from the PLAAF, nor did it communicate with the PLAAF or any of its aircraft. I've already mentioned that state aircraft are not required to do so. Nevertheless, had the PLAAF required air traffic services, it could have established communications with CAAS. Mr. Giam's question also confuses the role of CAAS as the ATS authority for the Singapore FIR with the role of the SAF to defend Singapore-owned territorial airspace. We should be clear that the RSAF has no mandate nor any role in the management of the Singapore FIR, which is, of course, carried out by the CAAS, a civilian authority appointed by ICAO. The third issue, Singapore's air defense. Singapore is a small country with a high population density and therefore more vulnerable to air threats. The SAF accordingly maintains air defense units at high alert. The RSAF conducts 24/7 surveillance of our skies through both ground-based radars and aerial reconnaissance to detect unknown or suspicious aircraft that are close enough to pose a potential threat. On average, each year, the RSAF responds to more than 350 such incidents. The specific incident referred to by the two members in their questions were not deemed to be such a threat.
Mr. Jaragia.
Thank you, sir. I thank the Minister for the reply. Since state aircraft are not required to file flight plans when entering our flight information region, how does Singapore ensure that these aircraft do not have hostile intent? And does Singapore expect, I understand that there's no requirement for them to file these flight plans, but are there do other countries, by convention, file their flight plans for their state aircraft? And is this incident the only time that no flight plans were filed when entering the FIR? Thank you.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I think it's useful not to conscribe the question and direct it to any one country. It does not serve our foreign policy. It does not reflect our desire to be principled and neutral. So again, the answer is with regard to any country. And I think Mr. Giam has asked relevant questions. How do you determine whether a particular aircraft of any country is friend or foe? And that's the job of the RSAF. You mistaken a friend for a foe, there can be catastrophic consequences. And there are a number of aspects that we will detect, whether it's movement, whether it's whether indeed flight plans have been filed. And I've mentioned 350 such incidents. And let me again emphasize, these 350 incidents has got nothing to do with the questions that the two members have asked, because they have framed their questions in a way that can actually give rise to misunderstanding and misinterpretations. Now, these 350 incidents that we've had, many which RSAF had actually to mobilize. And as you remember, there are a number of incidents in previous years. One was a private aircraft that got lost. And of course, I suppose seeing a F-16 next to you for some is comforting, I suppose. And it was gently guided to land in a safe area. There have been other instances which RSAF must use its judgment, and there are strict protocols. This relates to what we call aerial threats. Now, Mr. Giam asked whether it's other militaries, I presume he was asking that, file flight plans. The answer is it's not uniform, and in fact, it's not the majority. Many aircraft from many countries don't file flight plans or contact the ATS authority.
Mr. Leong Barrera.
Mr. Speaker, may I have your permission to take questions 10 to 13 together?
10 to 13? Yes, please.
Yes. So, since the first overseas cases of COVID-19 were reported in December 2019, the Ministry of Transport and the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore have worked closely with the Ministry of Health and other government agencies to implement measures to minimize the risk of COVID-19 transmission and to protect workers and members of the public at the airport. These measures are reviewed regularly to take into account public health experts' latest understanding of the virus and the evolving COVID-19 situation around the world. In January 2020, when still not much was known about the virus, Changi Airport put in place temperature and enhanced health screening for arriving travelers and disallowed entry of short-term visitors from places where cases had been reported. In March 2020, as the pandemic surged across the world, we took the unprecedented step of closing our borders to all short-term visitors. For returning Singaporeans, permanent residents and long-term pass holders, in line with MOH's public health risk assessment, we adopted a risk-based differentiated border measures based on their recent travel history. So, for example, the immigration clearance of passengers from the US and UK was done at dedicated gate hold rooms. They were then escorted to their assigned SHN dedicated facilities to serve their mandatory stay-at-home notice. Similarly, when transfers resumed in June 2020, the transit passengers were escorted from disembarkation to dedicated transfer holding areas and subsequently to board the connecting flight. In January 2021, when mandatory on-arrival COVID-19 tests were introduced, these were done at separate health screening stations for passengers from very high-risk places. As observed by Ms. Yeo Wan Leng in a question, these measures had helped to ensure that for more than 16 months, that is from January 2020 to May 2021, the aviation community was able to keep our borders open while keeping Singapore and Singaporeans safe. In May 2021, however, the Delta variant, which is causing a new wave of infections across the world, breached these defenses, resulting in the first airport cluster. In response, Jewel was immediately closed and public access to the airport terminals were restricted. Jewel reopened on the 14th of June this year, but the airport terminals remain closed to members of the public. The Ministry of Health monitors the public health situation overseas and assesses the appropriate risk level, taking into consideration information from the WHO, experts and academic networks, as well as Singapore missions overseas. Depending on how the risk profile changes, CAAS and our aviation stakeholders then promptly adjust their protocols. Hence, in consultation with MOH and the National Centre for Infectious Diseases, NCID, we further tightened our measures based on our understanding of the Delta variant. Beyond the earlier passenger segregation measures, the airport itself is now segregated into physical zones. Disembarkation piers, toilets, arrival immigration halls, and baggage claim belts are now separate for passengers from places of different risks. Changi now also processes passengers from very high-risk places at dedicated bus gates at Terminal 2, which is currently closed for renovation. These passengers are then transported directly to their SHN dedicated facilities. We do not allow transfer passengers from these very high-risk places, and Changi is also studying the option of using Terminal 4 for such passengers. Sir, our top priority is to keep our airport workers safe, thereby also protecting their families and the wider community. They are at the heart of Changi Airport's operations and at the front lines of our border defenses. Hence, we have prioritized our aviation workers for vaccination, and today, 95% of frontline aviation workers are fully vaccinated. From the onset of COVID-19, MOT and CAAS have worked with MOH and NCID to ensure that airport workers don the appropriate level of personal protective equipment and undergo regular testing based on their job function. In response to the Delta variant, we have stepped up the PPE posture for airport workers and implemented more frequent routine testing. Within the higher risk zones, workers are also cohorted and have separate toilet, dining, and rest facilities. Collectively, these measures represent a fundamental shift in operations, imposing further adjustments and stress on our airport workers as they adjust to a very different workflow. For example, workers in the higher risk zone have to stay within that zone during their meal times and break times, which can be quite isolating from a social point of view. We are also working closely with union leaders and industry players to help our workers adapt to these new measures. My ministry and I are deeply appreciative of the sacrifices made by the airport community to ensure that our borders remain open for essential supplies and for Singaporeans to return home. The aviation community has set aside $15 million for airport workers' welfare during this time, I'm also very glad for the support from our corporate partners and members of the public, including some CAA staff who started Friends for Aviation to provide encouragement and practical support for our frontline airport workers. Mr. Speaker, even as we stay vigilant and adjust to protect ourselves from the evolving virus, we must do our best to safeguard Singapore's hard-earned position as a global air hub. We must adapt to a new normal where we keep our borders open and safe for passengers, our airport workers, their families, and the community. Only then can Changi continue to thrive as a safe aviation hub, connecting Singapore to the world and the world to Singapore.
Ms. Yuan Leng.
Thank you, Minister, for the comprehensive answer. Sir, I have 3 supplementary questions. In May, we had the unfortunate situation where an 88-year-old cleaner working in T3 caught the virus at work. What are some of the additional measures we have put in place to protect more vulnerable workers at the airport? Secondly, I declare that I am an advisor to the NTA and the NPHVA. Taxi drivers and private hire drivers are transport partners in the larger ecosystem of workers supporting airport functions. Have these safety measures put in place by the airports over the past 16 months also factored in our drivers' comfort and safety? Finally, I'm very glad to hear that 95% of our workers are vaccinated. But you know, many of our airport frontline workers live in my constituency, and they have young children, and many live with their elderly parents as well. So as our airports start to open up, and should our frontliners catch the virus, will the ministry also be coming up with more support measures to assist these families and workers, especially if livelihoods are affected?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for her questions. I think the overall theme of her questions, which I think are quite appropriate, is the focus on the welfare of the aviation workers, workers on the front line, and those who are supporting. And as I said in my reply earlier, this is in fact one of our overriding priorities, because we need to ensure that these workers are protected to the best of our ability, and also that where it is essential, we also undertake specific measures to address any concerns they have with respect to their welfare. So let me start by saying that in the course of many of the transitions and the new measures that we've had to put in place, I have personally been involved together with the CEOs of SIA, SATS, and Changi Airport Group in discussions with workers from the whole gamut of workers in our airport community. This includes not just CAG's employees or SATS or SIA employees, but also those who work in ICA, for Certis, Cisco, etc., in order to fully comprehend the challenges of the changes that we are imposing on them, how they are coping, and how we can help them further if that is necessary. And I would like to start by sharing with members that actually the morale is very strong. And that was something that gave me great heart, because it meant that the Changi spirit, despite the nature and the scale of the challenges we are facing, the Changi spirit remains strong, and they remain optimistic, and they understand the need for these measures and have been cooperating with the health requirements as well as some of the operational shifts that we've had to make. Turning to the member's specific questions, so measures to protect more vulnerable workers. So as I said, the starting point is to ensure that now that we've got physical segregation, the workers have to observe specific protocol, and in particular PPE, So the PPE regime has been stepped up across the board. And this now, so they don and doff and they're trained on this already, but we've re-emphasized this. And on top of that, of course, is the vaccination program, which is a general program that we've undertaken. And in terms of testing regime, we have now RRTs, rostered routine testing for workers. So those who are in the high-risk areas, we do 7-day PCR and an ART on day 3 or day 4. For those who are in the less risky areas, we conduct RRT PCR tests on every 14 days, and on about day 7 or day 8, we do the ART testing. So these and the protocols themselves are all designed to protect the workers to the best of their ability. The management of the companies are also committed to ensuring that if any worker finds it very difficult to continue in that particular role, then they will find a way to redeploy them elsewhere so that they can continue to work, but in a different context. I agree with the member, taxi drivers, limousine drivers, they're a very important part because they are the extension of the broader network in terms of transport and connectivity. In particular, we have instituted, as you know, again, a vaccination drive is a key part of this. And we're also, they know what are the protocols to be observed in terms of when they're carrying passengers, the kind of safe SMM measures they need to observe and so on. And there's also testing regimes in place for them. Livelihoods, this is key. As the member would know that I mentioned the $15 million fund. It's designed to really, the intent is to try and help those who might be under particular stresses because of these changes. In addition, the member would also be aware of the COVID driver relief fund for those who are in the point-to-point driving services and so on, taxi services and private hire cars. So these are all some of the areas we're focused on. And I can assure the member and the members of this House that we remain focused on this. And should new needs arise, we will certainly look at them. As the member would be aware, even with, for example, the COVID Driver Relief Fund, the government responded very quickly with the help and support of the Ministry of Finance. We were able to announce the extension of these measures quite quickly. And we remain committed to continuing to help and address the welfare needs of our aviation community workers. Thank you.
Mr. Leong Pereira.
I thank the Minister for Transport for his detailed answer, and in particular the clarification that physical segregation was implemented after the detection of the Delta variant. I just have a few supplementary questions. The first is really to ask if intermingling between passengers from arriving from countries with different risk levels associated with them was allowed prior to mid-May 2021, and if so, what was the thinking behind that, and what were the lessons drawn from that? Now, of course, there's physical segregation, but to what extent was intermingling within the airport permitted? And the context for that is really anecdotal feedback that there was such intermingling being seen. Whether that is accurate or not, I'm not sure, and that's why I'm asking the SQ. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I quote very briefly from a Straits Times Forum letter from someone in April that gained some wide circulation. Very briefly.
Proceed, please.
Yes, so this letter writer in April said, and I quote, "Much to my dismay, inbound passengers were allowed to roam freely upon landing. One was free to hang around in the terminal between departure gates for as long as one wanted, rather than being sent straight to swab testing. I observed similar unregulated processes at the baggage claim area long before passengers were funneled to the stations, and so on and so forth." And this was from April, of course. So now, of course, we've had that physical segregation. So I just wanted to ask whether that was the case, what was the thinking behind that, what were the lessons drawn from that? A second supplementary question is just, what are the criteria that the government uses to classify countries into different risk levels, and does that take into account the extent of vaccination? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his questions. On the second point first, the risk assessment and categorization is undertaken by the Ministry of Health. So I would not want to represent the overall thinking on behalf of the ministry and its experts, but I would say that the officials, the experts take into account a gamut of factors, and it's also an evolving set of factors. And I think the state of vaccination is certainly one of the considerations, but is by no means the only one, as the member would well appreciate. Secondly, on the point about intermingling and what was the thinking, etc., as I explained in some detail in my response to the member's question earlier, the starting point must be that we are undertaking measures based on a detailed risk assessment. And that risk assessment is informed by as up-to-date an understanding as we have of the virus, its characteristics, its transmission, nature, and also how these are changing with new variants emerging. And therefore, this is a risk-adjusted approach. And it has to be so, because as we have observed around the world, really hardly any country so far has been spared the Delta variant, regardless of the posture they take. What we need to do is ensure that the posture we adopt and the measures that we adopt respond promptly to the latest understanding and address the risks that are posed in a dynamic situation with equally dynamic responses. So in that context, prior to the latest set of measures and the physical segregation that I talked about, we had progressively instituted a series of measures, which I have just elaborated, so I don't propose to repeat them. Now, there may well have been some intermingling, but that was not something that was encouraged. It was actually generally designed for people to move from the aircraft to the immigration process, collect their baggage and exit. Now, I also want to emphasize to the member what we have undertaken in Changi now with physical segregation of the airport is really turning the operating model on its head. And I hope we all appreciate that. Because civilian airports, as we might recall from a not too distant past, are designed for passengers to come in and to actually have an experience at the airport, what we call the Changi experience. So when we now say passengers are completely segregated physically in different zones, and their movement from aircraft to immigration, to customs, to baggage collection, to transportation, etc., and we add now testing, is a completely different model. And so we must appreciate that every move like this that we make entails significant adjustments, not just from an operational point of view, but also in terms of the burden it imposes on the workers at the airport. So I want to emphasize that a point that I made earlier, but I think it bears emphasis again, which is that we want to do everything we can to ensure the safety of our passengers, our aviation workers, their families, and through that, the larger community. But we also want to ensure that the measures we take reflect our best judgment of the risks based on an evolving situation, and we ensure to the best of our ability that we respond in a manner that addresses those risks.
Mr. Saktiandi Supa.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answer earlier. First of all, I'd like to thank Minister for his slew of detailed processes that he shared at the airport. thank him because I do have a number of residents who are working as cleaners and airport staff at the airport. I have two supplementary questions. First, seek clarification from Minister about, he mentioned about Terminal 2, some segregation in Terminal 2 and potential of Terminal 4 being used in the future. Can he share whether this would be a temporary or permanent sort of situation so as to reassure the public, in particular as well because Jewel is now open to the public, and whether he can reassure whether Jewel is safe for the public to visit going forward. My second question is, as Minister has mentioned, taking a risk-adjusted approach is taken, but ideally as an air hub, it will be very difficult to maintain this at our airports as we plan to hopefully open up the economy, hopefully sooner than later, and to reinstate activity in our airport. Can Minister share how we can actually maintain this potentially start-stop or segregation processes that we have in the future, and whether there will be need of infrastructure changes at the airport in the future, given this start-stop situation or scenario, which could be a possibility? Thank you, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member who's also the GPC Chair for Transport for his questions. First, to clarify, Jewel is already open. There was a period of closure for about a month, and then we reopened it on the 14th of June. The passenger terminal buildings remain restricted from public access. Because there's a greater potential for interaction, for example, between workers and members of the public. So we want to be more cautious, make sure all the measures run in well, and then we'll have a sense of how to move forward, and if so, when we need to do so. The second question, another part of that question was about T2 and T4 and the arrangement. So just to be very clear, T2 is going through renovation works, so it's not operational. But what an MOT, CAS, and Changi Airport Group did was to work together and come up with the idea of remote processing, remote base, as it were, for passengers from very high-risk countries. And they then are processed in these bays in Terminal 2 for immigration, for their testing, etc. And then they are immediately taken in buses to their SHN facilities. We are studying the use of T4 for this purpose because T4 would have a larger capacity, and it is something that now the various agencies involved are working through. And if we are able to use T4, then it enhances our ability to deal with flows from the higher risk, very high risk countries. Is this temporary, permanent, how long? I think it's a very good question, but it's a rather difficult one to answer because as we have learned from our experience over the last 18 months or so, we need to be prepared for any kind of pivot. And that, I think, is the crux of the issue because we don't know how the virus is evolving or will evolve. We also have to make a judgment call on, because countries and the source countries and the situation there also changes quite dramatically. So therefore, the posture we adopt in terms of not just the cross-border travel, but how we deal with them at the airport, which is our point of entry into Singapore, is going to be key. So what the entire team in MOT, CWAS, CAG, SIA, SATS have endeavored to do is really to adopt a protocol, which is what we have now, which gives us perhaps the greatest possible flexibility in adapting to evolving situation. That, I think, is key, because without that flexibility or dexterity in our response, then there will be a lot more of this fits and starts that the member refers to in the way we do things. So if we have the modalities to deal with the risk. We may not know which country, at what point, or virus, what nature. At least we have a way to pivot, and quite quickly, based on the assessment. So I would say that the mindset that we have adopted is one of, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and be as adaptable as possible and respond quickly to an evolving situation. That's the way we are doing this. I think the point about, you had the air hub question, and about, I think your question was really pertaining to what might happen going forward in terms of travel and so on. I think that remains an issue. As you can see across the world, there are quite diverse attitudes towards travel and the protocols associated with them. You would also have heard from MTF members on some of our thinking going forward. I would not want to prejudge the path we take at this point, but what I would say is that the overriding commitment is to ensure that we are able to facilitate safe travel so that Changi will remain a safe aviation hub for travelers from around the world, and certainly for Singaporeans.
Mr. Jerogam.
Mr. Speaker, all travelers from high-risk places are required to take dedicated transport to their assigned facility to serve their stay-home notice while waiting for the results. To minimize the risk of cross-infection and community spread, strict public health protocols are applied. First, these private charter buses only ferry travelers from the checkpoints to the SHN facility. No other passengers are allowed to board, and after every trip, the buses are thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. Second, the bus drivers are trained to don the appropriate personal protective equipment, including an N95 face mask, the PPE gown, and gloves. They are also fully vaccinated and subject to regular routine COVID-19 testing. Third, strict safe distancing measures are imposed. Travelers are not allowed to sit near the driver, and they only occupy the rear section of the vehicle. I've in fact seen this firsthand. So they are all seated to the rear of the vehicle, and the front half creates a little more of a buffer zone with respect to the driver. The number of travelers allowed on each bus is also limited to less than half its total capacity to ensure adequate safe distancing between travelers. These measures are part of a multi-layered approach we take to protect our borders and frontline transport workers. And in addition, all travelers from high-risk countries would need to have a negative PCR test taken not more than 72 hours before boarding a plane, ferry, or vehicle bound for Singapore. With the evolving nature of the virus, we regularly review the full suite of public health measures for international travelers and also to protect our frontline workers.
Mr. Jerogam.
So I'd like to see some clarifications from the Minister. I understand that there are private charter buses, but since the start of this year, have there been any incoming passengers who do not take these private charter buses, but instead take taxis or private hire cars to their homes or SHN facilities? My second question is, have any taxi drivers or private hire drivers caught COVID-19 while ferrying incoming passengers from the airport to their SHN facilities or homes? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, can passengers take taxis or private vehicles to their homes? As I said, the protocols that we have in place are for the higher risk countries. So those who are from, say, some of the countries deemed to be less risky, they still, on arrival, have to undertake a what we call an on-arrival test, for PCR test. And then thereafter, they then can take the relevant form of transport to their home, and then they have to wait for the results and so on. So there may be instances of that which the member may be referring to, but the key point I would make is that for those who are from the higher risk countries, based on the categorizations we discussed earlier, the approach is to have dedicated transport from the airport to the SHN facility so that the mode of transport is as secure as possible from a health perspective. I have taxi drivers caught COVID-19. I believe there have been some cases, but is it because of the passenger they ferried or not? I don't have an answer for that. I'm quite happy to have it verified if the member wishes to file a question. But I do know that in many cases it's more because of some other community link that they had because of a place they went to in the community and so on, and that's how they were linked to the COVID virus.
Sang Wei Neng.
Mr. Speaker, the International Air Transport Association, or IATA, has been working with various countries and regions, including Singapore, to include vaccination certificates in the IATA Travel Pass, or ITP, application. Since 1st May 2021, passengers traveling to Singapore have been able to use the ITP to share their pre-departure PCR test results when checking in with their airlines, as well as on arrival at the immigration checkpoints at Changi Airport. Singapore is also in bilateral discussions with several countries on establishing mechanisms for the mutual recognition of vaccination certificates, including with Australia, Malaysia, and Republic of Korea. We have set up interagency bilateral working groups with these countries and are exchanging information on how we may mutually verify the authenticity of each other's certificates. This includes the exchange of public keys for the verification of digital certificates and the exchange of specimen copies for the verification of physical certificates. These discussions will likely take some time, as countries and regions are at different stages of progress in vaccinating their respective populations. Nonetheless, these multilateral and regional discussions are useful in laying the groundwork for us to reopen travel for vaccinated individuals between Singapore and these countries when we are ready to do so.
Mr. Melvin Yong. Ms. Sang Wei Neng.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, SMS, for the comprehensive reply. We understand that we are now negotiating a lot of travel corridor rather than travel bubble, and one of the important factors is hinges on this vaccine passport. We are glad that we have started this discussion, but having said that, some countries in Asia, especially one country in North Asia, that have experienced vaccination scam. Even a member of parliament were also a victim of this vaccination scam. And different countries have different way of identifying who are the residents who have gone for the vaccination and what type of vaccination. So my question to the supplementary question SMS is that first, what are the vaccinations, type of vaccination that will be recognized in the vaccination passport? And two, how are we going to verify that this vaccination that each of the residents in the different country get are really in the appropriate manner that they are really vaccinated properly? Thank you.
So I thank Mr. Ong for his questions. I think we should view the ITP, the travel pass, and also other forms of such certificates as a two-step process. The first step is how do we establish a way to verify the authenticity of these certificates. So in other words, I need to make sure that when you say that you are tested and it is PCR negative, or when you say that you are vaccinated, that I can trust that this information is accurate. And there's a way to do this. So I think that's the first step, establishing the checks to verify how authentic, how accurate is this information. The second step is once you have this information, then what do you do with it? Now that is a separate discussion because just because the individual comes from a particular country and has been tested negative or has been vaccinated does not mean that we automatically do away with some of the restrictions because it really depends on, first of all, what is the rate of infection in that source country? How confident are we of the risk level of this individual when he or she travels to Singapore? And that will then determine what kind of safeguards we put in place. So I think to answer Mr. Ong's questions, this is an ongoing discussion with the countries that I mentioned earlier, but we should view this really as a two-stage process. Thank you.
Sir Melvin Yong.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. Please allow me to share with the House the information on the assistance rendered to our hawkers. We recognize that hawkers, as part of the F&B sector, have been hit by restrictions on dining in and the COVID-19 pandemic. When no dine-in was first implemented during last year's circuit breaker, hawkers' business were hit. This continued even when dine-in resumed subsequently due to the implementation of group size restrictions and default working from home arrangements. This is why the government provided in 2020 a total of 5 months of rental waiver and 3 months of subsidies for table cleaning and centralized dishwashing fees to help hawkers defray their operating costs. When tighter restrictions on dine-in was imposed again this year from 16 May to 13 June and subsequently extended to July, the government stepped in to provide 2 months of rental waiver and subsidy for cleaning services from mid-May to mid-July. In all, 7 months of rental waiver and 5 months of subsidies for cleaning have been provided since April 2020. Eligible hawkers would also have received $9,000 in financial support in 2020 via the Self-Employed Person Income Relief Scheme, or SERS. In addition to the rental waivers, the government also froze all hawker stall rentals increases from April 2020 to March 2021, while allowing rentals to decrease according to market valuation during the same period. Let me explain how stall rental rates are determined. When new hawkers obtained vacant stalls in NEA-managed hawker centres via monthly stall tenders, the rent that they pay is the amount they tendered. There is no minimum rental. As the media has reported from time to time, some hawkers have successfully secured hawker stalls for as low as $1 per month. There are also stalls where successful bidders have tendered high bids to secure a choice stall at their preferred locations. This open tender system ensures transparency and fair pricing, particularly for stalls in high demand, such as those in locations with high footfall. These rentals are kept unchanged for the duration of the 3-year tenancy period. When the tenancy expires, we do not put up the occupied stalls for tender, as this will be disruptive to the hawkers who have built up their business and customer base. Instead, rentals are adjusted based on independent professional valuation that considers factors such as the footfall of the centre, stall size, and prevailing market conditions to assess the market rental. The rent is then adjusted towards the assessed market rate. Stallholders who had initially tendered a bit higher than the assessed market rental at renewal will benefit from a downward adjustment. Similarly, stalls with rentals lower than the assessed market rate will see an upward adjustment. Stallholders can choose a tenancy of 1, 2, or 3 years during their renewal. Due to the impact of COVID-19, the valuation of the large majority of cooked food stalls has declined in fiscal year 2021. After the freeze in rent increases from April 2020 to March 2021, the tenancies of 341 cooked food stall holders were up for renewal between April to June 2021. 58% of them had their rentals revised downwards to the market rate. The decrease for this group ranged from $30 to more than $2,500 per month. 37% continue to pay the same rental, same as their existing tenancy. The remaining 5%, that is 17 of the 341 stallholders, had their rental increases of between $10 to $300. For this group, after the increase, the median rental was $850 a month, and even the stalls which had rental increased by $300 are still paying at or below the market valuation. Most stallholders are aware that increases towards the market rental level are in fact moderated. In recent years, rental revision upwards at tenancy renewal have not exceeded $300. Today, the median monthly rent for a non-subsidized cooked food hawker stall is $1,250 and remains significantly lower than those at coffee shops and food courts. We are mindful that however small the group, any rental increase, even if it has been moderated, is always sensitive, and that this is a challenging period. Hawkers who continue to face financial difficulties because of the increase after the most recent 2 months rental waiver from mid-May to mid-July 2021 can approach NEA for assistance, and NEA will do a careful review on a case-by-case basis. These measures have in some contributed to helping our hawkers sustain their livelihoods during a difficult period. Occupancy rates for cooked food stalls in NEA-managed centres have remained high, averaging at around 97%. A monthly average of 16 stalls were terminated from 2020 to May 2021. Let me repeat that. A monthly average of 16 stalls were terminated from 2020 to May 2021, lower than the monthly average of 28 terminations pre-COVID period from 2017 to 2019. Mr. Speaker, I would like to assure members that the government remains fully committed towards offering timely support to help our hawkers weather the challenges brought upon by COVID-19, and will continue to monitor the situation on the ground. For hawkers whose livelihoods are affected due to centre closures as a result of COVID-19 clusters, the government will look into providing rental waivers for hawkers affected by the closure. In the case of the Bukit Merah View Market and Food Centre, hawkers operating there are already covered under the current rental waivers till mid-July. Any hawkers who have been served quarantine orders or whose incomes have been adversely affected due to COVID-19 can also continue to seek additional support via various financial schemes, such as the Quarantine Order Allowance Scheme, the Courage Fund, or the COVID-19 Recovery Grant, or the CRG. For hawker centres impacted by COVID-19 clusters, it is crucial to regain public confidence and assure returning customers that there are no compromises to cleanliness and hygiene standards. NEA has been working with stakeholders such as cleaning companies and town councils to ensure proper deep cleaning and disinfection of common areas and the adoption of robust workflows to clean and sanitize tables. And we will continue to do so. Advisors can also work with their grassroots and hawkers associations to assure the local community that it is safe to return to these hawker centres when they reopen, and rally the community to support our hawkers. In this regard, I want to thank and commend advisors Ms. Joan Pereira and Mr. Melvin Leong and their grassroots for galvanizing support for the hawkers of Bukit Merah View Market and Food Centre and the hawker centres at Red Hill to help them overcome this tough period.
Mr. Sean Huang.
Recognizing the need to future-proof our hawker centres and markets to better deal with challenges such as COVID-19, the National Environment Agency, NEA, announced the development of the Hawker Centres Transformation Programme, HTP, in March this year. The programme will focus on ensuring a clean and safe environment at hawker centres. Improvements will include better spacing of aisles and tables to minimize crowding, installation of high-volume, low-speed fans to improve ventilation, and incorporation of food waste recycling systems where feasible. These will help make hawker centres safe and conducive for patrons and hawkers. The programme will be progressively implemented at all new hawker centres and redeveloped centres. We will also engage stakeholders at a few existing centres to co-create and trial centre-level solutions to reduce crowding due to narrow aisles and passageways and to improve ventilation. We will learn from these pilot centres and refine the HTP as it is rolled out. NEA launched the Hawker Centre Toilet Improvement Programme, or TIP, in 2020. The TIP offers co-funding for town councils to install better fittings and adopt technology, which will make it easier to maintain and clean the toilets. For example, through the use of feedback systems, cleaners can carry out more targeted cleaning and work more efficiently. We will continue to encourage hawker centres to come on board the Productive Hawker Centres, or PHC, programme. This programme offers funding assistance for the adoption of automated tray return systems and centralised dishwashing services, which improves productivity and enhances cleanliness and hygiene standards. NEA works with stallholders and patrons to share the responsibility of maintaining the cleanliness and hygiene of public dining places. Since the launch of the Clean Tables campaign in February this year, NEA has been progressively installing additional tray return infrastructure at hawker centres to facilitate patrons' return of dirty trays and crockery. NEA has also installed hand sanitizer dispensers and will be progressively providing additional hand sanitizers at tray return points in the hawker centres. We urge everyone to do their part, including clearing their own dirty trays, crockery, and litter. This has been made mandatory since 21st June this year, but with enforcement commencing only from 1st September. We will continue to enhance tray return infrastructure and processes to future-proof our hawker centres against public health threats. Diners must also practice good personal hygiene and habits and continue to adhere to safe management measures such as checking in via their Trace Together app, keeping to approved group sizes, maintaining a distance of 1 meter from other patrons, and wearing their masks properly to protect oneself against COVID-19.
Mr. Desmond Chu.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to take questions 18 to 34 together.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, many members have filed questions related to our low-wage workers, and I thank members for sharing your keen interest in uplifting them. Our fundamental objective is to make sure that as a society, we take care of every worker. We cannot progress as a society and achieve economic progress with a strong social compact if there is a group of workers who are left behind. We must ensure that every worker who is prepared to work hard will be able to earn fair wages and prosper along with the rest of Singapore. Uplifting our low-wage workers has been a priority for the government. Introduced in 2007, workfare is the foundation of the government's support for our low-wage workers. It supplements the income of our low-wage workers in cash and helps them save for retirement. This encourages them to work regularly rather than rely on welfare measures. Studies have also shown that workfare has led to an increase in employment rates, especially highest increases among our older workers. Close to 1 million low-wage workers have since benefited from $7.8 billion in workfare payouts. Workfare also supports our low-wage workers to upskill themselves, increase their productivity, find better jobs, and earn higher wages. Another $600 million has been paid out to employers and workers through the Workfare Skill Support Scheme to enhance their skills and employability. On top of workfare, the Progressive Wage Model, or PWM, provides job and training progression pathways for our low-wage workers to grow their wages as they improve their skills and productivity. Our policies to support our low-wage workers have made a difference in uplifting them, helping them to enjoy good wage growth over the last decade. To Ms. Cheng Li Hui's question, from 2009 to 2019, the real wages at the 20th percentile of our resident workforce grew 39% cumulatively, faster than the median worker at 33%. This has allowed our low-wage workers to gain ground and progress faster than the median. So that means the low-wage workers are earning closer to the median wage. While we see robust real income growth for them, this has not been the case for most OECD countries. For example, over the same 10-year period, workers at the 20th percentile in the UK saw no real wage growth, while those in Japan and US saw only cumulative real wage growth of 3% and 6% respectively, despite having minimum wage. Nonetheless, we should not take our progress for granted. It is not inevitable that this will always be so. While COVID-19 has resulted in a fall in the earnings of our low-wage workers to $2,340 a month, government schemes such as Workfare Income Supplement, or WIS, and the one-off Workfare Special Payment, WSP, in 2020 helped to mitigate this impact. After taking this into account, the incomes of the first 20% of income earners in 2020 were actually similar to wages in 2019. As we helped our low-wage workers cope with COVID-19, it was also timely that we looked to strengthen their prospects and progression for the long term. And this was why we formed the tripartite work group on low-wage workers last year. The work group will be releasing its recommendations in the coming months. The government's aspiration remains to cover all sectors with progressive wages. Currently, progressive wages benefit 85,000 workers. The work group has already announced that it will introduce PWMs in 3 new sectors: food services, retail, and waste management. It will also bring in-house cleaning, security, and landscaping workers into the progressive wage system. These moves will significantly expand coverage to up to 218,000 workers. The work group is also looking at introducing progressive wages to other low-wage occupations that straddle multiple sectors, as raised by Ms. Rachel Ong. Agreeing which sectors should start the PWM is just the first step. The hard work of making sure that it achieves its objective of progress for low-wage workers and sustaining high employment is in the details. These are carefully negotiated by the tripartite partners. When it was first introduced in 2012, the mindsets of employees and service buyers were different. Much effort went into getting their support and their buy-in. There were concerns whether wage increases were sustainable, whether they would lead to higher costs for essential services in our daily lives. But today, all our PWM stakeholders buy into the same vision and work together to support our low-wage workers. Employers now better understand the benefits of PWM to them and to their workers. This win-win outcome is why the cleaning sector has been able to agree to a much more ambitious rate of growth in its most recently concluded round of review. To Ms. Hennisso's question, cleaners' wages have risen by 26% cumulatively from 2014 to 2019. And we have seen local employment rise by 3%. Overall, while businesses have had to adjust to the wage increases, they have been able to do so without adverse effect. Mr. Desmond Chu asked how they will impact wages of other low-wage workers. For related jobs, there could potentially be some positive spillover effects. Nonetheless, if we want to achieve more broad-based progress for more low-wage workers, more of them will have to be brought in directly into our progressive wage system. Hence the tripartite work group's discussion to include more sectors. Some members, including Mr. Gan Tiampo, wanted more information of how future wage increases for the cleaning sector were determined. Mr. Speaker, the essence of the progressive wage model is tripartite negotiation and consensus. Hence, the representatives from the cleaning sector are part of the tripartite cluster for cleaners, or TCC, which negotiated the wage increases. The TCC, which oversees the cleaning PWM, consists of representatives from the unions, from the employers, from service buyers, as well as the government. The TCC consulted widely with the industry and had numerous vigorous discussions amongst its members to find common ground that benefits all stakeholders. The TCC was clear in its collective desire to raise the wages of our cleaners in a sustained manner and revalue the work of our cleaners who have been integral in our fight against COVID-19. Now, this is the uniqueness of Singapore's approach, because PWM progression is brought about with tripartite consensus. Mr. Edward Chai and Mr. Sharif Taha asked about the lessons drawn from our experience with the cleaning PWM. A key takeaway is that the negotiated approach of the PWM helps address concerns and allows the sector to raise wages at a pace that is suitable for them. The robust wage increases for the cleaning PWM are fruits of almost a decade of close tripartite collaboration and consistent efforts of the TCC. Now, the TCC has learned over time to harness the PWM design to benefit their workers and the sector. Cleaning companies recognize that Singapore's resident workforce is aging and that in addition to better wages, they needed to redesign the jobs to better retain and attract workers to the sector. Their support also assures us that the wage increases are sustainable. Through negotiation, the PWM allows stakeholders to take sector-specific circumstances into account. Now, one example is the 6-year wage schedule, as highlighted by Ms. Yowan Leng. The TCC did so to provide employees and service providers with clarity for long-term planning. Cleaning firms can price in the wage increases in their multi-year contracts with service buyers. There is also a midpoint review so that the TCC can ensure that the wage increases remain sustainable. This pandemic has showed us how the PWM approach is superior to a blunt minimum wage. The sectoral approach has enabled us to advance PWM for cleaners, as well as other sectors that are able to adjust to PWM progressions in the short term. A blunt minimum wage may not have been able to achieve consensus or as ambitious a wage growth. Sectors such as tourism, aviation, hospitality, and others that were severely impacted by COVID-19 would not have been able to agree to such a move. So our targeted approach enabled the tripartite movement to advance PWM at a pace depending on how different sectors perform in the market. The tripartite clusters for the new sectors such as food services and retail will similarly take into account market conditions and what each sector can manage as they recover from the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Yip Hon Wing would be happy to know that these sectors are making good headway in developing their PWMs. Notwithstanding the challenging economic conditions, they are committed to submitting their recommendations before the end of the year. The cleaning PWM is also not pursuing wage increases without considering skills, productivity, and industry transformation. To Ms. Yeo's question on reskilling, the TCC has upgraded the training requirements for cleaners. This ensures that our workers continue to be upskilled and helps reduce the sector's reliance on low value-added manpower, including foreign manpower, as raised by Mr. Yip. Members have raised questions on how businesses and consumers will handle the additional costs and also how productivity in the sector can be increased. Indeed, if we as a society would like to see lower wage workers make good progress sustainably, all of us have a role to play in this. Employers have to drive productivity improvements in their firms through better technology and processes, as raised by Mr. Donby. They may also have to explore new business models or services to value add to their customers. Service buyers have to embrace outcome-based contracting and contract durations that encourage investments in new technology. These are indeed directions that the industry has articulated in the industry transformation map for the environmental services sector. Consumers will also contribute by sharing the costs of wage increases and have to pay slightly more for services and products as their sector implements the PWM. Mr. Gerald Giam asked about how the government will increase productivity in the cleaning sector. The government cannot legislate productivity. Productivity growth is a result of workers and firms working together to grow the business and then fairly redistribute the fruits of growth. This is why the tripartite movement believed that the progressive wage model is better than the blunt minimum wage. Each PWM implemented is agreed via a tripartite process, which gives greater confidence that such wage increases can be supported by the market, by the society, and will not put employment at risk. Finally, members, including Mr. Liang Enghua, have asked whether government support for firms and workers will be provided. This is something that the tripartite work group is looking at as part of its deliberations. So MOM has been reviewing and enhancing workfare with significant improvements made recently in 2017 and 2020. At each review, the wage growth of our low-wage workers has been taken into consideration and qualifying criteria adjusted accordingly. The government will continue to review workfare regularly to ensure that low-wage workers remain adequately supported. The government and tripartite partners are working closely together to make progressive wages a reality for all sectors of our economy sooner rather than later. So I urge this House and all Singaporeans to support our low-wage workers.
Sir Wicha. You can keep your supplementary questions short or limit to just one.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the SMS for its very comprehensive reply. I have just one supplementary question. It is without a doubt that we must uplift our lower wage workers. At the same time, I am concerned on the impact on our smaller businesses. What can be done to assist our smaller businesses in business transformation to cope as an employer and as a service buyer? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. In fact, this is a very important aspect of our PWM negotiations because one of the key considerations we also had was both the survivability of our companies as well at the same time the employment outcomes of our workers. Because on one hand, you want their wages to go up, but you don't want them to lose their jobs either if the company closes down or if the company says, I can't afford this, and therefore you have to let go of workers. So two things. One, over time, this is why we find it very important, and I support the NTUC's work in this too, with the company training committees, because these are important aspects in which we want to help companies too, look at job redesign, look at productivity enhancement, and how they can leverage off government schemes, with ESG providing productivity solutions grant and other development grants that we can use. So these are areas in which the government intends to provide support. We also understand in the current market where some sectors are a bit challenged, and therefore these may require further supports. And this is where the tripartite work group will study, and we will roll out our recommendations soon to see how we can layer on added support to help companies transition into some of these new PWM wage structures, as well as for new sectors coming into PWM. Thank you.
Mr. Desmond Chu.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank Senior Minister of State for his very comprehensive reply. The Labour Movement would like to extend our support for the PWM. Of course, central to Labour Movement have always been the issue of unemployment as we raise wages. So I'd like to ask the Senior Minister of State, what are the safeguards that we can put in place to make sure that as we journey to the next milestone for PWM, we do not create undue unemployment? The next question to be...
Just one SQ, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And cut the preamble, please. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Chu for his question. In fact, that's the uniqueness of Singapore's system, in that our safeguard is the tripartite consensus. Because with the employers on board, the employers agreeing, knowing what the projections look like and what they can agree to and what they see as the market conditions coming forward, I think that's one way in which we ensure that our workers are not left behind, disemployed, fully understanding the risk that for many of our low-wage workers, the profile of this group are really the older groups, the less skilled, and we know that these are also the ones who are also most at risk with these employment effects. So on one hand, I think this is where tripartite consensus will have to move ahead as we embark on putting more sectors on board. And that's why we've been talking to companies, employers, to see how this will impact them and how their views are in the way forward and the years ahead, and whether they can absorb some of these wage increases and how much we can pass on to consumers. And also, with this, I also want to say that consumers too have their part to play in terms of supporting these initiatives and efforts to pay more for services and products to support our low-wage workers too. Thank you.
Mr. Jarogiam.
So has productivity in the cleaning sector increased at the same rate as wage increases since the PWM for this sector has started, and how is this measured?
Mr. Gam, I don't have the figures for productivity with me, but I think it's important to also look at productivity from both the fact that we did not see disemployment in the years where PWM has been implemented. I think it's key. We've also seen how companies have transformed to put in place more mechanization, different ways of cleaning, more clean technology being put in place and more being explored. So I know the NTUC and the cleaning sectors are also working to see how they can improve not just the conditions, the conditions of work, but also the methods in which we redesign our cleaning sector. But I think most importantly is this, that level of productivity is not just viewed from the worker's angle, because at the end of the day, there's only so much floors you can clean and so much rooms you can sweep. But I think ultimately for many companies involved, not just the cleaning sector, but others, that you have to look at productivity at both the employee level and the enterprise level. And that's why the whole enterprise transformation and job redesign also becomes an important factor in this, because then you can see the multiples in terms of productivity increases over time. So security sector has done very well with this, moving to technology, sensors, CCTVs, and so forth. And that's where we want to move many more of our sectors into, so that you can target better wage increases and becomes more sustainable, because productivity as a whole, for the whole sector, improves over time. Thank you.
Is your one, Leng? Keep it short.
In the planning for the rollout of the progressive wage model, does the ministry take into account job types that may become obsolete or face disruptions in the next 5 to 10 years? In such circumstances, what are the measures that the ministry would take to ensure that the livelihoods of our workers, particularly those in the lower paying tiers, are not affected?
Thank the member for your question. So indeed, this is why close conversations that we have with employers are important, to look at where the blind spots are. As a whole, I think as I shared, many of the employers are actually very supportive of our PWM moves. I think they're also in line with us in our ambition to expand progressive wages. At the same time as well, to try to grow this closer to median or increase wages faster than median. So this is something that we want to work on with employers, but at the same time as well, it's inevitable that even without PWM, you might find, because of industry transformation, certain jobs going obsolete. And that's where the whole training and skills element becomes very important. And we have to work with both the unions, the trade associations, and all our stakeholders to see how we can better improve the job scope as well as the job redesign to help workers transition. And I think more importantly is this: as wages go up, workers must also do their part to train, upskill, become relevant, and address some of these new opportunities that come by. So yes, with or without PWM, there may be transformations within each sector, but we've got to look at it quite closely. But ultimately, we will do our best to be the catch-all too if there are any displaced, to try to match them and move them into sectors that will absorb. But overall, for as long as we keep our labour policies tight, or keep our economy growing, then we can continue to create more jobs and more opportunities for everyone.
Order. End of question time. Ministerial Statements. Minister for Health.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Minister for Health usually don't get involved in the debate on FTAs. But I'm delivering this ministerial statement for two purposes. First, even before the general election last July, the PSP has repeatedly alleged that CECA, meaning the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement between Singapore and India, allows professionals from India, and I quote, a free hand to come and work in Singapore, unquote. In his social media post on 22nd June this year, Mr. Leong again said, and I quote, the most important economic policies that have affected the jobs and livelihoods of Singaporeans relate to foreign PMEs and free trade agreements, in particular CECA, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these statements are false. They have been repeated for too long. I am a former trade negotiator at MTI when I was a civil servant. We worked closely on several FTAs. I worked with a very dedicated team who has over 2 decades fought hard for the interests of Singapore to expand our economic and political space for our small island state. And I feel I owe a duty to correct the falsehoods. Indeed, Singaporean PMEs, like PMEs in other advanced economies, are facing challenges. Many have given us their feedback, and the government has been taking steps to address their concerns. But our FTAs in general, and CECA in particular, are not the causes of the challenges our PMEs face. If anything, they are part of the solution. FTAs and CECA have been made political scapegoats to discredit the policy of the PAP government. The second reason to deliver this ministerial statement is to put in context, on behalf of MOM and MTI, the parliamentary questions that have been posed to the ministries concerning foreign PMEs, FTAs, and CECA. Dr. Tan See Leng will further elaborate on the answers. Taken together, Dr. Tan and I will address oral questions 1 to 3 and written questions 19 to 24 from yesterday's order paper, and oral answers 1 to 6 and written questions 40 to 42 from today's order paper, a total of 18 questions. Several of the questions were filed by PSPs to NCMPs to gather data for a subsequent debate on the motion they intend to file. So where we can, we will provide relevant data to equip all parties for that subsequent debate. So let me recapitulate how we got here. First, as I mentioned, for months now, the PSP has alleged that FTAs and CECA have led to the unfettered flow of Indian professionals, displacing Singaporeans from their jobs and bringing about all kinds of social ills. And this is a seductively simplistic argument that workers facing challenges at their workplaces can identify with, and has stirred up a lot of emotions. CECA-themed websites have sprouted, filled with quite disturbing xenophobic views about Indian immigrants. Words gradually became deeds, toxic views turned into verbal and physical assaults on Indians, including our citizens. It is sad that serious issues concerning the economic well-being of our country and workers have descended to this. That is why the Minister for Law called out such xenophobic behavior during the May sitting of this House and challenged the PSP to table a motion on CECA so that the matter could receive a proper public airing. The PSP has since made a public statement on the matter, standing by its view on FTA and CECA. It filed several parliamentary questions requesting for more data and information. So today I will talk about the following. 1, what is fundamental to Singapore's ability to earn a living and survive? 2, why FTAs, including CECA, advance our interests and are not the cause of the challenges faced by our workers. And 3, what then are the causes of Singaporeans' concerns and how do we address them? Dr. Tan will provide detailed answers to the specific questions, including providing the data which will be useful for our subsequent debate and putting that data in context. Let me start with the first question. What is fundamental to our economic survival? Simply put, we are too small to survive on our own, and we need to tap into the global markets to earn a living and be self-reliant. What do we have to start with? We have no natural resources, but we have one precious natural endowment, and that is our geographical location. It is a lasting advantage, but one which requires us to work very hard to realize and to sustain. And if we succeed, it helps compensate for our lack of size. And that is what we have done. By capturing the trade flow through the Straits of Malacca and Singapore, PSA became the largest container transshipment port in the world. It is a unique interchange in the world, connecting East and West, Europe, Middle East, India, China, and the port is central to the growth of the maritime industry, responsible for 160,000 jobs in Singapore today. In addition to our seaport, we also have grown into an aviation node. Before COVID-19 hit us, Changi was one of the busiest airports in the world, and it shall be so again. Though in aviation terms, our geographical location is not quite ideal, we made it happen with the renowned Changi and SIA experience. Before COVID-19 struck, the aviation-related industry were supporting 190,000 jobs. So with these good global connections, we built up the manufacturing sector, about 1/5 of our GDP today. And we obviously don't manufacture just for Singapore, we're too small, but we manufacture for the world. And manufacturing supports another 440,000 jobs today. Our exports also include trade in services, and one growing services sector is financial services. And today, almost every major global financial services institution is in Singapore, carrying out a range of activities, including new ones, such as fintech and green finance. The financial services sector employs over 170,000 people. We are also becoming a center for technology, research and development. So many global firms, from FANG to BET and many more, are in Singapore. And they make Singapore their regional or global innovation center or engineering hubs. And today, 50,000 international companies operate out of Singapore. 750 of them have made Singapore their regional headquarters. None of this would have happened without a clear strategy implemented well. It was a long, painstaking process, part of the story of our island nation. Clean government, rule of law, safety, you can walk on the street any time of the day, political stability, good infrastructure, high standards of education, openness to the world, all this and more come together to make us a good place to invest and created many jobs. I should emphasize that another big plus point for us is the quality of the Singaporean workforce. Our people are well known to be well educated, diligent, responsible, trustworthy, and we get things done. We have one problem, which is there are too few of us Singaporeans, a point which I will come back to later. On top of all these plus points, we have built a network of 26 free trade agreements, including the US, China, EU, ASEAN, Japan, South Korea, India, Australia, and New Zealand, all our major markets, and they are all our FTA partners. And this brings me to the next topic, why FTAs, including CECA, are important to Singapore. We started our FTA strategy in the late 1990s. We thought through it carefully and executed before other countries did. So it gave us a very precious early mover advantage and greatly boosted our efforts to export, attract investments, venture overseas, and created good jobs for Singaporeans. Our total trade is 3 times our GDP. Since 2005, our total trade has nearly doubled from around 890 billion Sing dollars to now 1.5 trillion Sing dollars. And today, when EDB goes out and persuades investors to come to Singapore, our network of FTAs is always a major selling point. FTAs are especially important to our SMEs. They free them from being constrained by our small domestic market and give them access to global markets. So our SMEs are sending all kinds of Singapore-made products overseas, from canned food, barbecued pork, frozen roti prata. I heard some are exported to India, to medical devices, machines, components, chemicals. FTAs are also spurring our companies to venture abroad. Our investments overseas increased nearly 5 times, from 200 billion Sing dollars 2005 to over 930 billion Sing dollars 2019. So when our companies grow overseas, they become stronger, and they also employ more Singaporeans here. If we accept this basic reality, that Singapore needs the world to earn a living, then we would realize the fundamental importance of all our FTAs. They are a keystone of the economic superstructure that we have built. We could not have advanced the welfare of Singaporeans to the degree that we have without FTAs. We cannot take all this for granted. Recently, we fell in the 2021 IMD World Competitiveness Ranking from 1st place to the 5th place. Amongst the components evaluated, we continue to do very well in terms of government efficiency and economic competitiveness. However, we lost ground in terms of openness towards global talent and trade. But I hope this is temporary and due to the effects of COVID-19. Overall, we are still holding our own in terms of foreign investments. In 2020, even as 45 companies ceased operating their regional or global headquarters in Singapore, over 130 companies set up such headquarters here. So when you attack FTAs, and worst, if your attacks succeed, you are undermining the fundamentals of our existence, of the way we earn a living, of all the sectors FTAs support, and the hundreds and thousands of Singaporean jobs created in these sectors. As the attacks on FTA, especially CECA, have been very specific, let me now spend some time to explain how FTA works. And to prepare for this statement, I have to dig up my old negotiating notes and do quite a bit of revision and homework. Here it goes. The key disciplines of an FTA are as follows. It requires a country to remove or lower tariffs on substantially all trade between the FTA partners. This is of tremendous benefit to Singapore. Very good deal. Why? Because other countries customarily impose tariffs on thousands of items. We are already very open. We impose duties on only 3 alcoholic products: beer, stout, and samsu. All my years of negotiating FTA, I don't know what samsu is, neither have I drank it before. But these are our 3 tariff items. Hence, any FTA that substantially removes tariffs imposed by both parties is inherently beneficial to Singapore. FTAs also require governments to accord protection to foreign investments and ensure that regulations are imposed fairly and equally on both local and foreign firms. They also set standards on protection of intellectual property. Singapore, we always protects foreign investments and applies our regulations fairly. This makes us attractive to foreign investors. So it has always been our interest to do that. So abiding to these principles and disciplines is not a problem for us at all. In fact, as more of companies expand overseas and they create their own products, they too hope that Singapore can negotiate similar protection for them when they go overseas. So the investment and intellectual property protection disciplines in FTAs are therefore important assurances for our companies. Newer FTAs also set certain environmental and labor standards. Not every country supports them, but Singapore believes that they reflect contemporary concerns relating to free trade and investments. And specifically on CECA, this FTA with India benefits Singapore in many ways. Signed in 2005, it was India's first comprehensive bilateral FTA with any country. And CECA gave Singapore a strategic first-mover advantage in India just when the continental country was taking off to be an economic powerhouse. CECA reduces tariff barriers, which made Singapore goods more competitive in the Indian market. And partly because of that, bilateral trade between Singapore and India has grown by over 80%, from 20 billion Sing dollars when CECA came into force in 2005 to 38 billion Sing dollars in 2019. And similarly, Singapore's direct investment abroad in India grew by 50 times, 50, from 1.3 billion Sing dollars to 61 billion Sing dollars during the same period. In 2019, 660 companies from Singapore have investments in India, almost double the number a decade ago. As these companies grow regionally, they hire more people back home. And in 2019, they employed 97,000 locals. Despite these significant benefits, FTAs are controversial in many countries. As a trade negotiator, I've listened to the problems and sensitivities of many of our FTA partners. What are these sensitivities? Some countries wish to protect certain sectors, such as agriculture. There's a very common one, which Singapore does not do. We have some eggs, we have some fish, but more for a bit of source diversification. We never seek to conquer the world with our eggs and our sea basses. Others could not live up to, say, the transparency standards of, say, government procurement or intellectual property disciplines. Still others are concerned about the influences of foreign culture through industries such as arts and entertainment. Canada, for example, very sensitive about this area. So the toughest job and the most time-consuming job of a negotiator is to identify and understand the sensitivities of your country, and then find ways to protect or to address them. How do we do so? We find words that give you comfort, that address the sensitivity. And we call these words, in our jargon, exceptions or carve-outs. When we have a big carve-out with strong protection in our sensitive areas, we will say this carve-out is strong and big enough for a jumbo jet to fly through. In some sensitive areas, it is easy to negotiate exceptions or carve-outs because everyone agrees. One example is right of taxation by governments. Another one is national security. A third one is immigration. Every country holds the view that there cannot be unfettered movement of people across borders. Every FTA partner believes that. That would create social unrest and a big public uproar. Governments must retain the ability to impose immigration and border controls, and FTAs cannot undermine that. Hence, in all FTAs and also WTO agreements, you will find that immigration powers are strongly and prominently preserved and protected. You can find such standard clauses in the WTO agreement as well as in all our FTAs, including CECA. As so many falsehoods have been said about the immigration-related parts of CECA, let me set out in some detail what is really in the agreement. Immigration matters are set out in Chapter 9 of CECA, Movement of Natural Persons. The legal text is available online, so I will only detail the salient points. 1, the chapter makes it clear that government's ability to regulate immigration and foreign manpower is not affected by the agreement. The government retains full rights to decide who can enter the country to live, to work, become PRs, or become citizens. This is clearly set out in 2 clauses. They are standard clauses commonly found in all FTAs. And they are also the 2nd and 3rd paragraphs of the chapter of CECA. So it is hard to miss them, as you can see them on the first page. I will just read them out. Clause 9.1.2. This chapter shall not apply to measures pertaining to citizenship, permanent residence, or employment on a permanent basis. Clause 9.1.3. Nothing contained in this chapter shall prevent a party from applying measures to regulate the entry or temporary stay of natural persons of the other party in its territory, including measures necessary to protect the integrity of its territory and to ensure the orderly movement of natural persons across its borders. That's the first point. Second point, the obligations relating to the movement of natural persons in CECA, as in all FTAs, are not broad principles with wide applications, but actually highly specific. What are these broad principles that you can find in FTA? One broad principle is that of national treatment. It is found in some chapters of FTA, such as trade in services and investments. This means, I mentioned this just now, this means you cannot discriminate against foreign service providers and investors. Whether they are local investors or foreign investors, you treat them the same. Regulations and benefits that apply to local firms must apply evenly to foreign-owned ones. So, if immigration had not been carved out and national treatment principle had been incorporated into Chapter 9 of CECA, then indeed, Indian workers would have to be treated like Singaporeans and would have had free rein to come to live and work in Singapore. That is what the PSP claims, except that there is a strong immigration carve-out and national treatment is not found in Chapter 9 of CECA, nor any other corresponding chapter in the FTAs that Singapore has entered into. Mr. Speaker, sir, I emphasize and underline and highlight and bold with bigger fonts, color red, that nothing in this agreement implies Singapore must unconditionally let in PMEs from India. Contrary to PSP's claim, our ability to impose requirements for immigration and work pass has never been in question in CECA or any other FTAs that we have signed. Instead, then what are the obligations of Chapter 9 of CECA? They are highly specific, such as require the parties to process applications for temporary entry with some expedition and with certain transparency, such as informing the applicants of the outcome of their applications and not leave them in suspense. A very reasonable thing to do and to agree to adhere to. We also have to accord a certain duration for the validity of the permits, should we approve. And approval must be based on them meeting our prevailing work pass conditions. Also very reasonable. Such a commitment on duration is also not something unique to CECA, because similar commitments exist in other FTAs and are also found in WTO agreements signed by 164 members, including Singapore. Many parties to FTAs also commit not to impose labor market tests. This is a common clause in our FTAs, including with India, Australia, China, and the US. It means we do not insist that companies go through onerous processes and documentation to prove that no suitable locals will take a job before they can hire a foreigner. Companies in Singapore or any other places do not hire this way. What they do, the common and best practice, is to interview suitable candidates, consider them all fairly, and then make a judgment on the best person. And these are all market-friendly, widely adopted, reasonable obligations. Let me also specifically address two aspects of the chapter on movement of natural person in CECA that has been singled out for criticism. First, the PSP pointed out that CECA listed 127 categories of professionals and hence claimed that Indian nationals in these professions cannot freely come here to work for a year. This is false because, as I explained earlier, all foreign PMEs have to meet our work pass conditions in order to come and work here. The listing then, what does the listing then show? The listing shows the types of Indian professionals who may apply to work in Singapore. It does not mean that we must approve their application. It's just that you can apply. India, for its own reasons, requested for such a list, similar to what they have in their FTAs with Korea and Japan. In fact, even if they had not listed the professions, their PMEs could still submit work pass applications to work here. But the list probably meant something to India, because there may be countries that will not even let you apply. Yeah, that's how protectionist some countries may become. And India is trying to secure their interests there. This is in fact how other FTA works. With or without listing of professions, nationals from our FTA partners are not precluded from submitting work pass applications, which will be evaluated based on our prevailing criteria and work pass conditions. Thus, the point being made by PSP on the list of the 127 professions is a red herring. The list does not confer any free pass to any Indian nationals. The second common criticism is that intra-corporate transferees from India can also freely enter Singapore to work. Based on my explanation on how the chapter works, this is again not true. Intra-corporate transferees also have to meet our work pass qualifying criteria. In any case, the total number of intra-corporate transferees from all over the world, and not just India, that have come to Singapore to work is very small. In 2020, there were only about 500 intra-corporate transferees from India to Singapore, in Singapore, less than 0.3% of all employment pass holders or EP holders. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I hope we can put a stop to all this misinformation about our FTAs in general and CECA in particular. Nevertheless, it is important that we need to recognize that PMEs in Singapore do face challenges. And I see at least 3 challenges that they are facing. First, there is more competition from foreign PMEs. Indeed, the number of EP holders has increased from 65,000 in 2005 to 177,000 in 2020. So an increase over 15 years of 112,000, or an annual growth rate of just under 7%. Over this period, however, the increase in number of local PMEs is much higher, by over 380,000. So 380,000 for local PMEs, 112,000 for EP holders. And these numbers underline an important point, that competition between foreign and local PMEs is not a zero-sum game. In fact, the converse is often true. By combining and complementing local and foreign expertise, we can attract more investments and create many more good jobs and career choices for Singaporeans. The downside is that with more foreign PMEs in Singapore, they can compete for jobs with locals at the company level. And at that level, there can be a zero-sum situation. So there is a trade-off at play here, if I put it simply. A, many jobs, strong competition. B, few jobs, no competition. And we need to find the right balance where there are more jobs, some competition. And that is the way to advance the interests of Singaporeans, not swing to any extreme position, but strike that careful balance and then adjust if we find that that balance is off. But if someone promises you more jobs, no competition from foreigners, he's selling you snake oil. It is not possible. It cannot be on any government's policy menu. I should point out that besides complementing our local workforce to create more opportunities, foreign PMEs also help cushion the impact on the local workforce when times are bad. Because during a downturn, foreigners bear the brunt of job losses. During COVID-19, for the 12 months to April 2021, the number of employment pass holders dropped by about 21,600, and S-Pass holders fell by about 26,800, altogether 50 over 1,000 fall over the 12 months. On the other hand, local employment has been stable. Unemployment rate for local PMEs in June 2020, this is a labor market survey, so it comes out only once a year during June. So June 2020, unemployment rate for local PMEs, despite this is immediately after the circuit breaker, was at 2.9%. Resident unemployment rate, September 2020 was 4.8%, May 2021, 3.8%, came down by 1 percentage point. Without the foreign buffer, when our economy ran into trouble, the situation would have been much worse. Singaporeans would have lost many more jobs. So while the stock of EP and S-Pass holders can fluctuate, Singaporeans enjoy greater security of employment with help from various government measures, job support scheme, help firm, help enterprises keep their workers. We have a multi-ministry National Jobs Council, came up with many initiatives to help place displaced Singaporeans into jobs, including also a job growth incentive to help to encourage companies to hire local workers. So when Mr. Leong Manwai said in his Facebook post that we need to recoup a few tens of thousands of jobs from foreign work pass holders, he may not know that we have already done so. This always happens in a downturn. The second challenge is the profile of foreign PMEs. They are concentrated in certain sectors and from certain countries of origin. And indeed, as our digital economy and our needs for tech talent grew, more PMEs from India came into Singapore through our EP framework. And when that concentration happens in areas such as Changi Business Park, some may feel that we have lost a part of Singapore. Members of the House have raised this concern. We are taking this seriously and studying what we can do to lessen the problem. I hasten to add that dealing with excessive concentration is not a straightforward matter of chopping up the operations of a company here. We don't want to unintentionally cause the whole investment to move elsewhere. And this will hurt even more Singaporeans. And this is part of the careful balancing that I talked about earlier. Third, at the company level, there may be unfair hiring practices, with department heads preferring to hire foreign PMEs or even foreign PMEs from certain countries. And this is not right. Whatever system we set out, there will always be some abuses. We must tackle the abuses when they occur as swiftly as possible, while continuing to adopt sensible economic policies that are good for Singapore and Singaporeans. MOM takes a strong stance against such discriminatory practices, and together with our tripartite partners, has been actively enforcing against errant employers. The Minister for Manpower will speak on this further. I have explained the underlying reasons for the difficulties faced by our PMEs, so that we know what it means for us in terms of public policy choices, and how we can most effectively address the challenges. If we mistakenly blame FTAs and CECA for these problems, our responses would be disastrously wrong and would make our problems worse. Mr. Speaker, let me say something in Mandarin. 政府深切地了解新加坡专业人员、经理和执行人员在职场上感到的压力，他们担心被外地专业人士所取代，而有些公司雇佣了不少外地人，让新加坡员工觉得不自在，觉得陌生。许多民众和议员向政府反馈了这个问题。 政府认真看待民众的担忧，并且已经采取行动，着手解决问题。例如呢，我们已经提高了引进外来专业人士的门槛，收紧外来人员的流入。我们也更严厉地进行执法，调查和处分那些歧视本地人的雇主。 我们对待问题的时候，应该查清楚导致问题的真正原因，才能对症下药。可是，在过去的1年，新加坡前进党并没查明真相。 便硬说新加坡印度的自由贸易协定，简称 CECA， 是罪魁祸首。罪魁祸首，说这个协定让大量的印度籍人员毫无节制地涌进新加坡，夺去新加坡人的工作。前进党也说，我们签订的所有自由贸易协定，损害了新加坡人和我们经济的利益。很不幸的，他们已把自贸协定政治化了，成了他们攻击政府的武器。他们的说法不正确，模糊了事实。这种言论呢，也挑起了一部分国人的排外情绪。这不但于事无补，还会损害了新加坡人的生计，赔上国家的繁荣以及下一代的幸福。我从政前是名公务员，曾经参与谈判自贸协定的工作，我有责任更正这些没有根据的指责。我想在这里阐明4点。第一点，新加坡的经济支柱是什么？我们是一个弹丸小国，缺乏天然资源。我们的经济自主成功的关键在我们能不能放眼世界，借助全球化的趋势，引进投资、引进外资，进军国际市场，来弥补我们国家资源的不足、土地小的不足，这样国人才能安居乐业，年轻人可以追逐梦想。第二点，与各国签署自贸协议，用意是什么？我们通过谈判，向伙伴国家争取关税豁免，促进我们的出口。这对我们的中小型企业特别重要，因为新加坡的市场真的是太小了。自贸协定可以让我们的小企业打入国际市场，大展拳脚。我国与世界各地签署了26项自贸协定，亚细安、中国、美国、欧盟、日本、韩国、印度、澳大利亚、新西兰等等，都是我们的主要市场，也是我们的自贸伙伴。自贸协定呢，也帮助我们招商引资。经济发展局经常说，当他们说服跨国公司在新加坡投资的时候，推销的一个很强的一点就是我们的自贸协定网络，我们的26个协定。当投资商来到新加坡，我们的自贸协定能帮他们进军世界各大主要市场。此外，在自贸协定的规定下，新加坡政府也有义务给他们的投资一定的保护。第三点，那为什么前进党的说法不正确呢？因为他们歪曲了这个自贸协定的用意，歪曲了新加坡谈判团队的用心，冤枉了我们。他们说 CECA 让印度127个专业类别的人士可以自由入境，在新加坡生活和工作。这种说法其实是荒谬的。127个专业类别是协议里列出来的一个清单，好让相关人士参考。意思是说，你可以申请到新加坡工作，并不是说你一定会被批准，这两回事啊。最终，申请者还是必须先符合申请工作准证的先决条件，才能获得就业准证来新加坡工作。在我们所有的自贸协定里，我们的移民和外籍人才政策保持不变。谁能够入境新加坡，谁能得到工作准证，谁能成为永久居民，谁能成为公民，都由我们全权决定。第四，那我们新加坡专业人士的压力来自哪里？简单说，来自全球化的竞争，全球化的经济。我们一方面必须开放市场，为国人打造机遇；另一方面，处理它所带来的所有的竞争， 所谓我们打开了窗，阳光、苍蝇都进来了。但外来竞争并不完全是零和游戏。若我们减少引进一些外国专才，不等于国人必然就会有更多的工作机会。相反的，本地和外来的专才能够相辅相成，一起吸引更多外来的投资，制造更多好的就业机会。所以，作为一个依赖全球经济的小国，我们面临以下的简单选择 ：A. 很多竞争，很多工作，还是 B. 很少竞争，很少工作。两个极端我们都不要。我们要找的是一个平衡点，不能够矫枉过正，要确保国人继续有足够的好的工作，一些竞争是难免的。如果有人跟你敲锣打鼓，他说给你一个没竞争多工作的经济模式，这个人肯定是吹牛、膏药乱卖。我们面临的另一个挑战是，我国正在全力发展数码和信息科技。这个世界里，数码专才，中国、印度最多。中国专才都倾向于留在当地工作，因为他们的独角兽多嘛。印度专才则往外跑，到外地寻求发展。因此，对新加坡相对来说，印度籍的数码科技专业人士变成比较多了，这是我们必须正视的现象。政府部门正在同业界人士探讨是否能够采取离岸外包的做法，让我们只留下较高端的工作，以减少外来人的数目。不过，我们要谨慎的处理，确保不会流失整个重要的外地投资。我们应该继续探讨如何解决问题，保障新加坡人的就业机会，使新加坡人在公平竞争的环境下脱颖而出。但是，请不要随意听取不确实的言论，排斥自由贸易协会、自由贸易协定和 CECA， 以免动摇新加坡开放经济的根基。我们注意到，世界上很多国家都面对了排外主义的问题。我们不能够让他们在新加坡生根。我们应该设法消除人民的忧虑，解决人民的问题。政府有决心这么做，但我们需要新加坡人的配合，同心协力，一起守护国家繁荣的基础。Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll switch back to English to finish my speech. As I explained earlier, our FTA strategy has benefited Singaporeans and Singapore, so it is disappointing that FTAs are now a target of political attacks. But perhaps I should not be surprised, as this has happened in many countries. Such debate goes beyond FTAs. The question of global versus local has emerged as the new dominant political divide in democracies around the world. In the US, labor unions and various industry lobbies are against free trade. The Trump administration pulled out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership within a week of taking office, even though US was the architect of the TPP agreement. In the UK, Brexit was the culmination of a bitter political contest between those who want to be part of the European Union and those who wanted out. In France, the next presidential election is likely to be a face-off between the incumbent, President Macron, and the far-right nationalist candidate. These political divides arose because of globalization. While globalization presents opportunities and creates jobs, it also brings about greater competition, displacement of industries and jobs, inflow of immigrants, beg your pardon. These consequences go beyond the economic sphere and often strike at the heart of a nation and a community's sense of identity and security. And this is the most unsettling change, causing people to become unsure if they are on the whole better with globalization. And such concerns are genuine and deserve serious and proper attention. We are a small country, and an unrestricted flow of workers from a large country can change the lived experience of Singaporeans, alter the character of our society, and even overwhelm us. But we need to be careful that these valid concerns are not exploited by political groups and, intentionally or not, end up sowing division, stoking fear, fanning hatred. As representatives of the people, we all have a responsibility to realize that our words and deeds can shape public opinion and the direction of our political discourse. That is why when Mr. Leong said in this House some months ago that the naturalized Singaporean CEO of DBS was not homegrown and deemed this a failure, Minister Iswaran responded with a word of caution. And I agree with Minister Iswaran and feel that members of the House should be very careful about what we say on such matters if we are not to give credence to a very negative, even ugly, minority view. And that is also why we appreciated the leader of the opposition standing up to say that when it comes to racism and xenophobia, we all have to reject them and there can be no ifs and buts about it. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I conclude, let me remind members that the House has invoked Standing Order 44 so that the members from the PSP can give a full response after Dr. Tan See Leng's speech. But even if Mr. Leong Man Wai and Ms. Hazel Phua choose not to, I will be happy to clarify questions from members. The PAP always fight for the welfare of Singaporeans. We have done so for more than 60 years now, kept our country safe, brought jobs to Singaporeans, built up our infrastructure, and taken care of the welfare of all. As a city-state connected to the world, we want to welcome diverse talents from all over the world. And when they are here, we invite them to fit into our society, respect our social habits and norms, appreciate our multicultural society. Join us at our hawker centers. Try some durians, try some sambal belacan, speak a few phrases of Singlish. And when Singaporeans we go overseas to live and work, and about 200,000 of us do, we expect the same of ourselves and hope that we also receive hospitable welcomes from our foreign hosts too. I decided to make this statement today so that we can approach the debate on the PSP's subsequent motion with the right perspective and motivation. The House should continue to debate robustly the pros and cons of various policies to help Singapore navigate this balance between global and local. But we must not inadvertently shake the bedrock that has enabled Singapore to succeed. We cannot survive, we cannot earn a living without being connected to the world, without being welcoming to the world, without the House unanimously supporting our FTA strategy. And we must always be a big-hearted people, even while we grapple with the significant challenges of globalization to forge the best path forward for Singapore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister for Manpower will be making a related ministerial statement. Members will be able to seek clarifications on both statements during the debate after this statement. Minister for Manpower.
Mr. Speaker, in his statement, Mr. Ong has explained why FTAs are critical to Singapore, as well as how they've helped us reap significant benefits for our fellow Singaporeans. The same goes for our openness to foreign workers. we take the same approach when we decide on foreign workers coming to work in Singapore. How does it help Singaporeans? At the start of the 1970s, our GDP was $20 billion. Now, the economy has grown to $454 billion. Foreign workers account for around 1/3 of our workforce. There are more than 2.3 million locals who are employed, and our resident unemployment rate is 4.1%, half of what it was in 1970. We need to understand the real challenges we are facing today in order to have a constructive debate on the way forward. And that is why we're having these two ministerial statements. I will explain with data, with details as to exactly how our foreign workforce policies are implemented in order to benefit our fellow Singaporeans. And I will also give our perspective on the real challenges that we face today and the real solutions that is demanded. Associate Professor James Lim and Mr. Leong asked for the number of intra-corporate transferees, or ICTs for short, professionals and dependents that come in through CECA. Now let me reiterate a point that Minister Ong has made, and that is none of our FTAs, including CECA, gives intra-corporate transferees, or ICTs, unfettered access to our labour market. So please remember that. They all have to meet Ministry of Manpower's prevailing work pass criteria. Under the ICT route, the employer does not have to advertise on mycareersfuture.sg, but the ICTs themselves are subject to additional checks on their seniority, on their employment history, as well as their work and industry experience. They are also subject to more conditions in their eligibility to bring in dependents, whether they want to apply for permanent residency or future employment in Singapore. And if they have brought in dependents, the dependents do not have the automatic right to work here. They can only do so if they qualify for a work pass on their own merits. This is a very fundamental point, and I hope that everyone will remember this. So thus, and as mentioned by Minister Ong, the total number of ICTs has consistently been very small. In 2020, last year, there were only about 4,200 ICTs. Of these, about 500 were from India. That is 500 out of 177,000 EP holders in Singapore. As for the number of professional visas issued, I'm afraid to disappoint Mr. Leong. There is no such category within MOM. As Minister Ong explained, all 127 categories of professionals under CECA currently come in under our regular work pass framework. Now, the PSP has made Indian nationals coming in through CECA a focus of contention, but I'm afraid they have been barking up the wrong tree. The number of ICTs coming in under our FTAs, and in particular CECA, is a very, very small number relative to the total number of EPs. So I suggest we set aside this red herring and move on, more importantly, to the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is this: how do we, as a small country, devoid of any natural resources, remain open to global talent, for us to continue to create opportunities for our fellow country Singaporeans, while at the same time managing the attendant social repercussions? Singaporeans are pragmatic. They understand we need to remain open to global talent. However, they also face real challenges. In particular, they're worried about three things. First, that the growth in EP holders has come at the expense of our local PMEs. Second, that some workplaces have become more concentrated with a single nationality. Third, that there may be discrimination against local job seekers and employees. I've come from the private sector, and I understand and I empathize with these fears, these concerns, and these anxieties. I would like to address each of them in turn, because I want to lay out the facts and also share our approach in dealing with each one of them. Now, I'm not suggesting that all of our approaches are perfect. And obviously, we are always a work in progress. But we will continue to refine them in the light of our experiences, always with a focused view to having a system that will and that can deliver good jobs, good livelihoods, and a thriving economy for Singaporeans, not just for our generation, but for our future generations. And I hope this will enable us to arrive at a better understanding of the choices and the trade-offs that we constantly have to make. First, on the increased competition from foreign PMEs. In Singapore, today, we have one of the best local talent pools in the world. But it is insufficient to meet the breadth, the depth, the needs of the investments that generate the quality and the range of jobs that we have today. So when we bring in new investments, we will sometimes need to attract foreign expertise, foreign talent, while we build up our local capabilities. Ms. Hazel Phua, Associate Professor James Lim, and Mr. Satyandi Supat asked for the breakdown of local and of foreign workforce numbers by sector. Given the issue at hand, let me focus on EPs. As of 2020, we have around 177,000 EPs, or employment pass holders, in our overall workforce. Manufacturing and construction account for about 1/10. The rest are in the services sector. And if you look at the top 3 subsectors downwards, Infocom and professional services, collectively, these 2 sectors account for around 1/5 each, while finance accounts for another 1/7. If you look at the change from 2005, I think that was around the time where CECA was signed, to 2020, the total number of EPs has increased by around 112,000. This was also mentioned in Min Ong's speech earlier on. Over this same period, the number of total PMEs, the number of local PMEs increased significantly by more than 380,000. Now, there have been questions asked, both inside and outside of this House, whether most of the growth in local PME jobs was accounted for by Singapore citizens. If you look at our unemployment statistics, we provide the figure for Singapore citizens. The citizen unemployment rate over the past 10 years has been consistently low at around 3%. Hence, the answer must be a yes. Now, for those of you who have asked how much of this local PME job growth has gone to born and bred Singaporeans, notwithstanding the divisive intent of this kind of questioning, let me state simply that the majority of this growth over the past decade went to Singaporeans born in Singapore. And as we have also shared in response to a written parliamentary question yesterday, 87% of Singapore citizens were born here. So much attention has been placed on the finance and the Infocom sectors, which alone accounted for 40% of the increase in EP holders. Now, this is significant. But what is even more significant is that these 2 sectors saw even stronger job creation for local PMEs. In Infocom, the number of EPs increased by around 25,000. The number of jobs created in this sector alone for local PMEs was greater at 35,000. In finance, the number of EPs increased by around 20,000, but the number of jobs created for local PMEs was even greater at around 85,000. This is more than 4 times. Now, we focus on these two sectors because they bring good quality jobs. And Singapore, our beloved Singapore, can carve out an advantage and value add significantly in these areas. And as a result, there has been significant job creation. Now, as we attract foreign banks, Infocom companies to create jobs here, they will inevitably need foreign workers to complement the Singaporean workforce. I want to deal with a fundamental misconception, which lies at the heart of some of the things being misconstrued. When a company decides to come into Singapore to invest, and they need about 3,000 people, they may be able to find about 2,500 of these talents in Singapore, but they still need to supplement that 2,500 with the other additional 500 from overseas. Now, if we object and we insisted that the balance of that 500 must all come from Singapore, irrespective, then how do we expect that investment to take off? How do you expect that investment to come in? These 2,500 jobs for the locals would be compromised greatly. So the simple point is that while we have a good Singaporean talent pool, our pool is not large enough to fulfill all of the needs, the breadth and the depth of these enterprises. And very often, foreigners also bring in skills which complement Singaporeans' skill sets as well. So the misconception is that if we said no to the foreigners coming in, and the misconception people think is that these jobs they would have taken would therefore all go to Singaporeans. How can this be possible? I mean, this is a misconception. How do I know that this is a misconception? Because today, even as we speak, we still have 22,000 PME jobs that are not filled. Companies are desperate to fill these jobs. They would love to take in Singaporeans if they could, because Singaporeans are more productive. But these jobs up to now are still not filled. Perhaps Mr. Leong would like to think deeply about that and deliberate and offer us some advice. Now, Mr. Leong also suggests that doing away with foreigners will reduce the displacement of our older PMEs. I wish that was so. But private sector and the real economy do not operate this way. There will always be displacement of PMEs, whether older or younger, in any economy. Why? Because the business world is never static. Industries change, companies downsize, they expand, they relocate, they pivot, they transform. Now, even if, regardless of whether you have foreigners or not, that would not change because this is the function of the business world. What matters most for us is whether we are able to find jobs for these displaced PMEs. And to do this, we need an ecosystem where there is also new companies willing to come and start up in Singapore, new investments, new foreign direct investments coming in, and expanding multinational corporations. So far, I think we have done credibly in this regard. New jobs created have far exceeded the jobs that have been lost, and our employment rate has been kept low. And the re-entry rates for displaced PMEs are high. That said, it is not always easy or possible to find every single displaced PME an equivalent job in the same industry, especially if there's a skills mismatch. An IT sales manager who loses his job may not find a job as a cybersecurity expert, but we do our best to help them find jobs in other growth sectors. If we tell companies which want to invest in Singapore that they can only employ Singaporeans, or first, employ Singaporeans who have been displaced regardless of skills, I think the answer will be quite stark. They, I think, would opt not to come into Singapore to invest. All companies will want to hire Singaporeans, but companies will also need to have that flexibility to hire the best available talent from around the world to complement our Singaporean workforce. Now, I understand what displaced Singaporeans are going through. Rest assured, we are doing our best to help you and your families. But it is important that we go into the root cause of the problem, we are able to tackle it, and we are able to diagnose the situation accurately and not provide treatment to just treat and relieve the symptoms. Because only when we can identify the right solution, we are able to prescribe, we are able to provide the precise and the appropriate treatment. The fundamental question now is, how do we strike a balance between ensuring that businesses have access to skill sets, to manpower to grow and succeed, whilst creating opportunities for our local workers to grow and to progress? Our strategy to achieve this has always been two-pronged, ensuring that our workers can compete fairly and can compete strongly. So the first is to ensure that our local workers can compete fairly. We do this through our work pass controls. Our view, our prevalent view, is that foreign manpower should not come to Singapore just because they are cheaper to hire than locals. They should complement but not displace our local workforce. They should bring in extra skills to help the companies and at the same time create more Singaporean jobs. In line with these objectives, at the work permit and the S-Pass level, we have quotas and we have levies in place to regulate foreign worker numbers. We have been progressively tightening quotas. We have been progressively raising levies to reduce manpower reliance, spur job redesign, push for quality growth. Over the past decade, we have consistently and steadfastly held our course in spite of numerous calls from businesses to relax our rules. We commit to productivity-led growth because we believe many of these jobs have the potential to be transformed into good jobs that provide higher real wages and rewarding careers for Singaporeans. For EPs, we do not impose quotas or levies because there is fierce competition for global talent and worldwide shortages in areas such as tech and digital skills. A quota would be a hard cap that would limit our ability to compete at the high end of the global economy, while for a levy to have any impact or any effect at all on EP numbers, it would have to be set very high and would substantially increase business costs. Instead, what we have done is that we have focused on setting and raising the quality bar for EP holders through requirements on salary and qualifications to make sure that the EPs who come in are at the right level and they bring the right skill sets, the necessary expertise and experience to contribute significantly to our economy. Last year, we raised the EP minimum qualifying criteria, last year we raised the EP minimum qualifying salary in 2 steps, from $3,600 to $3,900, and then we raised it again to $4,500. The salary requirement increases with age. It's also on a graduated scale, which reflects the candidate's experience, his length of time in the workforce, in order to provide sufficient protection for our mature workers. We also introduced a higher bar of $5,000 for applicants in the finance sector to take into account the higher wage norms in that sector. We will continue to review, we will continue to revise these thresholds regularly to ensure that they remain appropriate and they remain in tandem as our economy develops, as our skills, as our income levels go up. Mr. Leong has also previously raised in this House his concern that foreign EPs are cheaper to hire than locals, simply because their employers do not make CPF contributions. I think he fundamentally misunderstands the purpose of our CPF. CPF is set aside for our retirement needs. It can also be used for housing. As foreign PMEs who are not working in Singapore on a permanent basis, I don't think we should be responsible for their retirement adequacy or home ownership needs. Hence, I don't think it makes sense for us to extend our CPF benefits and coverage to them. Fundamentally, our CPF system is designed to benefit our resident workers, not to help attract or deter foreigners. Instead, when reviewing qualifying salary to maintain a level playing field, we take into account CPF contributions as part of the cost to employers. So that is packaging into the cost to employers. Now, Mr. Leong did not suggest that employers should pay foreigners CPF too. I think he realizes this. Instead, he says he wants to impose a $1,200 levy on EP holders. But as I've just explained, a levy is not the most effective or the right way to manage the population of foreign PMEs. I think that it would be better served, better managed by appropriately setting the right salary level for entry into Singapore. Ms. Hazel Phua has also asked for numbers on dependents in Singapore. Now, this is relevant insofar as they are competing with locals for jobs. As shared previously, the vast majority of dependent pass holders do not work during their stay in Singapore. The number of dependent pass holders who have sought employment in Singapore via a letter of consent. So they need, for dependent pass holders, up to May, if they want to work, they need to get a letter of consent, LOC. This number constitutes only about 1% of all work pass holders. In fact, if members would remember, we have already regularized the work arrangements of DP holders in May this year. And in May this year, DP holders who wish to work in Singapore can no longer obtain the letter of consent. Instead, they will have to qualify for a relevant work pass on their own merit. So they go through the normal routes. Now, there will always be calls from workers to tighten our foreign workforce policies further. Just as there will always be calls from businesses to relax them. And I can tell you that in my past life, I was also guilty of that. I've also lobbied to relax, work passes. I mean, that was a function of a listed company. So it is a constant tightrope that the Ministry of Manpower and the Ministry of Trade and Industry have to constantly navigate very delicately amidst highly competitive global markets for both investments and talent. There are limits, ladies and gentlemen, there are limits as to how far we can tighten our controls without eventually hurting Singaporeans. With remote working becoming more prevalent, companies increasingly do not need to site their manpower in Singapore. In fact, we may find more businesses simply choosing to move entire business functions offshore if it becomes too difficult, onerous, or expensive to operate here. Singaporeans will end up with a shorter end of the stick as well by losing some jobs too. And this is precisely why the second prong of our approach, that of ensuring that our Singaporeans can compete strongly, is just as important. In an open and globalized labor market like ours, competition is intense and stiff. There will be some of our fellow Singaporeans who are displaced from their jobs, and we need to help them find replacement jobs. This happens not just because of competition from foreign workers, but because of other factors like technological change and industries phasing out. And this is why the government invests so heavily in retraining, in skills development, so that displaced workers can gain new skills and reinvent themselves, either by doing a different job in the same industry or transiting to another industry altogether. In fact, some industries, as they get sunsetted, we have to help workers to pivot and transform even faster. And really, that is the subject of the 23 industry transformation maps that have been set up over the last couple of years. As Mr. Lim Swee Say used to say, in Singapore, we are unable to guarantee your employment, but rest assured, we will work very, very, very hard to ensure your employability. Upgrading skills and staying relevant is ultimately our workers' best form of protection. We do this through our system of education, through training, and that goes beyond formal schooling. We do this via Skills Future. We also help displaced Singaporeans through job facilitation and support. COVID-19 has been an especially difficult time for many Singaporeans, and therefore we have stepped up support. As announced at budget this year, we have extended the SG United Jobs and Skills Package, the SGUJS. Ministry of Finance has set aside an additional $5.4 billion to support the hiring of 200,000 locals through the Jobs Growth Incentive, JGI, and provided 35,000 traineeships, attachment, and training opportunities just this year alone. These programs are in addition to long-standing programs such as Workforce Singapore's, WSG's career conversion programs. And to make our career matching services even more accessible to locals, WSG has set up in 24 HDB towns this SGU JSCs, that means the SG United Jobs and Skills Centres in all 24 HDB towns. The retrenchment task force, led by WSG and supported by NTUC's E2I, reached out to nearly all retrenched workers in 2020. And of those who took up the task force employment facilitation assistance, you'd be happy to note that more than 2/3 of them have found jobs within 6 months. Ms. Mariam Jaafar asked about the effectiveness of the different capability development schemes in building a local talent pipeline. As of end April 2021, more than 110,000 locals have been placed into jobs and skills opportunities as a result of the SGUJS package. Within the first 3 months of implementation, the Jobs Growth Incentive supported 27,000 employers who hired 130,000 new locals. With the support of employers and the unions, the policies that we have put up have preserved jobs for Singaporeans amidst the crisis of our generation. The numbers speak for themselves. Total employment in 2020, excluding migrant domestic workers, shrank by 166,600. Foreign employment took the most hit, shrinking by 181,500. Resident employment, on the other hand, managed to expand by 14,900 in spite of the downturn. We are not quite out of the woods yet, and there is more work to be done. But, ladies and gentlemen, let us also build on what we have collectively achieved so far. The second part on safeguarding diversity. I want to talk about nationality concentration amongst foreign PMEs. Mr. Leong and Ms. Phua have asked for the nationality profile of our work pass holders and their dependents from China, from India, from the US, and from Australia. Ms. Phua has asked for even more granular data on the sector and jobs commonly held by these same nationalities. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, for foreign policy reasons, we do not publish detailed statistics on our foreign workforce, especially by nationality. And I'm not aware of any country that reports at that level of granularity requested. But nevertheless, we recognize that if misconceptions continue to spread in spite of all of our attempts to address them in many other ways, even more damage will be done. So I will share some numbers to address the misconceptions and allow for meaningful engagement on the issue at hand. The top nationalities that comprise around 2/3 of our EP holders has been consistent since 2005, namely China, India, Japan, Malaysia, Philippines, and the UK. I believe the interest is really in Indian EP holders. The proportion of EP holders from India has increased from about 1/7 in 2005 to about a quarter in 2020. In comparison, the proportion of EP holders from China has remained relatively stable across this same time period. Now, is this the result of more favorable treatment for Indian EP holders due to CECA? The answer is no. As I've shared earlier, all work pass holders in Singapore have to meet the same criteria before they are allowed to enter our labour market. There is no differentiation based on nationality. Rather, these numbers reflect trends in the global demand and supply of tech talent. The larger increase in Indian EP holders compared to other nationalities is driven by a result of rapid growth and choices of growing our digital economy and finance. As every sector seeks to be digitally enabled, their need for tech talent has grown significantly. We don't have enough locals to fill the jobs available. In the Infocom sector alone today, 6,000 jobs currently remain unfilled. Companies can decide which overseas countries they want to bring in their manpower from, based on their needs and the availability of the required talent. China and India, over the last decade or so, are two of the largest suppliers of tech talent. But you would have read, China has sprouted so many unicorns. And they have, the PRC companies themselves have a huge demand of their own. So many Chinese talent decide to stay in China to work. And I can tell you that this is the numbers that we're seeing across the construction industry amongst the migrant workers as well. I think prior to my coming on board as Manpower Minister, I think many members here would know that I deal with the DOMs most of the time. So I can share with you the same statistics. Now, India's talent, on the other hand, they've continued to look outwards. They've also the advantage of being English speaking. Now, this phenomenon is not unique to Singapore. It is global. India is the largest country of origin for international migrants. This is in the 2021 January UN DESA report. In 2020 alone, it accounted for 18 million international migrants, up by 10 million from 2000. India has grown to become the second largest source of immigrants in the US, the third largest in the UK, and these two countries are also heavily invested in developing the technological capabilities. Now, our companies, our industries, our enterprises, they are both creators, as well as they are creators of technology, but they are also adopters of the talent that is needed to create these technologies. Given our relative shortage of manpower, even if the workers don't come from India, they will come from somewhere else. Now, I hope that Mr. Leong is not objecting to Indians per se. The point I think we should ask ourselves is this: are they helping our companies? Are they helping our enterprises? Are they helping us to grow our economy and create better Singaporean jobs? The answer is yes. It is not surprising, however, that this increasing concentration has caused some social frictions and anxiety to Singaporeans. In some ways, this is understandable. And to some, we may even say that it's expected because these EP holders are transient. They work in Singapore for a number of years, and they contribute to our economic growth. Apart from some EP holders who settle down and become PRs or Singapore citizens, most EP holders work here for a few years, and they either return home or they move on elsewhere. So it is to be expected that they are different, and we do feel that they are different. And this is the challenge of living in our multicultural society and a globalized world, as Minister Lawrence Wong spoke about recently. This is something that we will have to proactively, and we have been constantly monitoring and managing. Indeed, when a single nationality becomes too prominent, and that can have a disproportionate impact on our existing culture, our beliefs, it can cause our fellow Singaporeans, ourselves included, to feel less at home in our workplaces and in our neighborhoods. In the early 2000s, we experienced a similar situation when the share of PRCs in our foreign workforce increased significantly before tapering as China's growth took off. Both then and now, the larger numbers did not go unnoticed, and they created frictions within our communities. We understand these concerns, which is why we review and we update our work pass policies regularly. We always seek to balance the needs of our economy with the needs of our society. We have to bring in the talent and the skills to keep our economy growing, while tracking that the number of foreigners in our midst stays at a level that we are able to cope with and manage the social frictions that will arise from time to time. Now, this is a series of trade-offs. It is not going to be a once-off adjustment. It will be a constant balance that we have to continuously monitor and get right. Today, the government does monitor the concentration of nationalities at the firm level. Mr. Leong asked whether the threshold percentage of a company's workforce from a single nationality is a criterion for the Fair Consideration Framework, or FCF, watch list. The answer is yes. In shortlisting firms, Manpower Ministry looks at whether they have a high concentration of foreigners from a single nationality source, in addition to a high source of foreign PMETs relative to their industry peers. However, being flagged in the FCF watch list is not evidence that the firm has committed any wrongdoing. Potentially, it could be a sign that some unfair hiring may be occurring. The purpose of this watch list is to have the Tripartite Alliance for Fair and Progressive Employment Practices, or TAFEP, actively engage these companies to review and improve, where needed, their hiring practices and their human resource capabilities. The majority of the firms are cooperative. They respond positively and they exit the watch list. Now, for the small minority that are unresponsive, they can have their work pass privileges curtailed, or they can be suspended for a specific time period, and this is not a small penalty. Today, this is an effective process, albeit intense, resource intensive. We currently have about 400 firms placed on the FCF watch list. Now, there are limitations in terms of the reach and the number of firms that we can put through this process. We will be looking to complement, to strengthen the FCF watch list with a more scalable approach. As mentioned in MUM's Committee of Supply speech this year, we are also exploring further refinements to our EP framework. Today, we rely primarily on salary as a gatekeeper to select complementary talent, because this is easy to understand and administer. But we are also exploring further refinements, further additional refinements to achieve our objectives of a strong Singaporean core, complemented by a diverse foreign workforce. I hope to share more details in due course. Last but not least, I want to deal with discrimination. We know not all employers play by the rules. We have zero tolerance towards discriminatory hiring practices. All employers are expected to comply with the requirements of the FCF and not discriminate on characteristics that are not related to the job. When it comes to hiring foreign PMEs, employers must first advertise on mycareersfuture.sg and consider all candidates in the local workplace fairly before submitting a work pass application. TAFEP investigates potential cases of pre-selection based on proactive surveillance. We use data analytics and AI as well to find out. So we actually sort of study the data quite aggressively. So we also receive complaints from the public and we act on them as well. Since its introduction in 2014, the Ministry of Manpower has been progressively enhancing this framework. In January 2020, we stiffened penalties further for discrimination cases so that errant employers can have their work pass privileges suspended for at least 12 months and sometimes up to 24 months. Last year, we extended the FCF job advertisement requirements to cover S-passes as well as EPs. And we doubled the minimum advertisement period from 14 days to 28 days to give local job seekers more time to respond to job openings. Mr. Leong Ying-hua has asked about the results of our efforts. Over the past 3 years, TAFEP has handled an average of 170 nationality discrimination cases arising from complaints annually. The top 3 sectors making up about half of the complaints are the wholesale and retail trade, administrative and support services, and other service activities. These cases are investigated by TAFEP, and where warranted, they are referred to MOM for enforcement. Going forward, we will do more to clamp down on egregious employers with discriminatory employment practices. Several MPs like Mr. Louis Ng, Mr. Patrick Tay, and Mr. Vikram Nair had earlier suggested strengthening our levers to give more bite to our tripartite guidelines on fair employment practices. We take these suggestions seriously, and we have been studying various options. Ladies and gentlemen, on a fundamental level, the government's goal has always been to create a better life and a future for Singaporeans. We do that through growing the economy, through enlarging the pie so that more locals can enjoy better jobs and a higher standard of living. We do that by tirelessly building up the Singaporean core through a world-class education system, through continuous upskilling and reskilling. And we do that through working closely with all stakeholders involved to stamp out discriminatory employment practices and ensure a fair playing field to protect our Singaporean workers. There are careful balances and trade-offs to be made all the time. The government is intent on keeping this balance right to achieve the goal of creating win-win outcomes for all. MUM will always be both pro-worker and pro-business, and this is necessarily a joint effort. The power and the responsibility to make this happen does not lie with the government alone. Businesses must be fair and progressive employers. They must win the confidence and the trust of their employees and the wider public by investing in a strong Singaporean core, even as they complement it with a diverse foreign workforce. Workers, too, must adopt a growth mindset and continuously develop their skills. This is the spirit of our pioneers, who are resilient in the face of challenges and daring in new opportunities. Unions and trade associations and chambers, or TACs, must continue to serve as multipliers of these positive changes. They help to build the bridge between government and businesses and workers, and they have spearheaded important initiatives to help our businesses and workers transform and upskill. And I hope members of all parties take their responsibility. They must take their responsibility as representatives of the people seriously and work towards constructive solutions and avoid exploiting divisive fault lines. The tripartite partnership between unions, employers, and the government is the real reason why we have managed to succeed over the years. We are at a critical inflection point in our economic development. The pandemic has caused significant economic damage the world over. We face many challenges in the post-pandemic era, but there are also abundant opportunities if we play our cards right. We've distinguished ourselves internationally with how we manage COVID, and we have enhanced our trust premium. Many businesses are now looking seriously at investing more in Singapore, which will create good jobs, but only if they can get enough workers, foreign workers as well, to supplement our local workforce. If we can bring them in, we can continue to grow our economy for another 5 to 10 years. But if we lose this opportunity, we will not only take longer to recover, the impact will be borne by our older workers and also by our youths who will graduate into the workforce over the next few years. This is a golden opportunity for Singapore to pull ahead. But if we turn protectionist and we make it difficult for companies to hire talent from around the world, then we will lose this opportunity. A business hub means being cosmopolitan, having people from around the world doing business with the whole world and creating more opportunities for Singaporeans. It will bring in competition, but if the competition is not here, it will be outside. The competition will be in helping other companies in other countries to beat ours here and displace our workers. Let us work together to continue improving Singaporeans' lives and building a better future for all. Mr. Speaker, sir, can I just take a couple more minutes in Mandarin, please? 建国以来，新加坡经济政策的基石一直以国人作为中心。我们致力为国人创造良好的就业机会，从而提升大家的生活。新加坡开放的经济体促进了几十年来的蓬勃发展。我们不仅吸引了不少跨国大型企业来到本地投资。 在我国设立区域总公司，我们也更帮助了许许多多的本地企业把握发展契机，开拓海外市场。外国企业，特别是专项或新兴领域的公司，难免需要引进当地的专才来补充新加坡员工可能还没发展或暂时缺乏的技能，但 这些外界专业人士所带来的专项技能，在公司起步和发展的过程中，都可以转移给新加坡员工。假以时日，新加坡员工就能够掌握新的技能，提高他们的竞争力，步步高升。这些外界专业人士给我们国人在求职就业上造成了一定的压力。 这是我能够理解的。一些国人或许在应征工作的时候，感到竞争比过去更加激烈，又或者是认为自己受到不平等的待遇。也有一些国人可能担心，我们新加坡的社会结构会不会出现了变化。我很明白国人的担忧，就此，政府在推动经济 持续发展的时候，我们一定会继续保障我们国人的生计，这是我们铁定的承诺。对此，我们推行的政策从两大方面会着手。首先，我们会确保国人继续掌握好的工作机会。在过去几年，我们逐步收紧了外界员工的配额，特别是在 S 准证方面。 去年，我们还2度调高了就业准证的薪金门槛，以确保企业引进的是外界专才。与此同时，我们也大力投资于国人，确保他们在国际职场上保持竞争的优势，能够闯出一片天。其次，保障新加坡人在职场上受到公平对待。 我们更新了公平考量框架，加重对违劣雇主的惩罚。人力部也正在探讨如何进一步的改善 我们就业准证的框架。所谓人生可比是海上的波浪，有时起，有时落，好运、坏运总是要照着功来行。Somehow it sounds different when I speak in Mandarin. You know, you're supposed to sing it in Hokkien. You know, 多年来 I think even Mr. Pritam Singh knows that it's a Hokkien song. 多年来，新加坡人经历了不少风风雨雨，遇到任何挑战都从不低头。毕竟 ，I cannot resist it。毕竟爱拼才会赢。面临这场疫情的危机，国人秉持先辈无私奉献、能屈能伸的新加坡精神，这表明了新加坡人是能够刻苦耐劳。但是我们在乎的是要得到公平的待遇的对待，这得要靠多方面的努力和配合。公司企业要继续创新，要继续转型，打造能够吸引更加多新加坡人的工作。国人应不断地提升他们自己的技能，对工作机遇保持开放的心态。政府会给予各方面的援助，帮助国人渡过难关，维持一个公平而公正的社会。我们这一年来都在努力面对抗疫情所带来的种种挑战。这时候，我希望大家我们更加要团结一致，发扬我们新加坡精神。政府会与国人同甘共苦，同舟共济，愈强走出困境，创造一个美好的未来。谢谢大家。
Mr. Ong.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order number 44, I beg to move that the two ministerial statements made by me and Minister for Manpower on free trade agreements and foreign manpower be considered by Parliament.
Question is that the two ministerial statements made by Minister for Health and Minister for Manpower on free trade agreements and foreign manpower be considered by Parliament. Proceed with the debate. Clarifications, speeches. Mr. Patrick Day.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank both ministers for their statements and wish to provide my comments, clarifications and suggestions on this sensitive and important topic which concerns Singaporean workers, especially our professionals, managers and executives. I co-chair the NTUC SNEF PME task force set up by NTUC last year to look into the concerns of PMEs and to flesh out a set of recommendations later this year in relation to employment and employability of PMEs in Singapore. In the past 6 months, we have surveyed and engaged through more than 15 focus group sessions about 8,000 professionals, managers, and executives to better understand their concerns, fears, and anxiety, and ideate proposals to overcome them. We have heard ground sentiments on a plethora of issues, challenges faced by Singaporean PMEs. On the top of their mind is job security amidst this COVID-19 pandemic. One concern, amongst others, which will surface is the intense competition from the influx of foreign manpower and anecdotes of unfair employment practices by employers who favor hiring foreigners and discriminate against our locals. Some PMEs share with us their personal experiences of foreign hiring managers bringing in co-workers of the same nationality, while others have shared about disguised discriminatory practices at work, where they felt ostracized when their foreign colleagues who form majority of the team communicate in their native language at work and through the unfair allocation of off-days given to their foreign colleagues during public holidays by their supervisors of the same nationality. While it is clear only a minority engages in such unacceptable practices, the concerns are legitimate and we should not ignore it. PMEs I spoke to acknowledged the need for FTAs and foreign manpower in this age of globalization, global competition, and economic survival and success. But we must recognize the need to support our local workforce's aspirations and to address their concerns and anxieties. One Singaporean PME, who is an Asia-Pacific sales director, as well as many other PMEs in those sectors with a higher proportion of foreign PMEs, such as the financial, ICT, and professional services sectors, shared with me that we should not allow the import of non-specialized and non-highly skilled foreign manpower to compete against Singaporeans for well-paying jobs which many Singaporeans can do. I think this principle of complementarity and not direct competition is an important concept which we need to continue to embrace and strengthen. In other words, we need to strike a balance between being open and having a level playing field for our locals with fair opportunities and fair treatment. This balance is not easy to achieve, and it's going to be an evolving process. Together with fellow Labour and PAP MPs, I've been speaking and lobbying on this important area in and outside of this House the past decade to ensure fairness, equity, and levelling the playing field, especially for our Singaporean PMEs. Since 2011, I've been pushing for a stronger enforcement against employers who discriminate against or unfairly treat Singaporean PMEs, a foreign PME dependency ratio, labour market testing, which subsequently came in the form of the Fair Consideration Framework, the National Jobs Bank, as well as many other policy measures from employment pass qualifying salaries to regular tightening of the FCF and the prosecution of companies who are recalcitrant. We even set up the Employment Claims Tribunal, the Tripartite Alliance for Fair Employment Practices, as well as the Tripartite Alliance for Disputes Management, and issued many tripartite advisories, standards, guidelines to strengthen the Singaporean core. I'm heartened that in these past 10 years of lobbying and advocating for a stronger Singaporean core, many of these measures have been put in place, as shared by Minister Tan See Leng earlier, with support of our tripartite partners and other economic agencies such as MAS and EDB to better support and protect our Singaporean workforce and provide them with a fair and level playing field in the job market. In fact, less than a year ago, in the midst of the pandemic and worsening of the economy, the labour movement lobbied and the tripartite partners reacted and updated the tripartite advisory on managing excess manpower and responsible retrenchment with key principles on fair retrenchment, which provides added safeguards to preserve our Singaporean core in our companies when they carry out retrenchment exercises. That said, more needs to be done to strengthen the Singaporean core, further develop our local workforce's capabilities, and protect our locals from being unfairly discriminated. It is important to recognize the role that foreign manpower plays, which is to complement and enhance the capabilities of the local workforce and not to replace or displace it. In this vein, I would like to put forth some proposals to Minister that aims to address fairness and localization of PME jobs. First, we can enhance fair hiring practices through strengthening enforcement and imposing stiffer penalties for errant companies with discriminatory hiring practices. I previously submitted in this House on revealing or even publishing the triple-week watch list which Ministry of Manpower and TAFEP maintains, so that the potential reputational loss would serve as a deterrence. We should not allow a few black sheep to weaken our entire working structure. I further submit that MOM should consider giving TAFEP even more teeth and bite through expanded powers of investigation, enforcement, and even meting out punishment. Second, we can level the playing field for local PMEs by enhancing the EP application review process to move beyond looking at individual applicants' educational qualification and salaries, and pay close watch to sectors with particular imbalance. Finally, we need to ensure that locals have fair access to PME roles and progression opportunities to improve localization of jobs in high-growth sectors. As I have lobbied before in this House, it's imperative that we ensure concerted, structured, institutionalized, and mandatory skills and knowledge transfer from these foreign PMEs to our local PMEs within a stipulated and agreed time frame, as employers bring in foreign PMEs to fill skills or knowledge gaps in their current workforce. This will help to develop a pipeline of local talent. And at the same time, we will also need to build our leadership bench strength to ensure that Singaporeans can benefit and take up leadership roles in multinational corporations that we bring into Singapore. To sum up, to say that we have found the silver bullet or antidote will not be an easy one, as it's going to be a treadmill journey, a treadmill. We need to constantly watch our step, keep pace, and stay in touch with the pulse. Pay close watch of the economic competition and competitors, keep pace with the changing demographic profile and the future of work, and stay in touch with the pulse and heartbeat of Singaporeans, their stresses, aspirations, interests, and well-being, because every worker matters. Thank you.
Professor Hun Hyen Teck.
Mr. Speaker, sir, an issue that has surfaced in the debate on free trade agreements, FTAs, such as the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, CECA, is that of their impact on jobs. It is important to state at the outset that the number of jobs in an economy is not an immutable datum. Rather, it is variable, and it is the result of the net effect of the pace of job creation, which adds to the number of job vacancies, and the pace of job destruction, which reduces the number of job vacancies. In the first few decades after gaining independence, the World Trading System under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, steadily reduced tariff rates and lowered trade barriers. The World Trade Organization, WTO, was established in 1995 as a multilateral institution that facilitated the signing of agreements in areas such as services, investment, and intellectual property. This enabled the Singapore economy to attract multinational corporations, MNCs, to base production in Singapore, thus creating jobs and sell into the world market. With increased protectionist sentiments expressed in many advanced countries in recent years, so that the WTO has had difficulty in reaching new agreements, it has been necessary for Singapore to turn to FTAs to provide a means to enlarge markets for Singapore-based firms. By negotiating and signing FTAs that enable our firms to export to destination markets at lower or zero tariff rates, Singapore can attract foreign capital to work in Singapore, to employ Singapore-based workers and pull up their wages. With Singapore's total fertility rate consistently below the replacement rate of 2.1 since the mid-1970s, the size of the citizen labor force will begin to shrink, with more people retiring than the number of new entrants into the workforce. A shrinking workforce will put downward pressure on GDP growth because productivity growth is unlikely to fully compensate for the labor force shrinkage. Singapore's rise in living standards over the past decades has been facilitated by a steady inflow of foreign direct investment, which brought technology and good jobs. So continuing to attract multinational corporations to base their production here, even as we become more service-oriented, the manufacturing hiring a smaller share of labor force, yet doing this is likely to require a complementary set of skills that can be offered only by a combination of local and foreign workers, given the low fertility rate. At this stage of our development, where indigenous innovation must contribute to productivity growth. FTAs also allow new startups, and both large and local enterprises, LLEs, as well as small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, to face lower trade barriers when selling into particular overseas markets. So we continue to need to rely on MNCs because they are large, they pay better wages, but we're also at a stage where we need to stimulate indigenous innovation. And they'll start small, many will fail, but they need to have the capacity to be able to sell abroad. And therefore, establishing FTAs that allow the partner signatories to the agreement to lower their tariff rates enlarges the market for our new startups and SMEs, as well as LLEs. The increased international competition, to be clear, faced by our local firms also means there will be some job destruction because with increased competition, some of our SMEs may fail. Nevertheless, the creative destruction resulting from FTAs is likely to leave the economy overall with more productive firms that are able to pay better wages. So it's stiffer competition. Some will not survive, and they have to try again. But overall, for the economy, the level of productivity is higher as we seek to generate indigenous innovation as a source of our productivity growth. So FTAs are helpful both from the point of view of continuing to attract MNCs to place their production here, but it is also important as a way of giving a lift to our more productive local firms, SMEs, to break into potentially neighboring markets and further overseas. The derived demand for workers resulting from the need to meet this external demand for our goods and services by foreign firms and consumers in the partner countries who are signatories of the FTAs will translate into the creation of new job slots with particular tasks. Because what is a job? A job is a combination of tasks that we create. So the allocation of workers with the right skill set to fill these job slots with this particular set of tasks is necessary in order to maximize these Singapore-based firms' profit. Only then is productivity of the firm boosted and the salaries correspondingly increased. As the local workforce raises its human capital, because of the huge investment we have made from the beginning in education, the proportion of the cohort leaving primary school that goes to university has gone up. So I think that from the point of view of increased human capital, as well as the investment in skills future to allow learning on the job, I think there is every reason to have confidence that our local workforce will both have a higher level of human capital as well as have the ability to acquire new skills to function in an age of digital transformation. If we succeed in doing that, then our resident workers will have the comparative advantage to fill these new job slots, the sort of thing that Mr. Patrick Tay talked about. So I think going back to Mr. Ong's analogy, of more job slots but more competition, on the other hand, less competition of future job slots, he talked about being somewhere in between, then I think there's good reason, given our history, the ability to ultimately compete in the world market says there's something positive about tilting toward the direction of increased competition, but we make investment in our local workforce starting from their primary school. And there's every good reason to believe that even as we transit to a phase of the country's development where you're not going to have the 5% growth per year, because that was catch-up growth. We are now at a stage where the potential for growth has to come from innovation driving productivity. I believe that there's every good reason to think that ultimately many of these jobs that our locals take, they graduate from a university, they perhaps start off with in an MNC at a lower managerial position, but with the sort of human capital, with the sort of ability to adjust and compete, there's every good reason to believe that many of them, on their own merits, have the potential to fill in these new job slots because there's local advantage. Mr. Speaker, sir, to conclude, in the absence of a vibrant international trading system that can conclude new agreements to further liberalize trade in goods and services, I believe that the signing of FTAs overall provides the Singapore economy a means for its firms to expand their market, despite the job churning and the creative destruction. That ultimately, I believe, has positive net impact for our labor market. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis-Ong.
Thank you, sir. Not a speech, but just a clarification. If I could ask Minister Tan whether moving forward, we will consider legislating the tripartite guidelines on fair employment practice. And I think that's important because it's not just discrimination based on nationality, but also on based on race, religion, gender, family responsibility, disability, amongst many others. So I really hope we'll consider legislating those guidelines. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member Lewis for his suggestion. As I've shared in my speech earlier on, we're looking at refining, we're looking at strengthening not just TAFEP itself, but also the fair consideration framework itself. Give us a bit of time. I think we're reviewing it with the different parties because it's a tripartite nature. In the months forward, I should be able to come back and update this House again. Thank you.
Ms. Hazel Pua.
I thank the two ministers for their ministerial statements, providing a wide range of information and explanation, and for this additional opportunity for us to seek clarifications on an issue that is of great concern to many Singaporeans. An open debate based on the right information can only be beneficial to all parties involved, whether in or out of this House. I'd like to seek a few clarifications. The first one relates to Minister Ong's claim that PSP has made false allegations that CECA is allowing a free flow of Indian PMEs. Can I ask the Minister to provide the specifics of this false allegations that he mentioned, including details like when and where and who. He gave partial quotes, but partial quotes can be taken out of context, and if he can provide the specifics, we can look into it further. Secondly, Minister Ong said that at the beginning of his statement that he would be happy to provide all information that we request for in order to have a more robust debate on the motion subsequently. But at the end of the two ministerial statements, unfortunately, the bulk of the information that we have requested for in our 9 parliamentary questions are not released. So will there be any more data forthcoming in the form of written answers? Thirdly, now we agree that FTAs are important to Singapore's economy, and we're not calling for the abolition of FTAs. Our concern is over specific provisions in FTAs relating to the movement of natural persons. In CECA, just now Minister Ong mentioned that the listing of the 127 professions does not mean that anybody who applies under this will be approved, but it can be rejected even if they apply. Now, Article 9.5, Clause 2 under the heading of professionals states that each party shall grant temporary entry and stay for up to a year. And it goes on to list several conditions. So my question here is, because it says shall grant temporary entry and stay for up to a year, if an applicant meets the criteria that is listed in this clause, namely proof of nationality, letter of contract or similar documentation, educational certificates or similar documentation, as well as the minimum salary requirements for e-pass. For anybody who satisfies these conditions, are we obliged to approve their application? And fourthly, under this clause, the temporary entry and stay is up to 1 year. I would like to seek clarification. Can this entry and stay be further extended or renewed or reapplied? Thank you.
Mr. Ong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me try to answer the honourable members' 4 questions. I hope I got them all correct. Proof of the allegations of PSP, 3rd of August 2019, Dr. Tan Cheng Bok, I think he was SecGen then, of PSP, stated on the Online Citizen Asia Facebook page, I quote, PSP will call for a review of the India-Singapore Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement, known as CECA. This agreement, you must understand, was negotiated by our current DPM Heng Swee Keat and signed in 2005. Amongst the terms of the CECA, it allowed the free movement of professionals in 127 sectors to enter and work in Singapore, unquote. 7 July 2020, Dr. Tan, in an interview with Mothership, said, I quote, CECA is an agreement between Singapore and India to bring in, to allow, I think, 127 categories of professionals to come to Singapore and be given that free hand, actually, practically free hand, to come and work here, unquote. 31st August 2020, Mr. Francis Yuan, on the PSP Facebook page and website, he urged the government to release more data on the matter, which is fair enough, but then went on to state that the government, I quote, could not share the next level of details, including the number of Indian nationals converted to PR and those who subsequently gotten citizenships within the 8 years under the intra-corporate transferee provision of the agreement. I think that, unquote, and then that agreement started to suggest that they come in and then become PR and citizens as well. Most recently, 22nd June 2021, in a Facebook post, Mr. Leong Manwai said, the most important economic policies that have affected the jobs and livelihoods of Singaporeans relate to foreign PMEs and free trade agreements, in particular, a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement with India. As members of the public, as members of the House, we were also, or members of public, using our handphones, we will also have received many other unattributable divisive messages coming through our feeds and chat messages. And I think these quotes and all these messages you receive if you are Singaporeans, especially one facing challenges at the workplace, feeling insecure, you're bound to feel upset and angry. You're bound to feel that I don't want to welcome foreign PMEs. You will grow suspicious of them, even reject them. And it will be a natural reaction because the messages feed on our worries and our fears. We have seen how this has turned out in so many other countries, how the extreme right, nativist, populist parties have grown in strength just by tapping into that fear and insecurity because of globalization is there. But these far-right nationalist parties or nativist parties, they have been growing stronger in many places around the world and created divisions in societies. Sometimes they have replaced the governments who take a more moderate policy. And I really hope that it doesn't happen here, because if it happens in Singapore, as it happened elsewhere, our policies, our politics would have gone disastrously wrong. Ms. Hazel Paul said that I promised to give all the data they requested. We tried our best. But as Dr. Tan Si Leng explained, no countries release data to that level of granularity. But if I just go back to my speech, what I said is, Dr. Tan will provide more detailed answers to the specific questions, including providing the data which will be useful for our subsequent debate and putting that data in context. I didn't promise that all the data will be tabulated and provided. And Dr. Tan explained why we try to provide as much as we can, but I think there's a limit to what we can do. Ms. Hazelpa also asked about Article 9. Article 9, as a trade negotiator, you always look out, Chapter 9 of CECA. As a trade negotiator, we always look out for the word shall. And here, when you see shall means you must do something. You don't do, you are in breach of the agreement. So what is the shall here? You shall grant temporary entry and stay up to 1 year for the duration of contract. That's what we agreed to. That means if we approve, if you meet our condition, work pass conditions, we shall grant you 1 year of admission. I think it's very reasonable. Imagine you apply for something for the government, and then they tell you, I approve, but don't know how long, tomorrow revoke. Can't be, it's not market friendly at all. So this is what we have agreed to. Remember, the ordering of the clauses matter as well. I was mentioning page 1, I printed a copy, I highlighted it. Second paragraph, third paragraph are what I call the carve-outs. So carve-outs come in the beginning. You read this chapter, you know that this chapter does not apply to immigration measures. Government's policy on immigration, on the granting work pass, granting PR, granting citizenship, does not cover this chapter. And then it goes on to say, what then the parties must do. So you shall grant 1 year of approval, should you approve. That's how you read the agreement. I hope I have answered all Ms. Hazelpa's question, but I do have some question too for PSP, if I may ask. I left my papers there, I'm going to pick it up. I tried to correct the falsehoods of CECA, but the whole purpose of this statement is that I know PSP is preparing for a motion debate, but I'm also hoping that we all go into the debate with some common ground. Yeah. And I think, first of all, common ground must be, let's put aside the falsehoods. And therefore, I clarified which are the falsehoods, and let's put them aside and don't bring them into the motion. What are the first falsehoods? First, CECA does not allow a free flow of intra-corporate transferees to Singapore. And most companies prefer to apply for EPs than to use the intra-corporate transferee route, which actually is more cumbersome. And hence, I mentioned, as of 2020, there were only 500 intra-corporate transferees from Singapore, from India in Singapore. Second falsehood, CECA also does not give Indian nationals from 127 professions a free hand to come to Singapore to live and work. CECA allows them to apply for EPs. It does not oblige Singapore to approve the applications. Approval is subject to them meeting our criteria. Immigration measures are carved out from the agreement, like all FTAs. But in the spirit of seeking common ground, we come to this house, the floor, and we recognize that globalization is a difficult thing. There are lots of pros, there's also cons. In the case of Singapore, globalization has allowed us to grow, to create a lot of good jobs, and benefited many Singaporeans. If we have not done that, today we will be having a very different kind of debate of massive unemployment, of stagnating wages, graduates not being able to find jobs. But we also recognize there are downsides, and there are two social downsides other than the increased competition. First, while foreign EP holders have come in to help us sustain our growth, and though the growth in local PMEs outnumbered that of foreign EP holders, the presence of foreign EPs have nevertheless created more competition, discomfort, and social issues, and we must manage this. And second, Singaporeans want to know that they will be given fair treatment at the workplace. It is entirely justified, and we have rules to achieve such fairness. And we will continually review these rules and framework, how they are implemented, to ensure that fairness is assured. So this is what the government part have done in the spirit of trying to achieve some common ground as we go into the debate. So may I ask the PSP, our two honorable NCMPs from the PSP, after hearing all the explanation from Dr. Tan and I, will you agree to the following? First, the FTAs, including CECA, are fundamental to Singapore's economic survival and our ability to earn a living, and we should not shake this bedrock for political purposes. Second, CECA does not allow a free flow of Indian PMEs into Singapore, and this is a gross misunderstanding of the agreement and FTAs in general. Nor is CECA the cause of the challenges faced by our PMEs, and we must put a stop to the spreading of the falsehoods. And if you agree to this, and I think we have a good chance to have some common ground, that we come into the House again for a debate on the motion, we can have a meaningful and constructive debate. If I may seek the clarifications of our two members from PSP, please.
Number Y.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you, Minister Ong for the clarifications on our position. And also thanks Minister Ong and Minister Tan Si Leng for a detailed explanation of the situation on foreign PMETs, foreign manpower, and the free trade agreements and CECA. As to Minister Ong questions, I will leave it to the last, or we will leave it to be answered, in the debate that we are going to conduct later on. But there are a few things I like to bring out here, or a few questions I like to ask to clarify the situation further. One, we are not against FTAs. We know the importance of FTA for Singapore as an open economy and especially as a small city-state. However, what we are concerned is what price we are paying. So the first question I want to ask is that in the process of negotiating an FTA, what is our position? What are the bargaining positions that we can give? Because I read things like, because we don't have many bargaining chips, so we have to be, the implication is that we may have to be a bit more relaxed with the movement of people. So one question I want to ask is that, are the movement of people or natural persons used as one of the bargaining chip when we are negotiating the FTA? Excuse me, I need some water. The whole purpose of the PSP and Hazel and I to bring up the issue about foreign manpower or foreign PMETs or foreign talent, whatever term we used, and the FTAs. It is about people's, Singaporeans' jobs and livelihood. So when PSP, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, raised the issue at the August 2019 launch of the PSP party, it is due to the huge amount of feedback that we got from the ground. By raising the issue, we had hope it would get some response from the government to explain more about what are FTAs, in particular CECA. Okay. Indeed, you would admit that no other FTA has given and stated specifically that 127 professions can come into work. You may say that, oh, no one has come in through the CECA route, but the clause is there. It is up to the other party whether they want to use it or not. And most importantly, up to our government to administer our employment policies. Because our employment policies are already quite relaxed in granting work passes to foreigners. So the nationals, the Indian nationals, don't have to come into Singapore through the CECA route. So the first question I want to ask is that whether the movement of people is used as a bargaining chip. The second question I want to ask is, we should not focus just on the number of people that got into our job market through the FTA or CECA. They have provided some conditions. Most importantly is how those conditions under the FTAs interplay with our domestic employment policies. So the number to focus on is how many of the respective FTAs nationals, in the case of CECA as Indian nationals, have come into Singapore and take up our PMET jobs. And what is the share of that as a percentage of our total or the foreign PMETs and then our total PMET jobs? That is the second question. The next point I want to bring out or question that I want to ask is that the government has admitted that something needs to be done. There are concerns by Singaporeans regarding jobs and livelihood. So, but this thing has been going on and on. Has sufficient measures been taken to address all this? One of the things I want to ask is, has the government actually tried to find out what is the total number of displaced Singaporeans? I would think that you can't deny that there are Singaporeans who are displaced. Your narrative is that, oh, they are all because they don't have the skills. Let's not push the blame to the universities and the polytechnics so easily. It has been 20 years since we started the foreign talent policy. Within 20 years, we still haven't got our act together in training our people. That is the third question. What is the total number of Singaporeans that are displaced over the last 10 years? They would like to have the job taken up by a foreigner, but he was not able to. He lost the job. He lost his current job. And then when he get into another job, he got lower pay. And there are a significant number of Singaporeans who are underemployed. You look at the growth of the Grab drivers, the growth of the our traineeship program, and the many of our independent workers. Okay, are they voluntarily opting for the independent lifestyle, or are they facing a difficulty in getting into a permanent job? Has the Manpower Ministry done a study on those things? Have you got the statistics? That's a third question. The fourth question is, of course, we are particularly concerned about the finance and the IT sectors. Minister Tan See Leng has given some numbers. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time to digest those numbers. So we will maybe discuss that in our debate in the future. But the fourth question I want to ask is really, how many foreigner PMET, how many foreigners are there in our IT and our finance sectors versus the number of Singaporeans and PRs? That's the fourth question. I think Minister might have given some figures just now. The fifth question is, you say that we are not competitive. Singaporeans are not competitive. But
Mr. Leong, I would urge you to stick to the facts. I think we've all been participating in this debate and listening intently, so I do suggest that you keep to what has been said. A lot of questions have been answered as well. So the idea of the debate is to debate the issues that have been raised. So please do that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm raising questions. So am I, can you be more specific?
You are free to raise questions. Some of these points have been covered. So we'll be happy to take the time to debate whatever that's meaningful, but please make it meaningful.
I don't understand what you mean by meaningful, because I'm going through those points. Okay, never mind, I'll try. Okay, the fifth question is, the MOM has been, we have this foreign talent policy for 20 years. But if you look at the way MOM has administered and regulate the flow of foreign PMETs into Singapore, you find that the policies, of course, over time, there's a bit of tightening at a time. But generally, it seems to be too little and too late. For example, the foreign talent policy has started in the late 90s or around the year 2000. But the fair consideration framework was only introduced in 2014. And then only in 2016, I was told, you have started the Fair Consideration Framework watch list. You mean that 1.5 decades before that, there were no problems at all? And the threshold salaries that you have, just EP alone, up till 2020 last year, it was still $3,600. At that kind of threshold salary plus no CPF, do you think we are attracting the right foreign talent into Singapore? That is my fifth question. My sixth question is, I totally agree with Minister Tan See Leng about what we are driving at is not abolishing things. It's not totally eradicating things. We are also talking about a rebalancing. But the rebalancing cannot come as a result of a natural attrition from COVID. There must be a policy recognition that whether our past foreign policy, our foreign talent policy, was on the right track or not. If we review the policy and we think that, oh, there are certain things that we need to change, then make it a policy point. Don't allow natural attrition to come by and say, oh, tens of thousands have left Singapore already. That is not the way we conduct policy. So it's about rebalancing. But when you talk about rebalancing, Minister Tan also said one thing is to ensure that Singaporeans can compete fairly or there's no unfair competition. And he explained that not having to pay CPF for the employment pass holder is not a disadvantage. Okay, as an employer, I respect you for your experience in the private sector, Minister Tan. As an employer, isn't that a wage concession? So how can we say that Singaporeans are not being treated unfairly in the job market competition? That is my sixth question. My seventh question is, you said, Minister Tan said that there's simply not enough local talent. Again, I will raise the point which I've said just now also. Then what happened to our education system? What happened after 20 years? You're still telling Singaporeans that we're not enough talent. Of course, we are not saying that we can substitute the foreign PMETs completely. But at least there can be some rebalancing. And we get back to my question just now, and if you admit that there's some displacement of Singaporeans, then that rebalancing means we must slowly allow Singaporeans to be given the first opportunity to take up the jobs first. That is my last question. Is you talk about diversity, but here again, isn't it something that the MOM should have done long ago about diversity in the workforce when we introduced our foreign talent policy? We also know, because we have worked in international environment before, the group dynamics at the workplace can change very fast with changes in the nationality composition in the company. So especially when the MOM is monitoring and regulating the granting of the work passes, you mean you have not, at the beginning, taken that as an important consideration? And today, then you have to say that, oh, on my watch list, I have this number of companies that have a very large concentration of PMETs from a single nationality. So we really want to understand how MOM actually administer this whole foreign PMET policy. Okay. Afterwards, maybe I will add a few more points, or I will ask a few more questions about the approval process, some of the experiences I had in the private sector with regards to how MOM has approved work passes. But my questions are these questions for now. Thank you.
It's a long list of questions which I'm not sure help us bring the discussion forward. Let me take questions 3 to 8 and then 1 to 3. Yeah, 3 to 8 is really under Ministry of Manpower, but I think let's not prolong this because as Speaker have noticed, many of the questions are actually in our speeches, but if you don't accept what we say, there's very little room for us to further explain. Long and short is, we have been extremely successful, and I have explained this in my ministerial statement, in growing the Singapore economy, creating this multitude of jobs. I gave examples of our port airport, financial services, ICT, manufacturing, you name it, we are hubs of all hubs. And all this would not have been possible if we have not ride on the wave of globalization, welcome foreign talent, and give our own people very good training, education to rise up and take the positions. I mentioned that our only problem is there's not enough of us. Investors come here, they want to hire Singaporeans. They know our education system is solid. And we have such a wonderful reputation around the world, something that as Singaporeans we should be proud of. A bit stressful, this education system a bit stressful still, but we should be very proud of that. But the problem is there's still not enough of us. There are some questions you say we have given figures, so I don't think I answered those. You mentioned a whole series of procedural policy. How come the fair consideration framework come in so late? Why is the bar for entry salary raised only later? We've been reviewing policies. MOM, successive manpower ministers have been reviewing policies all the while. Policies are never static. It worked for a period of time. Then when China, India grow, you got a different influx of workers. You need to adjust your position. Then you review. And this process will continue. And we will continue to debate in this House on the pros and cons. You can't say because we implement something new now to respond to the situation, therefore we have failed. Why didn't you do it 5 years ago? It doesn't work like that. That's not policy making. That's not how this House works. Then every bill that's tabled in this House is, you have failed, you should have tabled this bill 5 years ago. It doesn't make sense. But more importantly is to go back to the first three questions that you posed to me, but actually I posed to you first. Because Ms. Hazel Phua actually at one point, if I heard correctly, she said we are not against FTA, we support FTA. I thought we start to have some common ground. And then when she asked me about Chapter 9, she's not a trade negotiator, so I think those are fair questions. I have been trade negotiator for many years. I explained how the chapter ought to be read. And I hope that she asked that, I hope is because you might have read the chapter wrongly, to think that Singapore shall allow 127 or professionals from 127 categories to enter, no question asked. After my explanation, I was hoping that she come to the conclusion that they might have interpreted the chapter wrongly. But I think after hearing Mr. Leong Man Wai, I think my assumptions are all wrong. So let me change my question. I had two questions first, and was hoping to hear yes. And I think first, after hearing Mr. Leong, although he said he's not against FTA, but then he went on to say that you use freedom movement of natural person as a bargaining chip and sell away our rights for immigration, which I've explained is untrue. So after all the explanation, you still come to that conclusion, then I say this. Number one, PSP, you are against globalization, you are against FTA, even though I've gone to great length to explain that this is the bedrock of Singapore's economic survival. Number two, you are really not taking back the falsehoods and the allegations. After I quoted everything, I don't think you are taking it back. You do feel that the FTA and CECA, despite our explanation, let in Indian professionals freely into Singapore. I think those are your position. Please prove me wrong, but after hearing you, I'm afraid these are your position.
Mr. Tan See Leng.
Mr. Speaker, I must admit that notwithstanding the fact that this is my first ministerial statement, I find it, I actually struggle, to follow Mr. Leong's line of reasoning. I guess because of the fact that quite a number of the issues, I think he's looking at it from first and foremost a hindsight kind of a perspective itself, where why is it that you didn't do this? Why is it that we didn't do that? I think if you look at the entire sort of time, and I'm going to take a bit of time on this thing itself to try and gather my thoughts to connect his thoughts together which, like I said, I'm struggling. So please be patient with me. I think what is important is that if we look at the evolution of our industry, how we started in the 70s, in the very early part of my speech, at the time we were about 20 billion GDP. I think we're at 454 billion now. We started with a very conscious effort in the 70s to go and build heavy industry. So we developed Jurong Island. There was all these heavy industries that we put up. I think our pioneer founding generation leaders under Mr. Lee, Dr. Goh and all that, I think at the time when we first started, we were very, very heavy in all these heavy industries. We went on then into manufacturing. In the 80s, we went into electronics. We did disk drives, wafer fab, and then eventually we pivoted into I think in the early part of 2000, we went into services, we went into biopharma, life sciences, and so on and so forth. And now we're into tech, we're into infocom, we're in finance. Now, at every 10 to 15 years, we've seen fairly dramatic transformation. I think it's inconceivable that you would expect that policies that you would enact do not get refined, do not get tweaked, and do not get adjusted over time. So I guess to his point about the fact that why is it that we didn't do this and so on, I think in the last 15, 20 years, and he has sort of pointed the fact that I've been from the private sector, perhaps I've not been in the government long enough. I mean, if anything at all for the last 20 years, change was a constant. Change is a constant and change will be a constant. We will continually face disruption, we will face transformation. So, I mean, to his other point about why is it that we're not able to have all this workforce ready in spite of all of our education upgrades and so on, I think if we all had a crystal ball 20, 30 years ago, and we could gaze so, sort of clearly into the future itself, perhaps even for himself, I mean, as a CEO of a private equity firm, I think all the necessary investments made would have been perfect and spot on. But I guess perhaps I think hindsight, like what they always say, is perfect. Now, to the other point about private sector, how we package the CPF into it. Indeed, I can share with you, perhaps my experience is very limited. I've just been in healthcare all my life. But the fact is that, and I lobbied at that time, 5-6 years ago, for an increase in the number of S passes because of the fact that I needed to deliver a certain level of nursing care. I just couldn't hire enough of the nurses to come in and help me. And while we don't pay CPF, the cost of actually bringing them in is higher because we have to package in housing allowance, and really because of the fact that they know the employer part of it is imputed into our costs. And I can tell you with conviction, because I've done it for many, many years in my life, that package that we actually pay out is higher than what we do pay locally. The only difference, of course, is the overtime charges and so on, but I think that's another sort of a thing altogether. To your point about the education system part, I just want to share one bit. In the early 2000s, our universities, our institution of higher learnings, the number of IT graduates that they produced at that particular point in time, today, we are actually training up 4 times more what we used to be training from before. The entry levels in terms of the grades, the credits and so on, that the students require to make it to get into the universities itself is also significantly higher. So, I guess the point of this thing is that everything we could, every single initiative, every single policy, we can always do better. And that's something that I've acknowledged. But the point is this: we are not that far worse off. Today, if you look at the absolute numbers, 3/4 of our population, of our PMEs, are in good jobs. 1/4 of them are filled by foreign work pass holders. Our glass is not even half full. Our glass is 3/4 full. And we're looking at it from that perspective. Are you saying that we should even adjust that? Of course, we should try to bring it up to the fact that it would be 90% or 100% full. But let's also be mindful of the sentiment, the worries, and also the hard work of the other 3/4 in that glass that's 3/4 full. I think, thank you very much. I look forward to a robust debate with Mr. Leong, with Ms. Phua. I think when they can put up the questions where I don't struggle so hard to follow, I think that would be very welcoming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Speaker, you agree with me. We really need to move on. And to move on, can I go back to my two questions for the two honourable members from the PSP? One, that do they not agree FTA, including CECA, are fundamental to Singapore's economic survival? Yes or no? Two, CECA does not allow a free flow of Indian PMEs into Singapore. And this is a falsehood and a gross misunderstanding of the agreement. If they agree, I think we can have a meaningful debate when they table the motion.
Mr. Leong.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for the two questions. As I said, the answers to the two questions actually requires a bit more debate and study. But first, I want to say that PSP and Hazel and I, we are for FTAs. And having heard that the jobs and livelihood of people are not being used as a bargaining chip, we are very reassured that our interests, the Singaporean interests, are being taken care of. However, whether CECA has contributed to the overall influx of nationals from the country, I think we need to study a bit more. Because we have to go back and look at the numbers provided by the two ministers to see what is the share of the Indian PMETs in our overall PMET workforce, and to take into consideration what Minister Tan See Leng has said about we really need them. Then we would like to know whether there are skills transfer programs, whether really our education system is really catching up fast enough, before we can make, and also the various practices in the market, before we can make a final conclusion that CECA is really neutral to beneficial for Singapore. Thank you.
Minister Ong.
Thank you for that, Mr. Leong. So I will just summarize that, yes, the PSP now agrees that FTAs are fundamental to Singapore's economic survival, and that includes CECA. So at least that is a common ground that we have established. I think that's useful, and thank you, Mr. Leong, for that. And second, the PSP now agrees movement of natural person, Chapter 9, is not used as a chip, and we're not giving away our rights for immigration, and there is no free flow of Indian professionals into Singapore. I hear him right, I think he's confirming that. He is not sure about the overall balance of the free trade agreement. I think we'll leave it there for our debate later on. But I think these two, I would say, form quite good common ground, but it also means It will also mean
Mr. Leong, I will call you when it's time to call you. Let the
and it will
minister
also
finish.
mean, naturally, that must mean the PSP will take back their allegations that CECA has led to an unfettered flow of Indian professionals into Singapore. Thank you.
Mr. Leong.
Speaker, to what the minister have said just now, I think there's a bit of a misinterpretation. What I've said is that we fully support FTAs. We know that that's important for Singapore. And we appreciate the point that we are not using the movement of people as a bargaining chip in the negotiation of the FTAs. But as to whether CECA has contributed to the influx of some of the PMETs in Singapore in relation to our overall foreign talent policy, we have to explore that. And we don't agree that CECA is net beneficial to Singapore at this stage.
Minister Ong.
I think Mr. Leong is waffling. Yes, no, it's quite hard to catch. I take it that you are not withdrawing your allegation, and so be it. And I think that will be, well, at least we got you to say FTA and CECA is fundamental to our survival. But if you continue to allege, notwithstanding all our explanation, I think there is no choice. We have to leave it as such. It is regrettable because generations of FTA negotiators worked very hard to make sure our interests are all protected. And this is not a backdoor. This is not an avenue for any professionals from any country to enter Singapore with a free hand and unfettered. But I take it that this is PSP's position, notwithstanding hearing all our explanation. It is most regrettable, but we will have to accept how they feel.
Ms. Janet Ang.
Mr. Speaker, I guess on this topic, I
You may remove the mask if you wish.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Always forget it. Sorry. Yeah, I would like to declare that I'm a council member of the Singapore Business Federation. I thank, on behalf of the business community, both the minister's ministerial statement and, yeah, of course, contrary to closing the doors, the businesses are begging, please open the doors, we need workers, otherwise who's going to do the work? But nonetheless, if I may, I am a product of Singapore's MNC strategy, and during the budget debate in COS, I have shared my views regards embracing diversity of talents from all over the world so that we can be uniquely competitive. So, for today, I will not go there. I will talk a little more about FTAs, in support of FTAs, and a lot have been said, but perhaps, yeah, if you all can bear with me a while, from the business community, why is this important? Now, as a small and open economy without natural resources, we are of course highly dependent on international trade and highly integrated, well-functioning global value chains. And international trade not only provides us with the products that we import and consume, but also connects us to the global market that supports our businesses and sustains our economy, creating the good jobs that Singaporeans have enjoyed in the past and aspire to for the future. So with Singapore's international trade more than 3 times its gross GDP, our livelihoods and prosperity depend heavily on international trade. And for Singapore businesses, free and open trade premised on the foundation of a rules-based multilateral trading system is crucial to ensuring a conducive, stable, and predictable environment. This is particularly important for us considering that we are just a little red dot. Hence the importance of free trade agreements. So as Minister Ong has earlier said, we have over 26 FTAs, and our network of free trade agreements covers about 85% of global GDP enhancing the value proposition of countries and economies that sit at the nodes of these networks, and Singapore is one of them. So the FTAs yield tangible value to our companies. In 2018 alone, I understand that our companies enjoyed more than 1.1 billion in tariff savings. These FTAs accord our businesses preferential market access into the markets of our major trading partners, lowering entry barriers for the export of goods and services, as well as protecting their investments in other countries. So the strong FTA network can be a tool for our businesses, not only in reducing their costs and time to market, but also in ensuring a predictable trading environment. Despite the pandemic, Singapore's total services trade exports in 2020 amounted to $259 billion, with China, US, EU, and Malaysia as our top trading partners. I would dare say that because our Singapore businesses remain very plugged into our FTA network, we have been able to ride the storm of COVID-19 a little better than if we were disconnected. Now, we should know firsthand what it's like to be disconnected, considering the impact we experience in aviation and tourism because of border closures. Trade, along with foreign direct investments into Singapore, will drive our economic recovery and the resumption of business activities post-COVID-19, even as we restlessly reinvent our industries, innovate ideas, products, services, and business models to emerge stronger post-pandemic. Now, through this crisis, the businesses have realized the urgent need to build resilience in their business models and supply chains, partly by exploring new markets and supply sources. And many have shifted away from lean supply chain models to adopt agile supply chain strategies. And the FTAs are even more relevant than ever before for our businesses. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically accelerated digital transformation to the top of the board's agenda in every company. And Singapore's digital economy agreements, DEAs, with Chile, New Zealand, Australia, and potentially the UK, look to provide frameworks for regulatory cooperation in support of trade and business in the digital economy and address issues arising from these emerging technologies. And as we have heard from Minister of Trade and Industry yesterday, MTI and government agencies have been hard at work looking into various new opportunities for us to enter into new trade agreements, including for renewable energy, green economy, etc. And, so on that count, frankly speaking, on behalf of the business community, I'd like to acknowledge all the efforts by MTI, MOF, and all the government agencies for their efforts in helping our businesses to be competitive. Now, it's all about teamwork. So in order to help our companies familiarize themselves with Singapore FTAs and improve their global competitiveness, the business community, supported by Singapore Business Federation, holds regular workshops as well as seminars and provides complimentary advisory services to assist the Singapore companies on FTA-related inquiries. And businesses can utilize these available resources and leverage SBF to provide feedback on how existing and future FTAs can better serve their needs, and we continually do so. So to conclude, Singapore businesses, in our opinion, cannot afford to take a wait-and-see approach. We will need to navigate the pressing issues that adversely impact supply chains and business processes. Singapore businesses need to be born international. Across industries, developing the DNA to tap into overseas markets and to trade with multilateral partners is critical for businesses to be successful, given Singapore's limited domestic market. So FTAs offer a key tool for businesses to expand into new markets, enhancing accessibility of different markets by allowing businesses to export more freely and easing some of the regulations. Now, but Singapore and Singaporeans must humbly recognize that we are vulnerable. Past success does not guarantee future success. We need to exercise humility and restlessly reinvent ourselves. Some areas of concern highlighted in the recent World Competitiveness Report, in my opinion, is rather worrisome. These include potential relocation of businesses being a threat to the Singapore economy, perception of Singapore's changing attitude towards globalization, which Minister Ong has also highlighted earlier, the availability of skilled labor, qualified engineers and competent senior managers in Singapore, regardless of nationality. So the availability of skilled labor and competent senior managers is a concern, and as well as our immigration laws preventing hiring of foreign labor. Now, such perceptions could erode Singapore's attractiveness as a business capital. And our businesses are concerned, and I'm sure the government is equally concerned. And I believe Singaporeans, we should be concerned as well. Singapore's miracle has been attributed to our leaders deciding on a few right strategies, generation upon generation, and then together with the support and passion of all Singapore businesses and workforce, executing those strategies brilliantly with humility, but with pride and solidarity as Singaporeans. We believed in each other. We have done it before. We can do it again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ni Biam Heng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. Well, I wasn't intending to speak, but I just want to, since Minister Ong mentioned that I was the chief negotiator for CECA, I thought I must put on record the question that Mr. Leong Man Wai asked. Let me first say that I'm terribly troubled by the way that the PSP has taken this, and I want to put on record clearly that the movement of natural persons is a very important chapter, but it was not used as a bargaining chip to trade for what else we got. It was not. So let me give you a very brief history of FTAs, because I was in the Ministry of Trade Industry at that time, first as a Deputy Secretary and then as a Permanent Secretary. In 2000, the Doha round of WTO negotiation was launched. And Minister George Yeo then and I were at Doha. We saw the entry of China into the WTO. But soon after the launch, our assessment and Minister George Yeo's assessment then was that it looks like Doha round will not go very far. And indeed, he was proven correct. And he said, what does Singapore need to do to ensure our continued survival? So Minister Ong Ye Kung earlier mentioned about the importance of free trade to Singapore. Trade is more than 3 times our GDP, and will continue to be so. So he decided that we should pursue free trade agreement, and our very first free trade agreement was with New Zealand, 2 small little economies. And I must say that I can tell you that people were laughing, that what could 2 small little economies do to advance the cause of free trade? Well, we persisted, and we got the first agreement done, and thereafter we went on to do a number of other agreements. And when I was Permanent Secretary, I was in the trenches negotiating many agreements with our ASEAN counterparts. And that's how we had the ASEAN Economic Free Trade Agreement that was enhanced, the ASEAN Economic Community, and thereafter, it was not just ASEAN. There were 2 things that we did. One was free trade agreement between Singapore and other countries, far bigger economies, Japan, Australia, US, and then more recently, the European Union. Now, you asked quite correctly, what is Singapore's bargaining chip? The honest answer is very little. We only have tariffs on 3 items, beer, stout, samsu. And what is that as a bargaining chip? But I think a very important quality for our public policy is that we must be creative and we must learn to meet the needs of other countries, to see what may be in the agreement that is of benefit to them. So how do we manage to negotiate trade agreements with big economies that have a lot of concerns? For example, Japan was very concerned about agriculture. And in the case of India, there was an even wider range of concern.
So let me tell Mr. Leong and your team that I spent 3 years of my life negotiating this agreement, because although I was a permanent secretary, and permanent secretary usually just supervise, they don't get into the trenches, the Indian side decided that it was an important agreement, they would have a perm sec. And Minister George will say, well, you have no choice. So I ended up being the chief negotiator for CECA. And I can tell you the amount of homework I had to do to look at how we can come to an agreement. I went to different parts of India because there was objection from every part of India, from business group to states. And I can share with you long stories about some of those most intriguing demands, which I managed to explain why we can't do that. So the movement of natural person was a chapter which, indeed, the Indian negotiators were very keen, because they said, what do we get? Well, I said no, because this is of great importance to Singapore. You have a population that's over 1 billion. Singapore has a population of, at that time, probably about 3 odd million. And I say we'll be easily swamped. So we must have very strict agreements on this. And that was, in fact, among the last chapter. There were 2 chapters that were the most difficult to conclude, for which I never let go, and we got what we needed. So I think Mr. Leong must not think that you said, I hope that the government has the people's interest at heart. Of course, why do we negotiate free trade agreements, and why do we do this public service if it's not with the interest of our people at heart? And why do I spend 3 years of my life doing the agreement? So please be reasonable and don't mislead Singaporeans. Now, I want to raise 2 other issues which are very important. First, you said that why is it that we don't have talents, and what happened to our university? Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean was Education Minister, so was I, and all our education ministers are sitting here. I must say that I'm extremely proud of what our schools and our IHLs have done over the years to groom Singaporeans. The World Bank has ranked Singapore the best in the world in educating our people. So please do not go around thinking that, we have not put in enough effort. And in fact, we have increased cohort participation rates from 20% of cohort to now 40%. Government funded. We now have 6 universities. We have polytechnics and ITEs, which provide the most valuable practice-oriented learning. We have enhanced it with Skills Future. We have now work and learn program and a whole range of programs. So I think, Mr. Leong, you will better serve Singaporeans if you help Singaporeans understand how changes are taking place so quickly, and you must help to encourage people to upgrade and learn new skills, and work to support our unions in forming company training committees and job security council and the like, in order to raise the ability of Singaporeans to compete. So I think to say that our education system has not done a good job or the government has not put enough, I would seriously ask you to rethink that and come back and debate us on that. Let me also end by mentioning 2 very important points which our 2 MPs have just raised. Professor Hun Hien Teck, who made an excellent point that the future of competition will be a future of competition of innovation and technology. And it is very important for us to bring in some of the best people to work with Singaporeans, grow Singaporeans to be able to excel in that new realm. It's going to be a different world. So please do not get stuck in the old world and think that we can excel all on our own. Let us have an open attitude to work with countries around the world who are willing to cooperate and work with us. I just last week had a very good session with the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation of France. And we talked about what France and Singapore can do together. in our research agenda, in our innovation agenda. And France is not a small country, and they had a long history of science and innovation. So that's a very important point that Professor Hun Hien Teck had made. And the other important point, Ms. Janet Ang, who talked about the digital opportunities and the new market. No sector in our economy is going to be immune from competition. Economists used to have this concept of tradable and non-tradable sector. Non-tradable sectors are naturally protected because they are in your neighborhood. Your neighborhood shops, who is going to compete with you? Today, with e-commerce, our neighborhood shops are under stress. And that is why we have a program as part of our industry transformation to help our neighborhood shops upgrade. That is why IMDA has put in so much effort on this SME Go Digital and so on. So I think it is very important for the right policy in Singapore, A, to stay open, B, to learn how to cope with changes, which will be accelerating, and C, make the best use of science, technology, and innovation to allow us to move forward, and fourthly, maintain unity so that businesses, unions, workers, and the government work closely together to make the very significant changes that you need to make. Thank you.
Mr. Pridham Singh. Mr. Pridham Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have two supplementary questions, one for Minister Ong and one for Minister Dr. Tan. For Minister Ong, in 2016, my parliamentary colleague, Workers' Party MP Leong asked the then Minister of Manpower, and this was arising out of feedback from the ground about CECA issues of a lot of Indian nationals working on the ground. And the question Mr. Leong asked was about the number of ICTs that were working in Singapore through CECA. And at that point, the reply that came was the ministry does not disclose data on foreign manpower with breakdown by nationality, including data on ICTs. In February this year, Mr. Leong Man Wai of the PSP asked a question about the number of ICTs working in Singapore. This time, the government disclosed overall ICT numbers over employment pass holders. And the number was, I think, something like 5% of EP holders. Today, we have more information that last year at least 500, for last year at least 500 of these ICTs originated from India. The point I want to make to the Minister and to the government at large is there is opportunity to quell or at least to nip some of these issues in the bud when they start moving into the realm of xenophobia, nativism, and one important outlet for that is information. And in August 2020, a Straits Times reporter mentioned that, and I quote, ICTs were a key bone of contention with respect to CECA. And if this information had been made known earlier, it does occur to me whether a lot of the misunderstanding, the reaction we see on CECA could have been addressed and actually nipped in the bud. And so I hope the government understands that with more information, actually, we can hold the line better in terms of some of these discussions moving into a realm of xenophobia and so forth. My question to Minister Tan See Leng pertains to TAFEP and the strengthening of the enforcement arm of TAFEP. We had an exchange in the opening of Parliament about this, and I'd just like to confirm with Dr. Tan whether raising the number, the enforcement arm of TAFEP is on the cards, and what discussions have taken place since August last year insofar as how TAFEP will be beefed up. The WP has a position about anti-discrimination legislation. Is that something that MOM will be prepared to look into. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Pritam, for his question. We are reviewing our existing frameworks. And the suggestion that you've talked about, the position that you have alluded to in terms of legislation and all that, it's not something that has just come out from the Workers' Party. If you go back in terms of the past proceedings and so on, I believe that quite a number of the Labour MPs, including Mr. Patrick Tay, I believe that a non-Labour MP, I think even Mr. Leong had also raised it at the same time or over different times. One of the things that the assurance I want to give to the House, to everyone who has raised it and who's concerned about this, is to allow myself, together with the team, together with the tripartite partners, to go deep, look at all the different implications, look at also the various options that we have to see how we can strengthen it. And as I've alluded to in my speech, Mr. Singh, I think you appreciate the fact that given where we are today, it's a very tight rope that we're navigating. On the one hand, we want to continue to strengthen, to tighten. On the other hand, businesses, have this competing interest of asking us to be a bit more lax. One of the reassurance that I want to, and our ministry wants to reassure members of the House here, is our consistent focus on, and we have never divided our attention away or diverted our attention from developing the Singaporean core. We are fully cognizant of the angst, the fears, the worries about making sure that there's fair, there's equal opportunity in terms of even the development to capability transfers, capability development, fair hiring, promotion, and so on and so forth. All those things we will be reviewing in order for us to strengthen that framework. So I don't want to sort of go down a prescribed route today, because we are exploring the entire universe. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Minister Ong, if we can wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will answer the Leader of the Opposition's question and then seek to conclude this debate. I take to heart what the Leader of Opposition said, that with information we can quell such falsehoods much earlier. We work in the bureaucracy, some data is classified, secret, confidential, so on. So we are not at liberty to always disclose them. But what you say is true. Some information is better to come out early, and then we can move on. And especially, as you say, when it concerns issues like racism or xenophobia, it's much better to quell it early. And I take comfort that based on what you say, I think you do agree that FTA CECA is fundamental to our survival. And that really, I hope you heard our explanation and is convinced that CECA Chapter 9 does not allow an unfettered inflow of Indian professionals. If you disagree and I misrepresented you, please jump up and correct me. I don't think you will, yeah. DPM Heng, myself, we are former trade negotiators fighting in the trenches with our fellow teammates, which is why I think we both felt compelled to say something today. Negotiating an FTA requires a lot of dedication and hard work. It takes a toll on the family because you are out of country all the time. Our negotiators, we are up against very formidable partners sometimes. Our job is to advance Singapore's interests while protecting our areas of sensitivities. But we work hard at it, nevertheless, because we know it makes a huge difference to Singapore. Benefit industries and companies, create jobs for our people, secure our place in the world. This is where we are coming from. So I felt sad somewhat that the PSP did not withdraw their allegations. Yeah. When we explain how a FTA works and how Chapter 9 works, it is a statement of fact. This is how it works. It's not a matter of your opinion or your perspective. So the logical thing for PSP to do, I felt, is to withdraw the allegations. Then we can discuss employment policies, how we can better protect, educate, train our workers, and these are very legitimate questions. But PSP did not do the logical thing. I couldn't hear a definitive position from Mr. Leong or Ms. Hazel Phua, waffle a bit. And then I think what I heard was they cannot conclude either way now whether CECA is better or worse for our workers. But if you cannot conclude either way, then the honorable thing is to also withdraw the allegations while you figure out which way you want to lean. But I don't think we saw what was logical nor honorable. A successful FTA strategy is not just about negotiating skills. It's important, but fundamentally it requires us to be broad-minded and able to cast our sights far and wide to the whole world and work with like-minded partners out there. And that is why COVID-19 is such an existential crisis for us. It has forced us to close our borders. But I'm confident that once we get the great majority of population vaccinated, control the pandemic, we can reopen the borders progressively again. But what I'm worried about, that even when our borders are reopened, what about our hearts and our minds? Will they be reopened? If because of COVID or during the COVID pandemic, anti-foreigner sentiments, xenophobia, creeps into our collective psyche, then even if our borders are open, hearts and minds are not and will remain closed, then we will not recover from COVID-19. Then we will truly have a long COVID. Of all times, this is the worst time, in the middle of a crippling pandemic, to talk about turning inwards, to reject FTAs, reject globalization. I say we should emerge from COVID-19, announcing to the world that Singapore continues to be that shining jewel in Southeast Asia, the largest transshipment port in the world, the special Changi experience, a financial services hub, an IT capital, a hub for manufacturing, hospitality, mines, so on. Here the world converges. You can experience the richness of many cultures and also the uniquely Singapore character. Singaporeans will benefit immensely from this because of the opportunities it brings and how the international linkages and relationships cement our position in the world. And most importantly, we will be more united, and we must be more united than ever. And every one of us know that because we all did our part, whether it's getting vaccinated, undergoing regular testing, observe safe management measures, helping others in need, taking care of patients, all of us did our part. We stayed united. And the unity is what helped us conquer and overcome this pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2, the motion to consider 2 ministerial statements on free trade agreements and foreign manpower lapses at the conclusion of debate. Order, I propose to take a break now, suspend the sitting, and we'll take the chair at 4:50 p.m. Order, order. Order. Minister for Law.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill entitled an act to repeal and reenact the Copyright Act, Chapter 63 of the 2006 Revised Edition, to provide for copyright, the protection of performances and related rights, and to make related and consequential amendments to certain other acts.
Copyright Bill.
Second reading, what day?
At the first available sitting in September 2021, sir.
So be it. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Item 1, Mental Capacity Amendment Bill, second reading.
Question is that the bill be now read a second time. Ms. Leng.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to start my speech in Mandarin. 议长先生，我非常庆幸社会及家庭发展部预计到了2021年底，将会有超过4万人国人申请持久授权书。因为在新加坡，估计60岁以上的国人10个人就有1人有可能被诊断出患有失智症。预计到2030年，这数字可能攀升到8万人。我认为持久授权书应该向所有的国人广泛的推广，因为它允许个人尽早选择他们可以信任的代理决策者，这将让更多的国人能够感到放心。如果他们有一天失去了心智能力，他们的利益将有良好的照顾。因此，我支持心智能力修正法案的最新修订，方便更多国人可以申请持久授权书。我虽然赞同持久授权书能够以电子方式来制定，但我担心不经电脑技术的年长者可能因为不熟悉电子申请的程序而迟疑申请他们的持久授权书。尽管将有社区接触点，例如位于丹比尼中心的市民联络中心和综合公共服务中心为不太习惯用数码服务的年长者来提供协助，但不是所有对科技不熟悉的年长者都会到这些中心求助，尤其是那些行动也不方便的年长者。与我国会同事叶汉荣一样，我建议政府考虑动员关爱乐龄大使Civil Generation Ambassador 来推动和协助这群年长者申请持久授权书。关爱乐龄大使可以居家访问，帮助指导和协助行动不便的年长者来申请，这将能够让更多行动不便对科技也不熟的年长者受益。Mr. Speaker, back to English, please. It is encouraging to me to know that the Ministry for Social and Family Development will be expecting over 40,000 applications for the lasting power of attorney, or LPA for short, by the end of 2021. This makes the latest amendments to the Mental Capacity Amendment Bill a timely move. Given that 1 in 10 Singaporeans aged 60 and above have the chance of being diagnosed with dementia, and with the numbers expected to rise to 80,000 in 2030, I believe that the LPA should be widely promoted to all Singaporeans, as it allows an individual to make an early, informed, and personal choice of a proxy decision maker or donees whom they can trust. This reassures donors that their interests will be well taken care of should they lose their mental capacity one day. Since the inception of the LPA in 2014, slightly more than half of the donors are aged 60 years and above. The focus of my speech will be on the concerns and needs of seniors who are intending to apply for the LPA. I would like to raise 3 considerations related to the amendment bill. Firstly, I join my fellow PAP parliamentarians in sharing the concern that by fully enabling LPA to be made electronically, the seniors who are not technologically savvy may be discouraged to submit their applications. Although the MSF will be leveraging on community touchpoints such as the Citizen Connect Centres and the Integrated Public Service Centre at our Tampines Hub to provide assistance for seniors who are less comfortable with using digital services, there is a need to consider also seniors who have mobility issues and are not technologically comfortable. I would like to suggest for the MSF to consider mobilizing the Silver Generation ambassadors to promote and assist in the application of the LPA for this group of seniors. Silver Generation ambassadors can help to guide and assist seniors who are immobile and cannot approach the Citizen Connect centers by themselves in the application. In addition, special consideration can be made for seniors who are immobile to have the LPA certificate issuers visit their homes together with the senior Silver Generation ambassadors complete the LPA application to give them the peace of mind, and this will benefit seniors with mobility issues. Secondly, under the newly proposed Office of the Public Guardian online or OPGO process, donors and donees are not required to make face-to-face to obtain a signature on the LPA form. I'm concerned that this may create an opportunity for vulnerable seniors to be targets of fraud by fraudulent donees who want to take advantage of them. Without the requirements for donors and donees to meet up, seniors might be unknowingly coaxed into creating an LPA appointment by fraudulent donees. Although donors are still required to meet with the certificate issuers to ensure that the donor has the mental capacity to make the LPA and understand the effect of LPA. Without a third person witnessing the donee's identity, it can become challenging for the certificate issuers to act as a safeguard in preventing fraud from occurring. I would like to propose that MSF consider requiring at least one meeting in person or virtually between donors, donees, and the certificate issuers so that all parties will be aware of each other's identity and for the certificate issuers to provide timely feedback to the donors if they have grounds to suspect that the donees might be using fraud or undue pressure to induce the donor to make an LPA. Finally, I would like to raise the concerns about the protection of donors and donees should cyber attacks and cybersecurity breaches compromise the integrity of the eLPA documents. In recent times, there have been several noteworthy cybersecurity breaches on some cloud computing providers. Should a security breach result in eLPA documents being amended without the donor's or donee's knowledge, a transaction executed in good faith based on the LPA may result in a loss for the donor or a liability for the donee. How would the parties be protected, especially when the transaction relates to the donor's personal welfare, property, and affairs? Should the transaction that is in progress with the breach occurred be halted or determine if there has been any adversarial impact made to the LPA? The bill introduces Section 16A that affords protection of donees and others if the eLPA has a relevant error. I would like to propose that the section should also be expanded to include relevant protections from liabilities of donors and donees as a result of cyber attacks and cybersecurity breaches. This will go some way to protect the interests of all parties. Mr. Speaker, in my interactions with residents in Jalan Kayu, many came forward seeking help because they cannot make decisions for their family members who are suffering from dementia or other forms of mental health challenges, as their loved ones did not make an LPA when they would still have the mental capacity to do so. These decisions can range from either making simple bank transactions to applying for a HDB flat. Therefore, it is important to appoint a reliable and trustworthy proxy decision maker early so that both the donor and their family members have a peace of mind, knowing that their welfare and interests will be well taken care of when they become mentally incapacitated. Notwithstanding the considerations that I've raised, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Don Wee.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I declare my interest as an Office of Public Guardian pro bono deputy appointed by the court under the Mental Capacity Act. I welcome the amendment bill. One of the main amendments is to set up the new Office of the Public Guardian online electronic system. I agree that there are many benefits to be gained from the digitalization of the processes for the lasting power of attorney. In addition to greater convenience, the new system is more efficient and precious time can be saved with faster transactional time. As the OPGO system will be housed under the government commercial cloud, I'm sure the system will be secured by the same standard of cybersecurity measures as for all other data and information held by the government. I'm glad to note that for those who are less digitally savvy, they'll be able to arrange for personalized consultations by making appointment at the Office of the Public Guardian and seek help at Citizen Connect centers located at community centers nationwide. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Mandarin. 我想问该部门为了提高公众对持久授权书的认识，而计划进行的路演是否会受到冠病疫情的影响？是否有可能将有关持久授权书的推广与新加坡数码转型办事处提升年长者数码知识的课程挂钩呢？从而一石二鸟。对于那些行动不便、不知道如何上网的人，社会和家庭发展部是否会协助他们派遣一个巡回小组到他们的家中，帮助他们注册持久授权书，就像卫生部的巡回疫苗接种小组一样？ Next, I would like to share my concerns about the additional safeguards for donors. I'm worried that such safeguards are not sufficient. How can we ensure that elderly, in particular those who are less educated, will not be cheated? This is particularly a concern where the donors and donees are not related. Donees have control over the financial assets of the donor. If they siphon away such resources for themselves, ultimately the other family members or the government will have to pick up the tab or pay for the care of the donors. With the increasing number of singles and our rapidly aging population, the number of such vulnerable and usually elderly donors is likely to increase. We have already had cases of opportunistic donees in the past. There is certainly no lack of predatory scammers looking to gain the trust of lonely elderly persons to take advantage of them. I appeal to the Ministry to consider implementing additional measures to screen potential donees for the protection of donors. Would the Ministry share with the House if it had checked with the Singapore Police Force on the number of cases involving the defrauding of donors to date? Finally, I have a request based on my experience as a pro bono deputy with the Office of Public Guardian. Medical diagnosis has to be submitted when applying for a court order to appoint a pro bono donee in order to help a client who has lost his or her mental capacity. Assuming the client already has an existing medical record which states that he has already lost his mental capacity, and the record is stored in the National Electronic Healthcare Record. Instead of asking the aged home or caregiver to make an appointment to see the regular doctor for the sake of retrieving the medical record a few months later, will it not be much faster if the information can be shared between the government restructured hospitals, including the Institute of Mental Health, with the Office of Public Guardian in a secured manner? This current process is time-consuming and thus no service to the patient. For the case which I handled, I pray that my client was able to outlive the court order. Therefore, would the government restructure hospitals, Institute of Mental Health, the Ministry of Social and Family Development, the Ministry of Health, as well as the Office of Public Guardian work out a new framework to expedite this process? Notwithstanding the above-mentioned query, I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Xie Yao Chuan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to start by saying that everyone should pay attention to this bill, because this bill matters and should matter to each one of us. The Mental Capacity Act has come a long way since it was passed in Parliament in 2008 and came into effect in 2010. In the last 10-odd years, attitudes and mindsets on mental capacity have shifted in the right direction. More people are open to contemplating and planning for morbidity and indeed mortality. In other words, planning for disease, dying, and death. Yet, it is estimated that 1 in 10 in Singapore aged 60 and above may get dementia. And in advanced stages of the disease, a patient will lose the ability to make decisions for him or herself on his or her personal welfare, property, money, and other affairs. And as our population ages, there will be more and more of such patients. The key point is it can happen to any senior. And it is not just about seniors. It can happen to younger adults too. An unfortunate accident, for example, or a stroke, can rob a person of his or her ability to decide and act for him or herself. And so loss of mental capacity can really happen to any one of us. Luck of the draw. Not a pleasant thought, but a necessary one. And so this is why every one of us should think about and plan for the loss of our own mental capacity. And after 11 years of the Mental Capacity Act being in force, I believe it is time for the practice and implementation of the Act to move into a new phase, shift to a higher gear, and gather even more momentum. Therefore, the proposed amendments to this Act are very timely, and I stand in full support of the bill. The move to make the LPA application and registration process electronic by default is a very significant move, a major shift from the practice today. I believe it will bring much more convenience to both donors and donees, and with the shift to digital, LPAs can be registered in just 8 working days, compared to the more than 3 weeks currently, so slightly half the time needed. No more wet ink signatures, no more multiple changing of hands of hard copy application forms. The proposed move is also in line with our broader digital government strategy, allowing for much more frictionless transactions between citizen and government at different stages in life and for different life cycle needs. There may be concerns that the shift to electronic LPA making could inadvertently exclude the very seniors for whom this move is intended to bring convenience to, because our seniors might not be digitally savvy. On this, I am confident that the government has created sufficient touch points and resources in the community to make sure that seniors who need help with electronic LPA making in particular and digital transactions with the government in general will get the help that they need. Now, in MSF's public consultation exercise, I saw a suggestion to remove the need for in-person attendance before the certificate issuer in order to make the process even more convenient. In other words, make the process completely electronic, just between man and the system. The bill has, however, retained the in-person attendance before a CI, the certificate issuer, as a critical safeguard, and I support this as it would preserve confidence in the revamped process. But more importantly, I think the feedback brings into focus a larger point that convenience needs to be seen against the other dimension of importance, and I'll explain this. Now, I know of seniors who have 10, 15, 20 appointments with doctors each year. Almost all of these are attendances in person, although teleconsults are becoming more common, and yet seniors do not find these in-person attendances with doctors excessively inconvenient, because ultimately these are about their health, and health is, of course, important. And so it should be with LPAs. The general point is this: while the bill seeks to make the LPA making process as convenient as possible, ultimately, our attitudes towards an LPA, the importance that we attach to an LPA, must really move to a higher plane. An LPA should be as important as good health, because having an LPA is part of planning well and living well. And having an LPA is part of overall good health and well-being. And so just like good health, we need LPA adoption in Singapore to be much more widespread. Going forward, MSF expects a transaction volume of around 30,000 LPAs to be made a year based on pre-COVID trends. I think this is far too low a level of adoption. Thus, I'd like to ask, how is MSF planning to encourage much wider adoption of LPAs? How can we get many more to be aware of LPA, to be aware of mental capacity issues in the first instance? And how can we get many more to then recognize its due importance and actually take action to make an LPA? I have 4 suggestions. First, I'd like to suggest that MSF partners with healthcare providers to open up a whole new frontier. I believe that every patient passing through the doors of our polyclinics should be screened for LPA coverage. And for those that are not covered, the correct care planning conversations should take place in the polyclinic there and then. I believe the same screening should happen in our specialist outpatient clinics and even the wards in public hospitals. The screening should take place in our daycare and senior activity centers across the island. I think we ought to incorporate LPAs as part of standard health and care protocol for our seniors going forward. And I hope that healthcare settings in Singapore will get the right resources, for example, special LPA ambassadors and or training for existing staff to carry out the right conversations. Second, I suggest that we leverage the Silver Generation Office to promote LPAs door to door. Engage and spread the message door to door, just like how we did for COVID vaccination. The need for inoculation against poor planning or no planning ought to be as important as the need for inoculation against disease. Third, to better reach out to potential donees, youths, young adults, even middle-aged citizens, and encourage them to broach these conversations with their parents, grandparents, loved ones. We should utilize various channels, online and offline, again, to reach out to these potential donees and get the message across. Fourth and finally, IMDA has been training thousands of seniors in a range of digital skills like SingPass, WhatsApp, and e-payment through the Seniors Go Digital program. It is a very successful program, and I hope that MSF can work with IMDA to incorporate LPAs and make it a standard offering in the Seniors Go Digital program going forward as well. To conclude, in fact, we need seniors to adopt not just LPA, but also advanced care planning, make a will, and make a CPF nomination as part of a comprehensive plan to live well and eventually leave well for the benefit of themselves and their loved ones. Every senior, an LPA, an ACP, a will, a CPF nomination, that should be our overarching goal to ensure that all bases are covered for our seniors. And this bill is the first of many steps that we would need to take in that direction. Mr. Speaker, sir, in Mandarin. 社会及家庭发展部修改心智能力法案，让制定持久授权书（英文简称 LPA） 的过程转移线上、数码化。因此，注册持久授权书的时间将从3个星期缩短至平均8个工作日，将近一半。持久授权书本身也将成为一份电子文件。同时，新流程并不会有失于对于授权人的保障。此方针不仅与政府的公共服务数码转型大愿景接轨，更将给有意授权或被授权的公众人士带来更多的便利。 有些人，尤其是年长者，会担忧，不懂电脑，不懂线上平台怎么办？对此，我有信心，政府已在社区各处提供了足够的服务站与服务资源，帮助需要帮助的公众人士。撇开这一次修改心智能力法案的细节，我认为其法案更根本的含义，乃在于人民对持久授权书 LPA 本身的广泛意识，以及人民对 LPA 的重要性的广泛认知。在这一方面，我们要做的还有很多，因为目前已经制定持久授权书的国人实在是太少了。有调查显示，甚至是医护人员本身，有一大部分的其实并没有为死后或临终相关的事宜做好准备，这当然包括制定持久授权书。所谓的持久授权书 LPA， 就是让我们能指定自己信任的被授权人 donee， 在自己丧失心智能力后，代替我们决定并执行个人的福利、产业和财务事宜。也就是说，制定持久授权书就是在未雨绸缪，万一我们失智了，被授权人就成为我们的后盾。万一我们失智了，这句话也许不中听，但必须说在前头。其实失智的几率甚至不是1/1000，因为60岁以上患失智症的几率更靠近1/10。所以大家都应该制定持久授权书。对此，我希望社会及家庭发展部能与医疗机构合作，开拓更多的 LPA 联系点。经过任何综合诊疗所或公共医院或日间中心的年长者，都应该得到 LPA 覆盖的检测。如果察觉到还没有制定 LPA， 临场立刻进行适当的对话和说明。再来，我们也应该利用乐龄关爱大使与 SGO Silver Generation Office 挨家挨户做宣导，就像我们提倡接种疫苗一样，因为周全的人生计划也一样需要接种。周全的人生计划也一样需要接种。我们也应该利用各种渠道，包括线上和线下，鼓励更多的青年及中年人士与父母、祖父母、亲人进行对于持久授权书的讨论。放眼未来，我个人的希望是每一位年长者不只有一份 LPA， 还要有一份预先护理计划 Advanced Care Planning ACP， 还要有一份遗嘱，还要有一份公积金的提名。希望我们能一步步的朝这个目标迈进。Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand in support of this bill.
Ms. Heniso.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to speak on this amendment bill. I would first like to declare that I'm a practicing lawyer and the co-chairperson of the Law Society's Pro Bono Services Community Legal Clinics Committee. For the past few years, as part of the effort to increase community law awareness, I have been going on radio talk shows on a monthly basis. The topic mainly surrounds estate planning, in particular, the importance of lasting power of attorney, LPA. And as part of our Woodgrove's GEL mission, where L pertains to law awareness, out of the 6 law awareness talks organized for the past 1 year in Woodgrove, 4 sessions have been focused on sharing with our Woodgrove residents on the importance of estate planning. Many people often think that estate planning is something only wealthy individuals would consider doing. In actual fact, it is equally important, if not more important, for people of lesser means in our society. Take, for example, an elderly couple who only has each other to depend on, rely only on their retirement savings and their HDB asset. What happens if the husband suddenly becomes comatose as a result of a severe stroke? Will the wife be able to sell or rent out their HDB flat in order to raise funds for payment of her husband's hefty medical expenses? Can she withdraw monies out from her husband's fixed deposit account to purchase necessary medical equipment required now by her bedridden husband? The answer to both of these questions is likely to be no, unless the husband had already executed a LPA and appointed his wife as his intended donee prior to becoming mentally incapacitated. Or if the wife applies now to the court to be officially appointed as her husband's deputy. While both options would allow her to manage her bedridden husband's personal welfare, property and affairs, the second one is often considered, as what my parliamentary colleague Mr Patrick Tay mentioned in his speech yesterday, a cumbersome and costly process. Notwithstanding the fact that most court applications for appointment of a deputy takes around 3 to 4 months to complete for a straightforward case, the medical report required as part of the application process, as what Mr Donwy had shared earlier, would itself require at least another 1 to 3 months to obtain. As such, during my past 10 years of serving in the community, I have been a strong advocate for educating the public on the importance of doing an LPA, especially amongst our senior citizens. Doing so would enable the applicant to have a peace of mind while providing clarity and certainty to the applicant's families on who would take up the role of donee should the applicant ever loses his mental capacity. I therefore applaud the latest move by MSF to establish an electronic transaction system to create new LPAs, as I believe that any reviews to make the process of registering an LPA more accessible and affordable are always welcome. In fact, during the Parliament sitting in October last year, I had posed a question to MSF inquiring whether the Office of Public Guardians, the OPG, has plans to implement online registrations for LPAs. Amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, we have begun to see more people, including lawyers, working from home. Interviews with clients are conducted most of the time through virtual platforms. This prevents the spread of the virus and enables those who are physically disabled and or residing overseas to stay connected and run their errands without stepping out of the house. It has always been my hope that through digitalization, the process of registering an LPA will be simplified in the perspective of the donors and the donees, thereby encouraging more people, especially those with mobility issues, to sign up for one. With that said, just like what several of my parliamentary colleagues who have spoken before me have raised, I likewise envisaged that there will be 2 issues that may occur when we move the registration of LPA onto an electronic transaction system. Firstly, does one know how to access the internet and log into the electronic transaction system? As mentioned by Mayor Dennis Phua and Mr. Louis Ng yesterday, as well as Ms. Ng Ling Ling a moment ago, I concur that the elderly and the vulnerable groups in our community will require more assistance to access the internet and navigate the online system. I wish to elaborate on this issue in Mandarin, please, Mr. Speaker. 经过这次的新制能力法令修订，国人将能透过新的公共监护人 办公室线上服务使用电子签名上网制定持久授权书。如要鼓励更多国人在心智健全时立下持久授权书来保障个人利益，我认为除了要将申请过程变得更快捷与便利之外，我们首先该先确保申请人以及必须签字同意的委托人都能上网轻而易举地使用这网上线上服务。虽然当局将利用社区接触点，例如分布全岛的民众联络俱乐部以及位于但宾尼天地的综合公共服务中心，来协助那些有需要数码援助的国人使用这线上服务。我认为，除此之外，当局也该考虑培训我们的关爱乐龄办事处的同僚及社工们，以便他们在做家访时能够提供他们随身所携带的平板笔电，协助那些社区年长者以及长期居住行动不便者上网使用这电子授权书的线上服务。The second issue pertains to whether one knows how to fill up the e-form and understand the legal consequences of each option selected. For example, when the donor selects the option to empower the donee to give or refuse consent to start or continue with healthcare and medical treatments, are they both aware that such empowerment does not mean that the donee will be able to make a decision on whether to provide extraordinary life-sustaining treatment to prolong the donor's life? This can only be done if the donor signs a separate legal instrument called the Advanced Medical Directives, which many people often misunderstood the meaning behind this. While I note that the staff at these community touch points will be trained to help those who have difficulties using the OPG portal to make their LPA electronically, it is my humble opinion that the services to be provided should only pertain to assisting them with the technical issues on accessing the portal. For example, how to log on and sign electronically. The LPA is, after all, a legal instrument, and it is best that the donor and donees understand the legal consequences before signing their names. In this regard, I propose that the portal should have a feature where a virtual meeting can be conducted, where the donor, donee, and certificate issuers logs in at the same time. The certificate issuer will take parties through the e-form and ensure that both the donor and donees understand the contents and e-sign at the same instance. During the course of the meeting, the certificate issuer should also be using a standard due diligence framework checklist that is to be created by the OPG to ascertain whether parties have the mental capacity to execute such legal instrument. Lastly, this virtual meeting should be recorded and stored in the Porta database. These recorded footages may come in useful when the public guardian is ascertaining subsequently whether the donor had previously been induced into executing the LPA. As mentioned earlier, an LPA is just one component of estate planning. During the budget debate earlier this year, I suggested that we consider setting up an estate planning portal online with support from multiple ministries to start educating households on the essential legal knowledge and encourage them to begin estate planning for contingencies. This portal will be dedicated to administrative matters such as CPF nominations, lodging of LPA applications, AMDs, as well as the registering of wills. One can even consider setting out their funeral arrangement plans through this portal. Upon the passing of the loved ones, the next of kin can access to notify through this portal and extract the necessary information required to kickstart the administrations of the estate. This portal can also provide further value by collaborating with the Law Society, which can assist to devise a way for the platform to dispense legal advice virtually. I was heartened to learn that as part of the Life SG initiative and to encourage more people to begin their end-of-life planning comprehensively, the Ministry of Health, Public Service Division and the Smart Nation and Digital Government Group have launched the My Legacy portal last year. The portal, currently still in beta testing, has a My Legacy Vault feature, which is accessible using the SingPass and allows users to plan, store, and share legal, healthcare, and estate matters securely with the people they trust. I trust that OPG is in touch and is in the midst of collaborating with the above-mentioned agencies to ensure that the registration of LPA through My Legacy portal will be seamless. And I am hopeful that the portal incorporates the features which I have recommended above. Lastly, I wish to seek clarifications on the cost of registering the LPA. Presently, the $75 application fee waiver for LPA Form 1 for Singaporeans has been extended to 31st of March 2023, so as to encourage more Singaporeans to plan ahead and apply for LPA. This is actually the fourth extension granted by the OPG since its first extension in 2016. And we often see an influx in the take-up rates when the waiver deadline draws close. This would inevitably cause the OPG back end to be stretched in terms of the manpower while processing the new LPAs. In light that the LPAs will now be digitalized, would the ministry consider removing the registration fees for LPA Form 1 entirely? I believe this will further motivate fellow Singaporeans to apply and subscribe to a LPA Form 1 soon. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding my request for clarifications and suggestions, I stand in support of this amendment bill.
Mr. Gantempo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the plans to digitalize and simplify the procedures for the LPA. However, digital systems, record and transactions has vulnerabilities and require electricity and internet access. I'm worried about eventualities such as power outage, system malfunctions, and cyber attacks. Would the ministry share in greater detail what measures are in place to mitigate such risks and what backup plans are in place? Do we have foolproof backup for all information in the database? The other issue is the possibilities of disputes when LPAs has been changed, particularly just before the donors lose their mental capacity. In some cases, relationship among donors, donees, and family members may be complicated and even acrimonious. Is there any simplified process or processes in place to bring about expeditious resolution for such cases? Finally, I would like to ask if there is any resource for donors or those acting on their behalf in the events of mismanagement by the appointed donees or breach of trust, which does not require going to court. Can some sort of insurance be arranged to protect donors? On the other hand, donees can also face risk of legal suits, and hence, can they protect themselves with forms of professional indemnity insurance? I support the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Sukanan Abdul Rahim.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the amendments and support the bill. An electronic transaction system will allow for faster and more secure registration for donors' benefit. This will also reduce the possibility of errors. However, I would like to suggest several proposals to further safeguard the interests of all parties involved and at the same time to protect the reputation and integrity of the Office of Public Guardian and the lasting power of attorney system. I'm speaking from my own experience as a pro bono lawyer helping laypersons make and file their LPAs. Firstly, on protection for donors. Currently, donors make an online declaration not equivalent to a statutory declaration before submitting information to third parties. I would like to ask whether it's necessary for donees to produce medical reports which certify that donors have lost their mental capacities first before they can exercise their powers under the LPAs. If the medical report is not mandatory, I would like to propose to make it a requirement for donees to inform OPG and produce medical reports which certify that the donors have lost their mental capacities before the donees exercise the powers under the LPAs. Bodies like the Association of Banks and Council for Estate Agencies already require donees to first produce medical reports which show that donor has lost his or her mental capacity. This is a requirement before he or she can exercise the powers under the LPA. Alternatively, the donee can be required to submit a statutory declaration to confirm that the donor has been certified by a doctor to lack mental capacity. Perhaps it's useful to have such a general requirement and to make it mandatory for banks and real estate firms who handle LPA-related transactions to keep OPG or their regulators informed once a request to exercise an LPA is made by a donee. Secondly, on protection for certificate issuers. I agree with MSF's retention of requirement for a donor to visit the LPA certificate issuer, or CI, in person, because this will ensure that the donor understands the scope and purpose of the LPA. However, I think it's equally important that the CI meets the donee as well. I would like to propose to make it a requirement for the CI to meet the donee to ascertain if the donee himself or herself is a person who has mental capacity to carry out the said powers on behalf of the donor. Furthermore, by having the CI to meet the donee, this will also help the CI to flag to OPG if the donee already is a donee on other LPAs. I agree and understand MSF's reasoning to protect confidentiality and only disclose the number of LPAs on which the donee has been appointed, and that the choice is ultimately up to the donor. However, the capability and adequacy of the donee in exercising such powers may be limited if he or she is to administer various matters on behalf of several donors who have lost their mental capacity at the same time. Surely, there's a limit to human abilities and dedication of time. It would thus be useful to consider a requirement for the CI to highlight to OPG when facing with donees who are multiple donees. OPG can then subsequently follow up and advise the donor that the chosen donee is a multiple donee, and the donor can make his or her informed choice. In this regard, perhaps it would be useful to consider a limit on the maximum number of LPAs on which someone can be appointed as a donee. Another aspect to look out for is the relationship between the donor and the donee, or the lack of one. Having donees who are non-family members or who are no longer directly related by virtue of a divorce or remarriage may potentially or give rise to potential misunderstandings or conflicts in the future. In this regard, it will be useful to consider requiring CIs to meet potential donees in person too, and not just the donors. Not only can the CIs ascertain the mental capacity of the donees, but they can also raise the red flag to OPG if the donee is to be appointed is a non-family member, or if there is anything amiss. It would also be useful if OPG is updated when there has been a change in the relationship between the donor and the donee. In this regard, may I ask if there is a database or system for OPG to be updated once the donee on an LPA ceases to be a family member by virtue of divorce or has predeceased the donor. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the clarifications I support this bill as it's a step in the right direction to greater access and protection for donors. Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Yong.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand in support of the bill which seeks to enable the lasting power of attorney, or LPA, to be made electronically. Madam, the LPA is an important legal instrument that safeguards the interests of those who lose their mental capacity. Once we reach the age of 21, any one of us can become a donor and appoint one or more persons whom we trust to become a donee to make decisions on our behalf in the unfortunate event that we lose our mental faculties. According to data from the Office of the Public Guardian, or OPG, the number of LPAs registered has been on an upward trend. In 2016, there were only about 8,000 LPAs registered. But in just the first 3 months of 2021, we have seen over 9,000 LPAs registered, and the MSF expects more than 40,000 LPAs to be registered by the end of this year. The proposed amendments in the bill are therefore timely, as an online system will allow the ministry to cater to a higher volume of LPA applications. While it is encouraging to see an increasing number of LPA applications in recent years, we need to be aware that those who have registered as a donor remains a very small minority in our society. And more must be done to address the stigma that comes associated with conversations about LPA. It is common to hear our loved ones, especially our parents and our grandparents, dismiss discussions about registering an LPA with words like tachut, or more colloquially, choy, and unfortunately, the conversations does not progress past this stage. Amongst the young, many simply think that this is something for our seniors to do. Can the ministry provide a demographic breakdown of applicants that have become donors in the past 5 years and share its plans to destigmatize the topic of LPA and encourage adoption, especially among our seniors? Madam Deputy Speaker, the shift to digitalize LPA applications means that we need to put in place robust safeguards to prevent fraudulent applications. Under the bill, the electronic copy of a registered LPA will be treated as free from error if individuals do not notify the OPG of any rectification within 90 days. I'm particularly concerned about this. How would someone know that someone else has impersonated them, either as a donor or a donee? How will the OPG know if fraud or undue pressure was used to induce a donor to make an LPG or appoint a particular person to be their donee? I'd also like to ask if there had been instances of a donee being appointed by multiple donors, and whether this would be a key factor in determining fraudulent digital LPA applications. Lastly, I'd like to echo what several members have raised yesterday and today about the importance of ensuring that digital LPA applications remain accessible to the less tech-savvy, particularly our seniors. Well, I'm glad to hear that the MSF plans to leverage community touchpoints like the Citizen Connect centers at our community centers to aid those who need help. I believe that more can be done to assist our seniors at the hubs that they frequent. I'd like to therefore suggest working with senior activity centers which are based in our heartlands to assist their members with the digital LPA applications. We can also consider using the Regional Social Service Office to be used as another channel to outreach to vulnerable Singaporeans. Madam, in conclusion, the shift to digitalize the LPA is an important step in making it more accessible to every segment of our population. But we need to ensure that the less tech-savvy have easy access to the process, and there must be robust safeguards to prevent fraud. With that, I support the bill.
Parliamentary Secretary Eric Chua.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank all 19 members who have spoken earnestly on the bill, reflecting on the importance they place on pre-planning for peace of mind and for the support of this bill. Members' comments fall into 5 broad themes, namely, support for those who need help navigating online services, clarifications regarding the electronic transaction system, OPGO, cybersecurity, protection of donors, donees, and third parties, and future developments in the mental capacity landscape. Let me address each theme in turn. Many members such as Ms. Cheryl Chan, Ms. Denise Phua, Mr. Don Wee, Ms. Hani So, Mr. Leon Pereira, Mr. Louis Ng, Mr. Melvin Yong, Ms. Ng Leng, Mr. Seah Kem Peng, Ms. Yo Wan Leng, and Mr. Yip Hon Wing have raised concerns about supporting those who need help navigating digital services. With the support of many community partners, we will endeavor to leave no one behind in this digitalization journey. For the elderly with family, we encourage their family members to assist them and leverage SingPass's multi-user 2FA, two-factor authentication. I would like to assure Ms. Hani So and Mr. Patrick Tay that 2 tips on OPGO will explain legal terms. Mr. Louis Chua would also be pleased to know that instructions on making the LPA in OPGO will be made available in the vernacular languages. I thank Mr. Seah Kem Peng for his suggestion to create a checklist for donors to track their progress. Further, the Office of the Public Guardian, or OPG, will train certificate issuers to navigate LPA applications on OPGO so that they too may support their clients. We will also offer one-on-one consultation at OPG's physical office. Ms. Cheryl Chan, Ms. Hani So, Ms. Ng Leng, and Mr. Seah Yao Chen will be glad to know that OPG is working with Silver Generation ambassadors to connect seniors keen to make the LPAs, especially those living alone, with their nearest community touchpoints. Citizen Connect Centers and Public Service Center staff will be trained to help seniors make the LPAs or access LPA-related transactions online. Ms. So may be assured that the staff will not be advising on the appointments or the powers to be granted. As for Mr. Melvin Yong's suggestion to leverage senior activity centers and regional social service agencies, OPG will work with them to direct the clients to the nearest touchpoint. I also thank Mr. Seah Kem Peng and Mr. Patrick Tay for their suggestions on other potential partnerships to ensure accessibility. For donors with mobility issues, such as physical disability or incarceration, LPA certificate issuers may visit them to certify the LPAs. OPG representatives can also assist the physically disabled with their LPA applications at their homes. For the visually impaired, OPGO will include text-to-speech functions to guide them in completing their LPAs online. Digital fingerprints, as suggested by Mr. Yip, however, may not be necessary as we have replaced wet ink signatures with digital ones. A parallel hard copy system for the majority, as suggested by Ms. Denise Phua and Mr. Louis Chua, would not be necessary, but as mentioned in my opening speech, we will allow hard copy submissions under exceptional circumstances. Next, let me address some queries regarding OPGO. Ms. Cheryl Chan noted that errors in hard copy LPAs would be rectified on the electronic copy under Clause 9 of the bill and asked whether these hard copy LPAs containing errors would be superseded by the electronic copies on OPGO. Let me clarify that Clause 9 is intended to cover errors arising from the conversion of hard copy LPA into the electronic LPAs, not errors within hard copy LPAs itself. I note Ms. Chan and Mr. Louis Ng's concern on whether transactions may rely on hard copy LPA containing errors, and would like to assure that these errors, such as repeated page numbers, are highly unlikely. OPG has checked through all scanned copies of existing registered LPAs to minimize any risk of error. As to whether the electronic copies will supersede the hard copy LPAs, the hard copy LPA will no longer be treated by the law as the LPA after the electronic copy is treated by the operation of law as such. Therefore, while donees and third parties are not prevented from referencing the hard copy LPAs, the superseded hard copy LPA should not be relied upon, for transactions. This is because any note on the occurrence of certain important events will only be attached to the electronic LPA henceforth. Such events include the donor's bankruptcy, which would revoke his power to manage the donor's financial matters. As such, I strongly encourage all parties to rely on the electronic copy when transacting. Mr. Louis Ng asked if the hard copy version of the LPA is the LPA during the 90-day period. The answer is yes. The electronic copy only becomes the LPA after the 90-day period if no relevant error is spotted and reported, and if a relevant error is reported to the OPG, the electronic copy becomes the LPA either on the 91st day or on the day which the public guardian rectifies the relevant error, whichever is later. Mr. Ng also asked about the circumstances under which the public guardian will not rectify a notified error in the electronic copy of the LPA. Under the new section 1114 of the MCA, which is inserted by clause 4 of the bill, a relevant error refers to any disparity or inconsistency between the electronic copy and the LPA that has been registered. The public guardian will rectify every such error brought to her attention. To his question on whether transactions relying on an electronic copy containing a relevant error would still be valid, the answer is yes. The new section 16A of the MCA, which is inserted by clause 10 of the bill, protects donees who have acted in reliance on the electronic copy without knowing of the relevant error, and third parties who have transacted in good faith without knowing of the relevant error. I thank Mr. Ng for his careful scrutiny of bill provisions and wish to clarify that the new section 10D, inserted by clause 3 of the bill, addresses error or omissions arising from a malfunction of OPGO when the transaction in question is performed via the system. And the new section 10D is not intended to cover rectification of any relevant error arising from the process of converting hard copy LPAs to electronic copies. Mr. Seah Kian Peng proposed to require express verification from the donors and donees before the electronic copy is treated as the LPA. We have made a considered decision not to do so. Let me explain. First, the risk of such errors is very low, as there's neither entry nor extraction of new data. Secondly, in the rare chance that there are errors in the electronic copy after the 90-day period, the public guardian may still rectify the error under the new section 15A of the MCA. Third, the 90-day cutoff provides certainty in the LPA's status and allows confident transactions. Donees and third parties will also be protected if they had respectively acted in reliance on the electronic copy or transacted in good faith without knowing of the relevant error. We do not wish to inconvenience most donors and donees to cater for an unlikely scenario. Ms. Cheryl Chan made a few technical queries. First, on considerations for disclosing non-confidential information. This may be disclosed to public sector agencies or the public at large for reasons of public education or interest. For example, to correct any falsehoods regarding LPA statistics. Second, on whether access to confidential information contained in the LPA will be restricted. Subsidiary legislations will be amended such that only donors, donees, and transacting third parties authorized by the donor or donee may access this information. Others seeking access would need the public guardian's approval to search the LPA register. Third, on the next steps, should a donee or donor object to the proposed rectification or update of the public guardian's register. Under the new section 33A of the Act, which is inserted by clause 14 of the bill, the public guardian must not proceed with the rectification or updating if the person objects, unless the public guardian is satisfied that the objection is frivolous, vexatious, or has been withdrawn, as rectifications would be based on information obtained from other Singapore public sector agencies, objections would be unlikely. Mr. Louis Ng asked if MSF has incorporated lessons from the United Kingdom's online system for LPAs. I wish to clarify that the UK's service
does not allow for the online registration of electronic LPAs. The LPA must still be printed and signed using wet ink signatures before submitting it to the UK OPG. What the UK's online service allows is the conversion of the hard copy registered LPAs into online summaries of the LPAs that can be shared with transacting parties. In contrast, OPGO digitalizes the entire LPA process, including the online creation of digitally signed LPAs. Given this, the comparisons between OPGO and UK's online system might not be apt, but I take Mr. Ng's point on the need to ensure that the rollout is smooth. We have conducted extensive stakeholder engagements and will involve them in user acceptance tests. OPG will also be training certificate issuers on the use of OPGO. Let me now address the third theme, cybersecurity. Cybersecurity risks are not new, but they're especially pertinent in light of important documents like the LPA. I thank Mr. Gam Tiam Poh, Ms. Leng, Mr. Sean Huang, and Mr. Yip Hon Wing for raising their concerns. OPGO will be housed under the government commercial cloud. Cybersecurity measures will be in place to protect against hacking and data compromise. For example, personal identifiable information will be encrypted. To address unscheduled system outage, OPGO data will be backed up daily across multiple geographical locations or zones in Singapore. OPGO will run across these multiple zones to provide better infrastructure resilience and scalability for business operations. Thus, in the unlikely event of a system outage, we expect OPGO to be restored and tested within a reasonable time frame, possibly within a day, so that the users can continue their LPA applications by the next day. Users will also be informed of the disruption and may contact OPG's hotline for help. The Public Guardian will also check through all the LPAs submitted during the period of malfunction. Should there be any issues, Ms. Sarah Chan may be assured that the Public Guardian will rectify it as soon as possible and notify the donor and donees affected within 7 days of its rectification. As these issues are likely to be easily rectified, for example, a person's NRIC being keyed in twice, donors and donees need not be too alarmed. If a donor or donee spots any discrepancies in the electronic LPA after OPGO has been restored, he or she can contact the Public Guardian to rectify it. I thank Ms. Leng for her suggestion to expand the protection clauses within the Mental Capacity Act to cater for scenarios arising from cyber attacks and cybersecurity breaches. We will work closely across government as we develop the system and the specific protection clauses required. I wish to reassure members that we have taken steps to prevent unauthorized access and distribution of the electronic LPAs. The electronic LPA will only be accessible to the donor and donees after they log on to the OPGO. Donor or donees may share the LPA with third parties by making the request in OPGO and providing the email address of the transacting party to receive the electronic LPA. OPG will send a password-protected LPA to the transacting party. Only parties authorized by the donor or donees may view the LPA. Stringent security measures also prevent changes to the contents of the electronic LPAs without the donor or donee's knowledge when the document is signed with SingPass. If the LPA is compromised, the changes will be detected and the digital signature will be reflected as invalid, thereby disabling it from being used. Many members have made suggestions for further safeguards to protect donors, donees, and third parties. Ms. Leng asked for MSF to reconsider the removal of a witness for the donee's signature. We have assessed that the risks of doing so are very low. First, the donee must log on to OPGO using SingPass 2FA. With 2FA, the donee must first enter his SingPass ID and password, and thereafter enter a one-time PIN, OTP, send via SMS, or use face verification. Alternatively, the donee may log on to OPGO using the SingPass application. These provide an additional security layer to prove the donee's identity. Second, OPGO will send notifications to a donee at various points while the LPA is being created. As the donee is kept informed in real time, he or she can alert OPG if someone is impersonating him or her. Third, Ms. Hani So, Mr. Melvin Yong, Mr. Seah Kian Peng, and Ms. Yo Wan Leng may be assured that even as we go digital, we have retained the most important safeguard for donors to execute the LPA in the presence of the certificate issuer. This ensures that the donor has the mental capacity to make his or her LPA, including that the donee appointed is the person intended by the donor. The class of professionals who may be certificate issuers are scoped to those whom we are confident possess the qualifications to certify that the donor understands the purpose and scope of the LPA. Ms. Leng and Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim also asked to consider at least one meeting between donors, donees, and certificate issuers, or between certificate issuer and donees. I seek members' understanding that we are aiming to strike a right balance between safeguards and convenience. There's currently no requirement for donees to be present when the donor visits the certificate issuer. It may be difficult for donors and donees to arrange a common time and space, given our work and family commitments. This is especially so if the donees are overseas at the time of the donor's execution of the LPA. We wish to retain this convenience so that the LPA making process is as accessible as possible. Furthermore, the donor should choose a person he trusts to make decisions on his or her behalf. Should there be any doubts on the donee's mental capacity, the donor would not have appointed him or her. If more than one donee is appointed, any other concerned donee may also object to the registration of the LPA during the mandatory 3-week waiting period. Mr. Zulkarnain asked to consider additional protection measures before a donee may use the LPA to transact. Ms. Cheryl Chan had suggested for the public guardian to authenticate the medical report so that transacting parties are assured of its validity. Mr. Leon Pereira and Mr. Yip Hon Wing proposed that all donees should notify OPG of the intention to exercise their authority, especially for major decisions, before doing so. And these are all good suggestions. Today, the MCA already allows a third party to require a donee to produce a certificate from a registered medical practitioner stating that the donor's lack of capacity is likely to be permanent for matters involving a donor's property. Transacting parties may refuse to accept the donee's authority if the donee does not comply. Clause 7 of the bill will amend Section 1310 of the MCA to also enable transacting parties to require donees to produce such certificate for transactions involving the donor's personal welfare. I'm not inclined towards a statutory declaration, as this requires donees to seek a commission for oaths, which incurs more costs. And we must not unnecessarily penalize the majority of cases that do not involve fraud. The OPGO process will also address some of the members' concerns. Namely, the donee will need to declare on OPGO that the donor has lost mental capacity before transacting using the LPA. OPG will also continue to remind stakeholders to conduct their due diligence checks and verify that the maker of the medical report is a doctor with a valid license. Ms. Cheryl Chan, Mr. Melvin Yong, Mr. Sean Huang, Mr. Patrick Tay, and Mr. Yip Hon Wing asked about amendment to allow the public guardian to disclose to the donor certain information concerning the donees. They wish to clarify the process and how OPG could detect such occurrences. OPG has a register of LPAs. The system will alert the public guardian if any prospective donee has been appointed as donee in multiple LPAs. The public guardian will assess the flagged case and interview the donor if necessary. Potential red flags, as Mr. Don Wee noted, may include cases where the donee is unrelated to any of the donors. The public guardian may also receive whistleblowing complaints on the proposed donee. Mr. Louis Ong raised an important point on whether the public guardian would intervene regardless of the donor's stated wishes. A key principle in the MCA is to respect the decision of a person with mental capacity, and we must respect the donor's wishes should he or she knowingly appoints a donee with multiple doneeships or declines to attend an interview with the public guardian, a possible scenario that Ms. Sylvia Lim raised. Nonetheless, should the public guardian have evidence of fraud or undue pressure, she may seek the court's directions under existing Section 17 of the MCA on whether the LPA should be registered. For Mr. Melvin Yong's and Ms. Sylvia Lim's information, the public guardian would interview the donor to assess if the donor had voluntarily made the LPA. If necessary, the public guardian may rely on her existing powers to obtain further information to determine the issue. This approach would similarly be taken for cases that Ms. Cheryl Chan has raised, for example, when the donor is already experiencing an early onset of dementia. Mr. Louis Ong asked if the public guardian could interview persons other than the donor. The public guardian may exercise her investigative powers under existing Section 32 of the MCA to interview any person who has the relevant information relating to a donor who has lost mental capacity. As a number of doneeship appointments is confidential, we need to be careful on how much is shared and with whom. Thus, under the new Section 31A of the MCA, we have enabled the public guardian to disclose this information to the donor only so that he or she may make an informed decision. Mr. Don Wee suggested additional measures to screen potential donees. For example, Mr. Seah Kian Peng asked to require the public guardian to disclose multiple donerships in all cases. I wish to clarify that the intent of the amendment is to cover select cases where there are reasonable grounds to doubt the integrity of the LPA making process. With more than 95% of donees being trusted family members who are chosen by donors themselves, we agree with Ms. Sylvia Lim that multiple doneeships are not uncommon. For instance, a daughter may be appointed as donee for her father, her mother, and her husband. The certificate issuer will also have certified that the donor is not under undue pressure or fraud to appoint a particular person as donee. The public guardian will exercise her discretion judiciously when disclosing the donee's information in the exceptional cases where fraud or undue pressure is suspected. Mr. Murali Pillay also proposed that the public guardian be allowed to disclose other relevant information which is material to the donor's decision when appointing the donee. For example, if the donee has prior criminal convictions. I thank Mr. Murali for his suggestion and will consider this for future amendments. Mr. Gan Tiam Poh asked if there's any recourse for mismanagement or breach of trust committed by the donee which does not require going to the court. It is important that donors appoint donees whom they trust, but in the rare case where a donee abuses his or her powers, the public guardian is empowered to investigate the case and may apply to the court under existing Section 17 of the MCA to revoke the LPA. Application to the court is necessary as the court plays the role as the finder of facts to determine whether mismanagement or breach of trust has occurred. That said, the concerned party need only report the case to the public guardian. The public guardian can then take the case to court if necessary. On Mr. Gan's suggestion to explore insurance for donors and donees to protect against the risk of legal suits, we will take this feedback on board, but we are mindful that this may incur higher costs for both donors and donees. Mr. Gan also raised another query regarding simplified dispute resolution options for disputing donors, donees, and family members. Sometimes, despite the best of intentions, conflicts may arise because of communication breakdown or misunderstanding. It may not be easy, but I will encourage all disputing parties to talk through the differences. OPG may refer these cases to mediation, family conferencing, or counseling. Ms. Sylvia Lim asked what might constitute good reasons where remote witnessing may be required. These include cases where the person has contracted a highly contagious disease, such that the certificate issuer may not visit in person. Under such exceptional circumstances, prior application by the donor is needed for the public guardian to assess the merits of the case and to ensure sufficient safeguards are in place for remote witnessing. OPG will seek inputs from the various stakeholders on the safeguards and ensure that all the operational details are worked through before we implement this. Finally, let me move on to the last theme regarding members' suggestions for future developments in the mental capacity space. Ms. Denise Phua, Mr. Patrick Tay, and Mr. Don Wee asked if there are plans to further simplify and expedite the deputyship process. Many cases have benefited from the time and cost savings arising from the simplified deputyship application track, but I agree that more can be done. We note the members' suggestions and will continue to explore ways to improve the process. Mr. Murali Pillay and Mr. Xie Yao Chen emphasized the importance of a holistic pre-planning package. We wholeheartedly agree. My ministry has been working closely with the Ministry of Health to encourage citizens to pre-plan and to make the LPAs and advanced care plans together. The advanced care plan allows a person to consider their care preferences and communicate their wishes to the healthcare spokesperson, who can speak on their behalf in the future. Ideally, the donee will take on the role of the healthcare spokesperson so that he or she may not only communicate, but also make decisions. Ms. Hani So and Mr. Yip Hon Weng will be pleased to know that the My Legacy portal already has a LPA ACP2 which guides users to complete both forms. We are working with the My Legacy team to allow for system interfaces between OPGO and My Legacy such that online LPA applications can be made on My Legacy too. This will enable Singaporeans to consider making an LPA as they plan for other end-of-life matters. OPGO will also encourage donors to nominate their donees as the healthcare spokespersons. I also thank Mr. Xiao Chen and Mr. Yip for their suggestions to integrate the LPA into relevant healthcare protocols and government processes such as CPF nomination reviews. In the same spirit, Ms. Denise Phua had asked if the certificate issuer pool could be expanded to other professionals. My ministry will review this feasibility. Currently, Singaporeans may refer to OPG's website for the list of more than 7,000 certificate issuers. OPGO will also include a search function, enabling donors to locate the certificate issuers by location. Mr. Yip Hon Weng asked if the electronic LPAs would be automatically updated on the National Electronic Health Records system. We are working to automatically approve search requests submitted in OPGO by pre-approved agencies such as hospitals. And this will ensure healthcare professionals and providers can retrieve search results in a timely and cost-efficient manner. Ms. Cheryl Chan, Ms. Hani So, and Mr. Patrick Tay have raised some concerns on the cost of making an LPA. Let me address them. First, there will be no additional costs incurred when making an LPA electronically. We have extended the LPA Form 1 application fee waiver for Singaporeans to 31st of March 2023. I therefore urge all Singaporeans to take advantage of the waiver and OPGO to make your LPA. Second, regarding Ms. So's query on whether we will waive the fees permanently, we will review these and share more when we are ready. Third, Mr. Tay suggested that the certificate issuer fees may be waived, subsidized, or benchmarked. OPG does not prescribe the fees charged as LPA certification is a professional service. However, the top 10 most visited certificate issuers is published on OPG's website. As at January this year, the majority of the top 10 most visited doctors charged $50 or less, especially for senior citizens. For those needing financial assistance, the OPG website lists not-for-profit providers offering subsidized LPA certification services. They include LifePoint's LPA One-Stop Services, Potter's Place Community Services Society, and Mount Avenir Outreach Medical Clinic at the Enabling Village. I fully agree with Ms. Denise Phua, Mr. Don Wee, Mr. Louis Chua, Mr. Melvin Yong, Mr. Seah Kim Peng, and Mr. Seah Chuan's call for more Singaporeans to make the LPA. In my opening speech, I've outlined how digitalization would ease this LPA making process. Ms. Phua will be pleased to learn that MSF has been working closely with other ministries and community partners to raise awareness on pre-planning. As mentioned, we work with the Silver Generation Ambassadors to reach out to seniors and their caregivers. While we have halted temporarily our physical roadshows due to the pandemic, OPG has continued to engage hospitals, banks, senior activity centers, etc., to conduct virtual talks on LPA for staff and clients. But we can do more to widen our outreach in a sustained manner. There are plans for a pre-planning campaign which will leverage digital and ground channels to reach out to all Singaporeans. I'm also heartened by Mr. Patrick Tay's sharing about the live webinar and economical pre-planning packages he had embarked on for his pioneer constituency, and hope that other members would consider similar efforts in your constituencies. I'm glad that Mr. Yong and Mr. Seah pointed out the taboo among seniors regarding LPAs and the misconceptions that some younger Singaporeans hold about pre-planning. I understand that the conversation about losing mental capacity can be difficult to broach, but it is better to be prepared than to leave matters unclear for our families should we lose mental capacity. Fortunately, more young Singaporeans are grasping the importance of pre-planning. Since 2010, we have about 30,000 donors below the age of 50. The full breakdown of the donors and donees by age is available on OPG's website. We will continue to educate Singaporeans and stakeholders to address these misconceptions and promote pre-planning before considering more drastic measures like default LPAs. Mr. Louis Chua asked if there's an aspirational target for the number of LPAs that we want to achieve. The truth is, the LPA take-up rate has been rising quite rapidly. From just 346 registered LPAs in 2010, we now have more than 20,000 LPAs registered just in the first six months of this year alone. My point is, we are moving in the right direction. So targets aside, what we ought to do is to facilitate the LPA making process, and the launch of OPGO is yet another step to this end. And finally, Mr. Leon Pereira asks if MSF would explore supported decision-making. Firstly, as has been pointed out, donors should choose donees whom they trust, and that includes trusting them to know their interests and wishes. The current MCA also requires donees to take all practicable steps to help the donor to make a decision before treating him as being unable to do so. Family members, who are the vast majority of donees, are also well placed to support their donees in making their decisions as much as possible. For unrelated professional donees, they are required to draft a care plan and check in regularly with the donor to ensure that their wishes are respected to the fullest extent. Madam, this bill represents a significant step forward in balancing the convenience of making an electronic LPA while ensuring that necessary safeguards are in place. Citizens and third parties alike will also have more confidence in transacting with the most up-to-date electronic LPAs. Digitalization of the LPA and other transactions with the Office of the Public Guardian is especially timely given the pandemic, which limits face-to-face interactions. The LPA is an important pre-planning tool in ensuring peace of mind, not only for ourselves, but also for our family members and loved ones, as they will know our wishes and can carry them out if we were to lose mental capacity. With that, I thank all members for your valuable inputs and support of this bill. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
I don't believe there's any clarifications because the member has been very diligent in answering all the questions. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mental Capacity Amendment Bill.
Committee stage, what day?
Now, Madam, I beg to move that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 19 stand part of the bill. As many as are of the opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. Minister for Social and Family Development.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to report that the bill has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, Madam, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mental Capacity Amendment Bill. Item 2, Registration of Births and Deaths Bill, second reading.
Second Minister for Home Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Second Minister for Home Affairs, I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. The Registration of Births and Death Act, or RBDA, was enacted in 1937. It empowers the Immigration and Checkpoint Authority, or ICA, to maintain a record of births and deaths in Singapore. This record is also important for policymaking and the provision of public services. It allows, for example, the government to plan for the needs of our population in areas such as education and housing. This bill will repeal and reenact the RBDA. The main objective is to streamline the birth, death, and stillbirth reporting and registration processes. The bill will introduce 6 key changes to the RBDA. 1, to mandate the reporting of every birth, death, and stillbirth in Singapore, as well as those on board an aircraft, vessel, or train that is bound for Singapore. 2, to streamline the birth registration process. 3, to consolidate the registration of all births under the same legislation. 4, to streamline the death registration process. 5, to empower the Registrar General of Birth and Death, or RG in short, to register births, deaths, and stillbirths under special circumstances. 6, to empower the RG and ICA officers to investigate and enforce against offences under the RBDA. First, on reporting of births, deaths, and stillbirth. The current Act requires certain persons to register births, deaths, and stillbirths, but does not impose a mandatory reporting requirements. To be clear, reporting is different from registration. The reporting of a birth, death, or stillbirth is an important first step. It alerts the relevant authorities to the occurrence of the event. After a birth, death, or stillbirth is reported, the next step is registration. In the case of births, for example,
the RG will register the birth after the parents or legally appointed persons provide a name for the child and other birth particulars. This bill will impose a mandatory reporting requirement on persons defined in clauses 7, 22, and 32 for local births, deaths, and stillbirths, respectively. This includes a medical practitioner who attends to a birth in hospital, and for deaths outside a hospital, an occupier of the premises who knows of the death. Failure to report without a reasonable excuse will result in a fine not exceeding $1,500 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 month or both. This does not include death reportable under the Coroner's Act, such as unnatural deaths or death where the identity of the deceased is unknown. Such death will continue to be reported to the police as currently required under the Coroner's Act. The bill expands the scope of the RBDA to include the reporting of births, deaths, and stillbirths on board an aircraft, vessel, or train, henceforth referred to as a conveyance that is outside of but bound for Singapore. Clause 10 of the bill makes it mandatory for births on an inbound conveyance to be reported to the RG as soon as practicable after arrival in Singapore. Likewise, clauses 26 and 35 mandate that deaths and stillbirths on an inbound conveyance to be reported to the police as soon as practicable after arrival in Singapore. Second, on streamlining the birth registration process. The current RBDA requires a parent of a child born in Singapore or any person who is present at the birth or in charge of the child to furnish the child's birth particulars to the RG within 14 days so that the RG can register the birth. An application for registration made after 14 days, but by 42 days after the child's birth is considered a delayed registration. The concept of a delayed registration is no longer relevant in today's context and will be removed. The timeline of 42 days will provide sufficient time for the parents and legally appointed persons to provide the child's birth particulars, which includes an appropriate name for the child. An exception is made under Clause 8 in the case of a child who dies within 42 days after birth. In such a case, the persons responsible for providing birth particulars are exempted from that requirement. Instead, the RG will register the birth on its own volition under Clause 9, based on available particulars from the death reporting of the deceased child. This will relieve the grieving parents of the birth registration formalities during such a difficult time. Third, on consolidating the registration of all births under the RBDA. Currently, the birth of an adopted child is registered or re-registered under the Adoption of Children Act, while the birth of a child out of wedlock is legitimated and re-registered under the Legitimacy Act if the parents subsequently register their marriage. For a child to whom the Status of Children Assisted Reproduction Technology Act applies or who is legitimated under that act, his or her birth is registered or re-registered in accordance with the current RBDA. Clauses 14 and 15 of the bill will consolidate the registration of births currently in the Adoption of Children Act and the Legitimacy Act under the RBDA. This consolidation will impose the same registration requirements on all local births, such as the requirements and restrictions on the name of a child under Clause 19. Clauses 16 to 18 will allow for births of children to whom the status of children assisted reproduction technology Act applies, or who is legitimated under that Act to continue to be registered, re-registered under the bill. Accordingly, the Adoption of Children Act, Legitimacy Act, and Status of Children Assisted Reproduction Technology Act will be amended by clauses 64, 66, and 69 respectively. Fourth, on streamlining the death registration process. Currently, 2 steps are needed to register a death in Singapore. First, a medical practitioner certifies the death and issues an electronic certificate of the cause of death, or we call it COD certificate. A printout of the certificate is then given to the deceased person's relative. Second, the relative brings the COD certificate to a registration center, which are public hospitals, neighborhood police centers or posts, or ICA, and applies for death registration. Under the bill, the second step will be removed. In other words, the relative will no longer need to provide the death particulars at a registration center. As mentioned earlier, a death in Singapore, other than a reportable death under the Coroner Act, must be reported to a medical practitioner as soon as practicable. Upon receiving the report, the medical practitioner must examine the deceased person's body as soon as practicable and ascertain relevant information regarding the circumstances of the death. Thereafter, if the death is not a reportable death under the Coroner's Act, the medical practitioner must, within 24 hours after examining the body, certify the death online by providing the cause of death and other death particulars to the RG under Clause 23. The death will then be automatically registered by the RG under Clause 24. Once the death is registered by the RG, the deceased person's relative may download the digital death certificate from the My Legacy website, a one-stop portal for post-death matters. In the case of a reportable death under the Coroner's Act, the deceased person's relative also does not need to register the death. The RG will automatically register the death under Clause 24 after receiving the coroner's certificate. Fifth, on enhancing the powers of the RG to register births, deaths, and stillbirth under special circumstances. I will cover the various special circumstances in turn. Clause 9 empowers the RG to register a birth in Singapore on its own volition in the absence of complete birth particulars. This additional power is important for the welfare of children born in Singapore. It ensures that every child is given a legal identity and his or her presence is made known to other government agencies to allow for government intervention or support if necessary. The RG will exercise this power if the responsible person for a child fails to furnish the birth particulars for birth registrations and where attempts to contact the responsible persons are futile. In registering such a birth, the RG will give the child an appropriate name. Clause 20 provides that a responsible person may apply to the RG to change the name given by the RG within 7 years after the child's birth. A second scenario is a local death where the deceased person's body is destroyed, not recoverable, or cannot be located. In these circumstances, currently, the deceased person's family will need to wait for the issuance of a coroner's certificate before an application for death registration can be made. Under Clause 25 of the bill, the RG may register such a death before a coroner's certificate is issued if the RG is satisfied from the information and evidence provided as to the occurrence of the death in Singapore and the identity of the deceased person. This will allow the deceased person's family to proceed with post-death matters in a more timely manner. To determine that such a death has occurred in the absence of a body, The RG will rely on information and evidence from competent authorities such as the police and the Singapore Civil Defence Force and any other relevant persons. If the RG is not satisfied that the death has occurred or cannot confirm the identity of the deceased person, he will not register the death. The deceased person's family will then need to wait for the outcome of the coroner's inquiry and the issuance of the coroner's certificate. For clarity, this provision does not apply to missing persons. The next of kin of a missing person who wishes to have the missing person presumed by law to be dead will need to apply to the court for the necessary order. A third scenario is birth, death, and stillbirth on board a conveyance that is outside of but bound for Singapore. As mentioned earlier, clauses 10, 26, and 35 of the bill impose a mandatory reporting requirements for such events. However, registration is not mandatory as the births, deaths, and stillbirths did not happen in Singapore. The parents of a child or a stillborn child and the relatives of the deceased person can choose whether to register the event in Singapore or only when they return to their home country. Clauses 13, 27, and 36 will allow the RG to register such births, deaths, and stillbirths if the parents and relatives choose to and make an application to register the event in Singapore. This expanded scope of the RG's power will provide administrative ease in cases where a child or a deceased person's body arrives in Singapore and official documentation is needed by the receiving country to which the parents or relatives wish to bring the child or body. It also caters for instances where the home country of the child's parents or the deceased person is not able to register the birth, death, or stillbirth under its law. A fourth scenario is overseas deaths. Under Clause 28, the RG may register the death of a Singapore citizen or permanent resident or PR who dies overseas. This is provided that the deceased person's body is brought back to Singapore and that the death is not registered overseas. The relative of the deceased person must make the application within 3 months after the death and provide a medical document certifying the cause of death. This expanded scope will cater to the registration of overseas deaths of Singaporeans and PRs that are not able to be registered overseas for some reasons. This may include, for example, the temporary closure of government services overseas. The requirement for the body to be brought back to Singapore is to prevent fraudulent registration. Hence, this power does not extend to an overseas death where the body is not found. In such a case, the relative of the deceased person will need to apply to the court for an order on the presumption of death if the death is not registered with the foreign authorities. Last but not least, the powers of the RG and ICA officers will be enhanced to facilitate investigation and enforcement against offences under the bill. Under Clause 42, the RG will be empowered to obtain information required to perform its functions, as well as ascertain whether a registrable event has occurred or whether a provision in the Act has been complied with. The RG will also be empowered under Clause 44 to take possession of false or invalid documents produced in connection with the reporting and registration of birth, deaths, and stillbirth. Under Clauses 45 and 46, ICA officers who are appointed as authorized registration officers will be able to conduct searches and investigation. The bill also prescribes offences in Clauses 48 to 53 in relation to, first, the provision of false or misleading statement or information. Number 2, the unauthorized access to or interference with the registers. Number 3, the forging of or tampering with certificates or extracts. Number 4, the obstruction of the performance or functions or exercise, I repeat, the obstruction of the performance of functions or exercise of powers by the RG or an authorized registration officer. And 5, offences by corporations and unincorporated associations or partnerships. In addition, the penalties under the bill will be raised across the board to ensure deterrence, given that the penalties in the current Act have not been raised since 1937. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill provides for the streamlining of the reporting and registration processes for birth, deaths, and stillbirths, and expands the scope of the legislation to cater to a wider variety of scenarios. Let me summarize what the simplified processes will be for the large majority of the public. First, for births. A woman gives birth to a child in hospital. The attending medical practitioner files a notification of live birth to report the birth to the RG. The parents do not need to do this. Anytime within 42 days after the births, the parents must register the birth, either online using the Live SG mobile application or in person at ICA. Once this is done, the parents will receive a notification to download the digital birth certificate. Second, for deaths. When a person passes away in a hospital, a medical practitioner will examine the body and certify the cause of death online. These death particulars are conveyed electronically to the RG, who will automatically register the death. The relatives no longer need to do this. The relatives may then download the digital death certificate from the My Legacy website. For deaths that occurs at home, a relative who is present must report the death to a medical practitioner who will conduct a home visit to examine the body and certify the cause of death online. The RG will automatically register the death upon receiving the death particulars electronically from the medical practitioner, and the relative may then download the digital death certificates from the My Legacy website. Third, for stillbirths. When a woman gives birth to a stillborn child in hospital, a medical practitioner will examine the body and certify the cause of death online. The stillbirth particulars are then conveyed electronically to the RG, who will automatically register the stillbirth. The parents no longer need to do this. The parents may then download the digital stillbirth certificate from the My Legacy website. This amendment, Madam, will significantly increase convenience for the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Mr. Lewis Ong.
Madam, this bill will help streamline the reporting and registration of births and deaths in Singapore. This is important because the reporting and registration of births and deaths is not just a bureaucratic process of record keeping, but the registration of a birth and death can have far-reaching legal and social implications for the individuals. I have 3 points to make on the registration of births. My first point is on birth with insufficient particulars. Under the new section 9(2), the Registrar General may register a child's birth based on incomplete particulars if the birth is capable of being registered on the basis of the incomplete particulars. Under section 9(3), the Registrar General may also register a birth without a name for the child. In such cases, a responsible person for the child must apply to register the name of the child within 7 years of the birth. However, 7 years is a very long time for a child not to have a registered name. will MHA consider shortening this time frame? The Registrar General has broad powers to obtain information under the new section 42(1). While the bill places obligations on responsible persons for the registration of births, can Minister clarify whether the Registrar General or ICA will take a proactive approach in following up with the responsible persons in such cases of incomplete particulars or missing names? Taking a proactive approach where the responsible person are unable or unwilling to meet their obligation is important, as proper registration may have implications on the child who does not have any power over the registration process. My second point is on the support to children who are stateless by being born in Singapore to non-citizen parents who did not or could not obtain citizenship for their children from their home countries. Minister Shanmugam shared in February this year that as of 30th November 2020, there were 1,109 stateless people living in Singapore. Of this number, about 3/4 are Singapore permanent residents of PRs. I understand that ICA evaluates every application for PR or citizenship on a range of criteria and the applicant's circumstances. Can Minister share if ICA informs other ministries, in particular MSF, of children registered at birth as stateless to ensure that these children do not fall through the gaps in social and educational support? I appreciate that citizenship has to be granted based on careful assessment of a range of factors. I also appreciate that some degree of social and educational support is already extended to stateless children with PR status. However, stateless children and their families have to jump through additional bureaucratic hoops in order to obtain social and educational support. Even where citizenship cannot be immediately granted, can the ICA work together with other ministries to make it easier for stateless children to obtain the necessary support, or even to proactively reach out to this group who may be more vulnerable without the guarantees and protection of citizenship? My third point is about children born to single unwed mothers. These are children who do not have a father named on their birth certificate, or who have a father named on the birth certificate who is not married to the mother. In November 2018, MSF shared that the median incomes of single unwed parents below 35 years old was in the range of $500 to $700 from the years 2013 to 2017. Can Minister share whether ICA informs MSF when a birth is registered without a father or with a father who is not married to the mother, so that appropriate support, when needed, can be offered to the mothers right from the start? For instance, ACDA works with the Social Services Office, family service centres and hospitals to reach out to pregnant mothers and families who can benefit from Kids Start. I understand from some single unwed mothers that social workers have approached the mothers at the hospital to provide support. Can Minister share if there is a system of informing MSF of all children who are again born to single unwed mothers, whether in hospitals or otherwise, so that MSF can look into extending the necessary support to the families? Madam, notwithstanding these clarifications, I stand in support of the bill.
Leader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the proceedings on the business set down on the order paper for today be exempted at this day's sitting from the provisions of Standing Order Number 2.
The question is that the motion moved by the leader, as many as are of the opinion, say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Leon Pereira.
Madam Deputy Speaker, sir, the new Registration of Births and Deaths Act is an improved framework that overhauls and streamlines the registration of the two events that bookend every human life, as it were, births and deaths. It provides clear rules on who holds the responsibility to report to the government in the event of birth or death under a wide range of foreseeable scenarios. While I support the bill, I have a few clarifications to seek. Firstly, in respect of birth registrations, I would like to confirm that double-barrel surnames are allowed and provided for under the new Act and its processes. In the current Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Section 10 provides guidance on how a child's surname is given, although there is no explicit reference to double-barrel surnames. Currently, parents are able to register their child with a double-barrel surname if they choose to do so. However, Under the new Act, there is no longer any reference to surname. Could the Minister give us some guidance on the surnames that would be permissible for the child? The kinds of surnames that would be permissible for the child. Secondly, I would like to speak on double-barreled race designations. With inter-ethnic marriages going up from 18.4% of all marriages in 2009 to 22.9% in 2019, it is important for children of such unions to have the opportunity to grow up with an appreciation of their mixed parentage, if their parents choose to signify that by choosing double-barrel race classifications for their children. As a parent of children of mixed ethnicity myself, I'm particularly conscious of this. In 2011, ICA implemented the registration of double-barreled race options for Singaporean children born to parents of different ethnic groups. By this new option, if one parent is Chinese and the other is Indian, the child's race may be recorded as Chinese or Chinese Indian or Indian Chinese, for example. In this respect, I wonder if the Registry of Births and Deaths is able to provide some indication of trends in similar fashion to what is reported on marriages on the proportion of births to parents of different ethnicities. And amongst them, what is the proportion of children who have been assigned double-barrel race by their parents? I note that in the first 2 months of 2011, the parents of 1 in 5 newborn babies of mixed parentage chose the double-barreled race option based on data that the government released back then. I also wonder if the ministry would consider streamlining the process by which parents of mixed ethnicity can apply to change the racial classification on their child's NRIC to a double-barreled racial classification in cases where the child was registered at birth as bearing solely one ethnicity, as they would have had to be prior to 2011. Anecdotally, it would appear that both parents need to visit ICA for a physical interview in order to effect this change. Could the parents be enabled to provide their consent digitally or via a virtual meeting, for example? Furthermore, the Chinese Indian example given by ICA in their website falls within the CMIO framework. Is it also possible to assign double-barreled race classifications to a child in Singapore that is outside the CMIO framework? For example, Chinese Burmese or Korean Vietnamese. Like surnames, there appear to be no explicit rules in respect of designation of race of the child in the new bill. Next, ICA states in their website that it currently includes the option for parents to include ethnic characters of the child's name in Chinese, Jawi, or Tamil. Given the increasing ethnic diversity in our demographic makeup, will the ICA also be open to requests for other ethnic characters as well? Moreover, if the child is of mixed ethnicity, will they also be given the option to have their name spelled out in 2 sets of ethnic characters? Madam Deputy Speaker, from the subject of births, I shall now move to the subject of deaths, as in reality we all eventually do in life. I understand that obtaining the death certificate is essential for identification and authentication purposes before some funeral services can be provided for the deceased. At present, the next of kin would have to express the preferred mode of disposal, cremation or burial, when they register the death. The next of kin would then receive a permit to bury or cremate contained in the death certificate. Based on that, a funeral director would then be able to proceed to book slots for cremation or burial. A death certificate may also be required to engage a funeral director in order for services such as the embalming of bodies and the use of funeral parlor compounds to be performed. Would the new bill possibly inadvertently bring about delays in the funeral arrangements in some cases, especially if the death occurs at home and the medical practitioner would need to return to his or her office to register the death electronically, and he or she could possibly be delayed in performing that action by the need to attend to other medical cases, for example? There is a 24-hour time restriction for medical practitioners to report a death, but when making funeral arrangements, a matter of hours can cause inconvenience and emotional distress. I would like to ask the Ministry how this issue would be managed. On a separate but not unrelated note, I would like to ask if funeral service providers were consulted in the course of formulating this bill. Next, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to clarify how relatives who are not digitally savvy would be able to receive the death certificate once it is issued. Relatives need this death certificate in order to commence funeral preparations, and in their state of grief, they may be anxious to obtain it as soon as possible. I understand that the new system allows for the process to be performed online, and a digital notification will be sent to the relative to download the digital death certificate from the government's online portal when it is ready. However, there may be cases, admittedly perhaps not too many, where none of the relatives of the deceased who are planning the funeral are IT literate. Would provisions be made in such cases to enable the relatives to collect a physical copy of the death certificate at a location that is nearby? Alternatively, will the relatives be able to enlist the help of a funeral director, for example, to access the digital death certificate on their behalf if they give their consent? Under this bill, and in conclusion, I also note that there is no longer a need to surrender the deceased person's identification card for invalidation. However, the bill highlights that the family should destroy the IC to prevent abuse. Based on feedback from the funeral service industry, funeral directors often come to possess the NRIC card of a deceased person. Some funeral service providers may accumulate many such NRIC cards over time, and this creates the potential for criminal use to be made of these cards if they fall into the wrong hands. In view of this, will the government consider requiring all funeral service providers and any unrelated persons in possession of physical NRIC cards of deceased persons to destroy those cards? Thank you.
Mr. Gan Tiampo.
Madam, in Mandarin, 我支持生死注册法案，简化注册过程，并将程序数码化，为国人带来更多便利。为了实践智慧城市的计划，将生死注册程序数码化是有必要的。这有助于强化政府机构的身份识别和验证能力，以便为民众提供更优质的服务。我想问部长，当局是否能保留注册记录的副本、硬件，以防万一？比如，若电子系统出了故障或数据遗失等。尽管最新的技术如区块链可以防止盗窃和黑客的攻击，从而确保电子数据能够永久而安全地保存。但是我还是希望政府能考虑通过不同的资料保存方式，为我国的注册记录多加一层保障。我支持该部门所明定的新条例，强制涉及的负责人尽早向当局、医生或警方呈报生死。在我国出生的婴儿，并不意味着他们将自动获得公民的身份。我想确认这政策是否会改变？也请问部长，每年有多少外国婴儿在这里出生？还有他们当中有几个获得我国的公民权？到目前为止，每年有多少新生儿的父母没有为他们注册或被抛弃？我国是否有接受弃婴的机构或设施？最后，我想问部长，每年收到几份注册死亡申请？注册失踪或因意外事故或自然灾害而下落不明的人的死亡？谢谢。Thank you.
Mr. Derek Goh.
Madam Deputy Speaker, coming on the heels of the recent publication of Census 2020, it is important for relevant government agencies to be updated and have accurate records, such as the registration of both births and deaths in Singapore. These records assist in ensuring that our population data is accurate and allows us to use this information to plan and enact policies to respond to the needs of our population. That said, I wish to seek clarifications from the Minister of Home Affairs on certain provisions of this bill in 4 areas. 1, The present bill seeks to streamline and digitize the death registration process. The new process requires a medical practitioner to certify and submit the death of a person online, following which the death certificate is issued digitally. I also understand that the doctor hospital can assist in printing the certificate for families who have difficulties accessing the digital certificates. Could the Minister clarify if this new process will result in increased fees compared to the current process, since, for example, the doctor will now have to print the certificate, or is it envisaged for it to be without charge? 2, I also note that according to the second schedule, in the current registration of births and death rules, there is a listing of fees, such as persons are required to pay a $40 fee for certified extract of birth or death from the register in Form L and M, respectively. May I also clarify, Minister, if there will be similar fees if families at a later stage want to get a digital extract? Third, the bill also requires, in some cases, under Clause 22, Subsection 2, Part D, the duty of reporting of a death to fall on persons that may not be at all related or associated with the deceased. Therefore, there's this undue burden falling on which the person will be considered, failing which the person will be considered guilty of an offense and fined up to $1,500 and or imprisonment of up to a month. MOS had earlier mentioned about unnatural death briefly. So for the clarity of public, can Minister clarify if, for example, a person on a morning jog finds a dead body and calls the police, would the person still be liable to report the death to a medical practitioner under this section? Will alerting the death to the authorities suffice to discharge such a person from the duties the bill now appears to place on that person? And 4, I have come across a resident whose parents have passed away overseas and have not been able to get a death certificate, even after he claims the relevant agencies assisted him to contact their counterparts in a foreign country. The body was not brought back to Singapore, and he therefore is unable to bring closure to their estate matters after many years. Can the Minister clarify if the process to prevent fraud for such cases have been streamlined, and if the Registrar General will have the discretion to register a death that has occurred outside Singapore? Madam Deputy Speaker, in concluding, I support this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Sukarnan Abdul Rahim.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the amendments that come with this bill. The bill will not only streamline the process and help the registration of births and deaths through the use of digital platforms, but more importantly, it will also help reduce the possibility of errors and quicken the administrative process for registration of deaths, within which grieving families have to go through to lay their loved ones to rest. Allow me to speak in Malay. Akta ini membolehkan para doktor untuk mengesahkan dan mengendalikan pendaftaran kematian secara dalam talian, tanpa memerlukan keluarga si arwah yang telah meninggal dunia untuk membuat pendaftaran di hospital atau di balai polis atau ICA. Ini akan membantu memudahkan dan mempercepatkan proses pengurusan jenazah. Proses pengurusan jenazah dan pengemudian adalah sangat penting bagi orang Islam. Ianya merupakan satu fardu kifayah dan menjadi keutamaan bagi masyarakat kita. untuk menyelesaikan proses ini dengan segera supaya jenazah dapat dikebumikan secepat mungkin. Masjid Pusara Aman berdekatan tanah perkuburan Pusara Aman juga terletak di dalam kawasan undi Kiat Hong di Choa Chu Kang, merupakan salah satu masjid yang banyak menyumbang bakti bagi masyarakat Islam di negara kita. Dengan adanya kemudahan untuk pengurusan jenazah sebelum pengebumian di Pusara Aman. Malahan dalam suasana wabak COVID-19 ini dan semasa tempoh pemutus litar yang lalu, masjid kita seperti Masjid Pusara Aman juga sibuk memberikan khidmat untuk masyarakat kita yang mengalami kematian dalam keluarga mereka. Semasa kunjungan saya dimaklumkan bahawa pihak masjid juga telah menyaksikan peningkatan jumlah pengurusan jenazah yang dilakukan di kawasan masjid berbanding dengan tempoh yang lalu. Ini mungkin kerana sekatan COVID-19 dan juga kerana flat yang baru agak sempit dan ada keterbatasan ruang, lantas menimbulkan kesukaran bagi keluarga arwah untuk menguruskan jenazah dan mengadakan solat jenazah di rumah mereka sendiri. Justru pihak masjid membantu menguruskan hampir 8 atau 10 jenazah setiap hari. Dengan masyarakat Singapura yang semakin menua, kadar ini mungkin meningkat di masa hadapan. Pelaksanaan teknologi digital yang dikemukakan oleh akta ini akan membantu mengurangkan kemungkinan adanya salah silap dalam proses pendaftaran kematian yang mungkin tercetus akibat kesilapan manusia. Saya memberi satu contoh. Saya dimaklumkan tentang sebuah kes pada tahun lalu yang dialami oleh pihak Masjid Pusara Aman. Di dalam kesibukan pengurusan jenazah, terdapat kesilapan dalam pendaftaran kematian pada satu kes, di mana ruang penandatangan dan nombor rujukan di sijil kematian tidak diisikan oleh pihak agensi dan keluarga arwah. Oleh itu, pengebumian tidak boleh diteruskan pada hari yang sama, sehingga sijil itu diperbetulkan. Pihak polis dan keluarga arwah akhirnya mendaftar semula kematian dan mendapat sijil yang baru. Namun setelah proses ini selesai, sudah terlewat waktu maghrib dan pengebumian hanya dapat dilakukan pada hari berikutnya. Oleh itu, saya mengalu-alukan perubahan dalam akta ini yang membantu untuk mempercepatkan dan memudahkan proses pendaftaran kematian di Singapura. Dengan ini, saya berharap ia juga dapat mengurangkan risiko kesilapan dalam pendaftaran. Saya juga setuju dengan perubahan yang mewajibkan pendaftaran semua kematian di Singapura untuk dilaporkan secepat mungkin. Madam Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding my support for the bill, I would like to seek some clarifications. On the registration of deaths, I have 4 clarifications. Firstly, I share the same concerns raised by Honourable Member Mr Derek Goh on costs. Would there be any safeguards against extra charges or costs to be borne, since doctors are now not only certifying deaths, but they are also helping to submit the certification online? Secondly, on categories of responsible persons to report death, under Section 22, would the definition of an occupier also extend to persons who have the power or access to such premises, for example, landlords or warehouse owners, for instance? Thirdly, in cases where there is more than one responsible person, Section 22, subsection 4, discharges responsibility of every other responsible persons, by the compliance of just one responsible person, even if there was an earlier opportunity to report by that other person. Would it be useful for ICA to still retain some powers to investigate non-reporting offences in cases where there are more than one responsible person who can report? For example, take the case if person A could have made the report earlier in time, but deliberately did not do so, and subsequently, person B reported the death. By section 22, subsection 4, person A would have been absolved from liability, notwithstanding that his deliberate omission goes against the mandatory requirement of reporting as soon as practicable after the death, and goes against the intent of the bill to promote expeditious reporting. Now, on the registrations of births, I welcome the amendments to make it mandatory for all births to be reported. Currently, all hospital births or children brought to the hospital within 24 hours of being born are reported, but it is not mandatory for births outside of hospitals to be reported to the authorities. Now, almost anyone, including parents or a proxy on behalf of the parents, can provide the child's birth particulars to ICA for registration within 42 days from the date of birth. I have two clarifications in this regard. Firstly, I seek the same clarifications I sought before on the categories of responsible persons to report deaths here as well, similarly for the reporting of births. Secondly, I have compared Section 7, subsection 2E on the reporting of births in any other places with Section 22, subsection 2D on reporting of deaths in any other places. For reporting of births in any other place, the responsibility falls squarely on the parents only. However, for reporting of deaths in any other place, the responsibility falls on inter alia every relative of the deceased person who knows of the death. What is MHA's rationale for this distinction? Can MHA also consider placing the obligation of reporting of births on a relative of the parents who knows or have knowledge of such births? This will be useful in situations where the parents themselves breach such registration requirements and where the birth did not occur in the premises which are occupied by relatives. My last clarification is a general one on ICA's own resourcing. Under the new rules, ICA officers would take over investigation of offences relating to the registration of births and deaths. Would ICA be forming a new department in this regard? If not, under which department would such investigations fall under? In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I support this bill as it provides greater ease of death registrations, and it is a step in the right direction to mandate registration of births. Thank you.
And where's Fasha Ibrahim?
Mr. Speaker, I thank members for their support and thoughtful feedback on this bill. To summarize, this bill will bring about three key benefits. First, the bill will provide greater convenience to Singaporeans through streamlined registration processes. Second, the bill will cater for an expanded scope of registration scenarios. Third, the bill will strengthen ICA's enforcement powers. Please allow me to address the questions from the members in turn. I thank members for their support of the digitalization of our registration regime. Mr. Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim said that the new digitalized process would reduce errors. This will indeed be the case. This will also save time for members of the public and the public sector. We estimate that a total of about 18,000 hours per year can be saved by members of the public and the relevant government agencies from not performing over-the-counter death registrations. Mr. Gan Tiampo asked whether we will still keep a hard copy of the registration records in case the electronic system fails and the data is lost. While ICA will not be keeping hard copy records for registration done digitally, measures are taken to ensure that the data of the digital records are backed up at alternate circuit sites and retrievable in the event of system failures. Mr. Zulkarnain and Mr. Derek Goh asked whether there will be any extra charges or costs to be borne. ICA will not be charging extra fees. The public hospitals have also committed to not charge extra fees for death registration under the streamlined process. While the government is not able to dictate the fees charged by private hospitals and general practitioners who make house visits to certify death, we note that private hospitals and general practitioners will continue to use the same ICA e-service which they are already using to certify deaths online currently. Hence, we do not expect the cost incurred by the private hospitals and general practitioners to increase. Mr. Goh asked if fees will be imposed for extracts from the registers given that they will be issued digitally. To clarify, the digitalization of documents will start with birth, death, and stillbirth certificates that will be issued when the new Act comes into force. The issuance of digital extracts for births, death, and stillbirth that are registered before the new Act comes into force will be introduced in a later phase. Regardless of the format of the extract, there is still a need to recover the cost for providing this service. ICA is reviewing the fee amount. If the costs have come down, the fees will be revised accordingly. Mr. Zulkarnain raised questions regarding the categories of responsible persons and their duties to report births and deaths under the bill. Under Clause 7, where a birth occurs in any premises other than in a hospital, the child's parents and the occupier of the premises who knows of the birth in the premises are responsible for the reporting of the birth. Under the bill, an occupier for any premises includes a person who has control of or is managing the premises. For example, the management of a mall who knows of a birth in the mall, or the owner of an apartment who knows of a birth in the apartment will be responsible for reporting the birth. In most cases, we would expect the parents to be responsible for reporting the birth. Under Clause 22, where a death occurs in any premises other than in hospital, the relative of the deceased person who is present at the death and the occupier of the premises who knows of the death in the premises are responsible for reporting the death. In most cases, we would expect the relatives to be responsible for reporting the death. Mr. Zulkarnain highlighted that for births that occur in a place other than hospitals, premises and conveyances, the responsibility falls squarely on the parents only. However, for the reporting of death in any other place, the responsibility falls on, inter alia, every relative of the deceased person who knows of the death. He asked for MHA's rationale for this difference. He also asked whether the relatives of a child should also be included as responsible persons who should report the child's births under Clause 7, subpara 2. The situations surrounding births and death are different. For a newborn child, the parents are the responsible persons who will need to care for the child. Hence, they are legally required to report the birth. Under the current Act, ICA occasionally encounters birth registration by persons other than the parents, such as a relative of the child. While ICA will continue to accept reports of births from relatives who are aware of the births, we do not want to burden the relatives with the legal obligation to report or be penalized for failing to report the birth. This responsibility falls on the child's parents. For a deceased person passing away in any other place, the circumstances of death and the persons who may know of the death may be vastly different for each case. A deceased person could have died alone or in the company of a relative or non-related person. Hence, the provision under Clause 22, subpara 2D, provides for a wider scope of responsible persons than that for births under Clause 7, subpara 2E. As for the scenario mentioned by Mr. Goh of a jogger who finds a dead body, the death will fall under purview of the Coroner's Act as a reportable death, since it is likely that the death occurred under suspicious circumstances. For a reportable death, the jogger is obligated under Section 5 of the Coroner's Act to report it to a police officer as soon as possible. As the death is not under the scope of Clause 22 of the bill, the jogger does not need to report the death to a medical practitioner. Mr. Zulkarnain asked if it would be useful for ICA to still retain some powers to investigate non-reporting offences in cases where there are multiple responsible persons who can report. Under Clause 22, subparagraph 4, as long as a responsible person reports a death, the duty of every other responsible person is discharged. This is because once a report has been made and a medical practitioner is alerted to the death, the purpose of the reporting requirement is met. However, if no responsible person reports the death, all responsible persons who do not have a reasonable excuse shall be guilty of the offence of failing to report the death. This provides sufficient deterrence against the failure to report a death while achieving the aim of assuring that each death is reported by at least one responsible person. To answer Mr. Goh's query on overseas death, yes, the RG may register the overseas death of a Singapore citizen or permanent resident under Clause 28 if the death is not registered overseas. This provided that the body of the deceased person is brought to Singapore and an application is made by a relative of the deceased person within 3 months of the death, accompanied by a document issued by a medical practitioner that satisfies the cause of death and other death particulars of the deceased person. Mr. Gan asked about death registration for missing persons. In the past 5 years, the police received an average of about 1,700 missing persons reports per year. The next of kin of a missing person who wishes to have the missing person presumed by law to be dead will need to apply to the court for the necessary order. This process is governed by the Evidence Act and will remain so. Once the next of kin obtains the court order, they can inform ICA to update the person's status in its system. This information will be shared with other agencies to facilitate other post-death matters. ICA will also issue a letter of acknowledgement to the next of kin when they report the presumption of death to ICA. In the past 5 years, ICA encountered an average of 5 reports per year in relation to such court orders. Mr. Gan asked about newborn children whose births are not registered by the child's parents or who have been abandoned by their parents. In 2020, 72 births were not registered within 42 days. This makes up less than 0.2% of total births in Singapore. Out of these 72 births, most parents do come forward to register the births after reminders from ICA. Due to ICA's effort to trace the parents, the number of cases of parents who fail to register their child's birth is very low. Nevertheless, the bill will provide powers for the RG to register such births on its own volition when the parents fail to do so despite ICA's effort to contact and remind them. As for abandoned babies, such cases are relatively rare in Singapore. The Ministry of Social and Family Development's Child Protection Service will initially place the abandoned baby under its foster care service. Depending on the circumstances of the case, the child may subsequently be returned to the parents or put up for adoption. Mr. Louis Ong asked how ICA will follow up with the responsible persons for a child in cases with incomplete birth particulars. ICA will do its part to contact and remind the responsible persons, but ultimately it is the responsibility of the responsible persons, such as parents, to register the child. Mr. Ong also asked about the naming of a child whose birth is registered by the RG on his own volition. The RG will give the child an identifier, which will be a single-worded name. The responsible person for the child can subsequently apply to the RG to replace the identifier with another name within 7 years of the child's birth. The responsible person can, of course, do so much earlier. Mr. Gan asked whether birth registration and citizenship will continue to be independent of each other. The answer is yes. All births in Singapore have to be reported and registered regardless of the nationalities of the child's parents. However, the policy remains that a birth that is registered in Singapore does not automatically confer Singapore citizenship on the child. In the past 3 years, about 17% of total births in Singapore are those of children born to parents who are both foreigners and therefore do not qualify for Singapore citizenship by birth. There is also a small number of children born to at least one Singaporean parent, but are not granted Singapore citizenship for reasons such as the parents not being legally married at the time of the child's birth. In 2020, such births make up less than 0.15% of total births in Singapore. Mr. Ong asked about children who are stateless. To clarify, children are only classified as stateless when their parents fail to obtain citizenship, Singapore or otherwise, where they fail to obtain the citizenship for the child after the child's birth. A child is not classified as stateless at the time of the birth, nor at the point of the birth registration. It is the responsibility of the parents to obtain the appropriate citizenship for their child. ICA does not keep track of the citizenship status of non-citizen children. Mr. Ong asked about children born to single unwed mothers. Due to privacy reasons, ICA does not specifically share information of such birth with MSF. So let me address some of the questions asked by the Honourable Member, Mr. Leong, whereby he raised a few issues. One is about for surnames. For surnames, we can have double barrel of different races. On what kind of surnames that are not allowed. This, we follow the same guideline as for names. So as long as names are not offensive, like stupid or Satan, right, then it'll be all right. Yeah, so we are very mindful of that, right, because we want to really protect the dignity of the child. For double barrel race, parents are allowed to register as long as they have different race, register race, right? Need not be across the CMIO categories, right? And this change can be done online for those that were previously registered with a single barrel race. Yeah. And on the suggestion of having more ethnic characters or multiple type of ethnic characters, this is something that we can look into. Right? However, as you know, there are some constraints that we have to take into consideration, like space availability on the IC and the birth cert. You also asked about whether we have engaged the undertakers. Essentially, we have been working very closely with the stakeholders. It's not only about engaging them. We receive feedback from the different stakeholders at different point in time, even from the public. So we will continue to engage them, even after the act, the bill is passed. So essentially, it's a continuous engagement, and we are mindful that this is about birth, death, very sensitive. Right? We want to give as much as convenience to the families. So we often receive feedback from the public, the undertakers. Right? We will continue to engage all the stakeholders. And you raise about issues relating to potential delays by medical practitioners certifying death at home under the new death registration process. Essentially, the medical practitioner will be using the same online system which they are doing today. So there is no change. So we have not heard of much of an issue about delay. So we feel that I think it will be business as usual. Right? Nevertheless, we will continue to keep on the lookout if there's any delay. You also raise issues relating to the abuse of ICs of deceased. For now, we don't see that as a big issue. We will monitor. In fact, we have high penalties for this. And I think that itself is a deterrent, right, for people who wants to use this, whereby under the National Registration Act, anyone abusing ICs is liable for fine up to 10,000, or imprisonment of up to 10 years of both. And the other thing that you also asked for data and trends of mixed parentage. Yeah, I don't have the data on hand now. Maybe you may want to submit a PQ. And let me see. Yeah, you also raised about the non-digitally savvy. Yeah? Yeah, the relatives of the deceased may request the hospital or medical practitioner to help to print out a copy of the digital death certificate. Nevertheless, we will take note of this feedback. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that everyone enjoys the convenience that we do as a result of this. In fact, when it was first read, I received many positive feedback from even some of the stakeholders who are very involved in such an area. They shared with me that it is very much welcome, and that in itself, especially for the death registration, where they find that it is something that will make it easier and enhance the process of preparing for the post-death matters. And we want to make it convenient for them. Birth is a celebration, right? And also now, like what you shared earlier, it's about having all the different parentage, and I think it's about how we can continue to make ourselves relevant. Right? We will continue this process. So I also want to cover an area raised by Mr. Zulkarnain, where he asked whether ICA will be forming a new department to undertake the enforcement of the bill. Investigation officers from ICA's existing enforcement division, which currently already investigates offences under acts such as the Passport Act and National Registration Act, will be appointed as authorized registration officers to conduct searches and investigations into suspected offences under Part 8 of the bill. Therefore, ICA will not need to form a new department. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to speak in Malay. Rang undang-undang ini akan memperkemas dan mendigitalkan proses laporan dan pendaftaran untuk kelahiran, kematian dan kematian sewaktu lahir. Ini akan meningkatkan kemudahan dengan ketara untuk orang awam. Khususnya untuk kematian apabila seseorang meninggal dunia, pengamal perubatan akan memeriksa mayat dan mengesahkan punca kematian secara dalam talian. Butir-butir kematian akan dihantar secara elektronik ke Pendaftar Agung Kelahiran dan Kematian yang akan mendaftarkan kematian tersebut secara automatik. Ahli keluarga si mati tidak lagi perlu membuat pendaftaran kematian di hospital, pusat atau pondok kejiranan polis atau penguasa immigration dan pusat pemeriksaan iaitu ICA. Ahli keluarga kemudian boleh memuat turun sijil kematian digital daripada lelaman My Legacy. Ahli-ahli menanyakan sama ada bayaran atau kos tambahan akan dikenakan di bawah proses pendaftaran kematian yang diperkemas ini. ICA tidak akan mengenakan bayaran tambahan. Hospital-hospital awam juga komited untuk tidak mengenakan bayaran tambahan bagi pendaftaran kematian di bawah proses yang diperkemas ini. Walaupun pemerintah tidak dapat menentukan bayaran yang dikenakan hospital-hospital swasta dan pengamal-pengamal perubatan am yang melakukan lawatan ke rumah untuk mengesahkan kematian, kami maklum bahawa hospital-hospital swasta dan pengamal-pengamal perubatan am akan terus menggunakan khidmat elektronik ICA yang mereka gunakan sekini untuk mengesahkan kematian secara dalam talian. Oleh itu, kami tidak menjangkakan kenaikan kos yang akan ditanggung hospital-hospital swasta dan pengamal-pengamal perubatan am. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'm confident that this bill will provide greater convenience for Singaporeans when dealing with births, deaths, and stillbirths. With that, I beg to move.
Any clarifications? The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Registration of Births and Deaths Bill.
Committee stage, what day?
Mr. Speaker, now, sir, I beg to move that the Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill.
The question is that Parliament will immediately resolve itself into a committee on the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clauses 1 to 69 stand part of the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bill to be reported. MOS Home Affairs.
Has been considered in committee and agreed to without amendment.
Third reading, what day?
Now, sir, I beg to move that the bill be now read a third time.
The question is that the bill be now read a third time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Registration of Births and Deaths Bill.
Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to Monday, 26 July 2021.
The question is that at its rising today, Parliament do stand adjourned to Monday, 26 July 2021. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament do now adjourn.
The question is that Parliament do now adjourn. Ms. Raisa Khan.
Mr. Speaker, almost every young woman I've spoken to have been a victim of sexual assault or violence at some point in their lives. Personally, I have experienced men rubbing themselves on me in public trains. Even today, as an MP, I regularly get sent inappropriate comments, messages, and even lewd photographs. From 2017 to 2019, there were 7,483 victims of sexual assault. To break it down, that's an average of 6 a day. Half of these victims were 20 years old or younger. These numbers should scare us, as we know that the vast majority of sexual assault cases go unreported, and that the trauma of sexual assault can last a person for a lifetime. Sexual assault and the sexism that enables it is an epidemic that hurts women and children more than any others. We need to stamp it out in our public spaces, our workplaces, in our schools, and our homes. So what should we do? We need to start at the basics with education. While the government has introduced stiffer penalties for sexual offenders, criminal deterrence is not a silver bullet for this issue. We must get to the root of the problem by building a strong culture of consent in our society. Without a strong consent culture, the criminal justice system alone cannot protect us, women, men, and children, from sexual harassment and violence. We know that victims often do not report sexual crimes committed against them because they're afraid they won't be believed, do not wish to relieve the trauma, or because they simply do not have enough evidence. Recently, an Aware Ipsos survey conducted in November last year found that only 3 in 10 survivors of workplace sexual harassment made official reports about their experiences. Today, I will focus on the importance of reviewing our sexuality education curriculum. But before I continue with that, I would also like to point out that consent education is equally important for the rest of us. For victims to know that what has happened to them is wrong and that they deserve justice. For bystanders to identify and intervene in risky situations. And for would-be offenders to understand that what they have done is wrong. Looking at the state of sexuality education in Singapore, we need to ask 2 very important questions. Who gets access to sexuality education, and how sexuality education is taught? Official statistics from 2017 to 2019 show that 37% of sexual assault victims were underage. This number is likely to be much higher in reality, as many boys and girls may not be aware that they are even victims of sexual assault, much less what they can do about it. Nearly 9 out of 10 sexual assault cases involving minors are committed by someone they trust. And of the tiny fraction of kids who do bravely come forward and seek help, approximately 90% of them are dismissed. Perpetrators are at times people they trust, and incidents of sexual assault are often dismissed as accidents or even displays of affection. Who then can children turn to when they face these horrors? Moreover, we know that early childhood sexual abuse makes people far more likely to be sexually victimized again. And many survivors struggle with depression, anxiety, and forming healthy, loving relationships later in life. For these reasons, mandatory sexuality education should be extended to young children, one of our most vulnerable groups. While our frontline caregivers must be more proactive in weeding out potential abuse, our children must be taught to recognize the wrongs being done to them. There are 4 things that we need to teach our children, and these include 1, body safety, 2, when a touch is good or bad, 3, what secrets should be shared with a trusted adult, and 4, how they can get help. Some might feel uncomfortable with introducing the concept of sex to preschoolers. As a mother of young children, I share their concerns about making sure that our children are not exposed to sexualized content. But sexuality education isn't just about sex. It's about teaching the concepts of normal relationships, boundaries, and respect for one another's feelings and bodies. These concepts can be taught in age-appropriate ways. In fact, the Singapore Children's Society does this with our Kids Life booklet, which teaches children sexuality education with a focus on safety, facts, and common sense. In Singapore, mandatory sexuality education only starts at primary 5 with a Growing Years program. Whether nationally mandated sexuality education is introduced before then is unclear. In contrast, New Zealand personal safety programs start sexuality education for children across the nation at age 5. International best practices, such as UNESCO's technical guidance, recommend the same. It's clear that hundreds of minors are hurt by sexual abuse each year. But the trauma of sexual violence finds many young victims far too early. If we wait too long to teach our young children about consent, respect, and what to do if they ever face sexual assault, we are failing them as the adults they trust. Let us start to do right by our children by creating a standardized sexuality education curriculum for all preschool operators. Now let's consider what we teach our youth and what's missing in our existing sexuality education curriculum. First, our sexuality education needs to focus on consent. Consent is key in responsible sexuality behavior. An Aware and Neon Polytechnic survey conducted last year shows that more than half of students surveyed said they weren't taught consent in schools, even though all wanted to be taught. It's not enough to simply teach that sex without consent is wrong. Consent is complex, and our students must know why it's important and how to navigate it respectfully. When surveyed, our youth expressed trouble identifying consent in situations involving alcohol abuse and conditional consent. Rape myths, like how women who drink deserve it, or silence means consent, worsen this problem. Effective sexuality education must tackle these problems head on. Neither the current Growing Years sexuality education curriculum nor the e-teens program gets to the root of the problem. Our students need to be taught why consent is key and how people cannot fully give consent in certain scenarios. It's commendable that some tertiary institutions now teach consent explicitly, but this must start earlier on in life. Teaching consent also means teaching the differences in power and the abuse of trust and authority. Studies show strong evidence that when sexuality emphasizes critical thinking about power and gender, it results in far better outcomes, such as reducing unplanned pregnancy and STI rates. With the internet and social media, sexual violence is amplified. If we do not educate our young early in school, where their knowledge of sex comes from a trusted and vetted resource, they will learn their lessons from the internet, where pornography and other irresponsible or unrealistic depictions of sex are easily accessible. This puts them at risk of developing unhealthy relationships to sex. This may lead them to disregard consent and engage in unacceptable behaviors, such as catcalling, harassment at work, and even filming other students in toilets. These harms, which are so casually inflicted and systemic, must stop. Tech-enabled offenses such as cyberbullying, sharing personal information, taking and distributing obscene photographs, and even voting in polls that sexualize women are wrong and deeply harmful. Social media and the internet have made platforms like the Nasi Lemak Telegram chat, the recent poll on our asatizas, and forums with obscene material much more accessible today. Our current sexuality education curriculum talks about the moral and legal consequences of risky sexual behaviors in a single class in Secondary 1. This is hardly enough. We need to teach our youth that their actions have far larger repercussions than just legal. We could do this by emphasizing real-world conditions that encourage empathy and situational awareness. They need to learn that understanding the suffering caused to victims and also to speak out and seek help when a peer or an adult perpetuates these harms. Secondly, our sexuality education needs to be more sustained and openly taught. Today, Singapore is facing a long overdue reckoning with the scale of sexual harm and trauma that happens in this country. Yet, when we break down how much classroom time is spent on sexuality education, we find that students get just 25 hours of class time on it. That is equivalent to a week of school in a total of 12 years of formal education. Given the lasting harm that sexual crimes cause, we cannot rely on just the law to protect our youth. Our sexuality education needs to equip our youth with the knowledge and tools they need to respect one another, protect themselves, and support the people around them. A lifelong journey where schools are key. In addition to extended classroom time, we can put up posters in schools that reinforce key messages like the importance of consent, one's rights under the law, warnings to would-be perpetrators, and reminders that resources and channels for safe and medical help are always there for them. Students also need dedicated spaces, channels, and access to educators who support students through relationships, emotions, and even abuse. These spaces should be non-judgmental and confidential so that our children and youth are willing to talk about their struggles. Although there aren't any systemic studies about sexuality education's effectiveness in Singapore, surveys show that some that some find our current sexuality education program unrelatable. Our students want teachers to facilitate questions and conversations about sex in a non-judgmental space. They need regular, open discussions in which they can ask questions, explore issues, not simply in a passive environment that only happens once or twice a year. These measures will help us effectively provide sexuality education that is safe, open, and consistent for every child. At this point, one might ask, who should be responsible for reforming sexuality education in Singapore? And in particular, is this the government's responsibility? Wouldn't parents be the best teachers of sexuality education for their own children? The reality is that parents are uncomfortable talking about sex, much less teaching important concepts relating to it to their children. A survey by Aware last year found that only 50% of parents surveyed were comfortable talking to their children about sexuality education. Of these parents, only 1 in 4 felt embarrassed or lacked the confidence to do so. 35% felt poorly equipped to begin the conversation, and 26% worried that discussing sex would encourage their children to have it. Children, too, may feel uncomfortable learning about sex from their own parents, or be unable to navigate such topics due to abusive dynamics at home. Sexuality education is complex, and leaving it up to parents to deliver accurate and up-to-date information about STIs, tech-enabled offenses, and the nuances of consent might be too much to ask. Ensuring a comprehensive sexuality education curriculum, children are receiving the best quality education available. Teachers are especially important in this endeavor. Educators, especially early childhood educators, need to be more proactive in sensing and addressing sexual abuse and assault. This includes being able to spot when students may have faced sexual assault, ensure their safety, handle reports sensitively and confidentially, and support students with empathy. Teachers must be trained in facilitation, especially in scenario and discussion-based learning, for sexuality education to be effective. I'm glad to know that the ministry currently requires sexuality education to be taught by specially selected and trained teachers. I hope that we can take it one step further, and by giving all trainee teachers at NIE greater exposure to sexuality education training. In addition, the teacher's sexuality education training should be frequently updated and refreshed to reflect best practices. Our schools need clear channels of accountability and reporting. These should be widely publicized so that students know whom to turn to for help. Schools should provide the names and contact information of key personnel and helplines, whether of general safe spaces, professional counseling services, or ways to seek legal recourse. Mr. Speaker, when I think about the sexual violence that occurs on the daily in Singapore, I worry for the safety of our children. No child should be subject to sexual abuse, and even one is one too many. We can change this. We have the power to do something that protects and equips them for life and ensures that they do not grow up in a toxic, dangerous environment. the road to combating sexual violence requires a whole-of-government approach and the close participation and collaboration of multiple agencies, ministries, and even stakeholders outside of the government. My speech today may have focused on improving sexuality education, but it does not negate our responsibility as citizens to do our part and call out harmful behavior if we witness it, and to keep a watchful eye on those who may be victims of sexual violence.
Ms.
Lastly,
Khan, if you can wrap up, please.
sexual violence is fueled by misogyny. We all have a responsibility to call out sexism, whether at the workplace or in public transport, and respond to incidents of sexual violence so that perpetrators are held accountable. Reforming our approach to sexuality education has to be done soon and urgently to make Singapore a safe and nurturing place for all. Thank you.
Ms. Sun Shirling.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we thank the member for agreeing with us that sexuality education is important. MOE takes a serious view on sexual violence. The safety of our students is of paramount importance and concern to us. I have answered several questions on this before, which reflects the concerns that MPs have, and I appreciate their views. We are disturbed to read about young children who have been victims of sexual abuse by both familiar people in their lives and strangers. It is heart-wrenching to see how young people were misled, groomed, or threatened into compliance by the perpetrators. Addressing sexual violence requires a whole-of-society approach, and body safety awareness programs in our preschools, sexuality education in our schools and institutes of higher learning are all part of this effort. It is important to educate our young so that they learn how to be protected against sexual violence and also know the punishment should they become perpetrators of sexual violence themselves. The revised Nurturing Early Learners framework, which covers children aged 4 to 6, places a strong emphasis on the development of children's social and emotional competencies and include topics such as body safety practices. Example, recognizing safe and unsafe body touch. Sexuality education is an important part of character and citizenship education, or CCE, and that is why we regularly review and refine the way we teach it. Sexuality education aims to equip students with age-appropriate knowledge and skills to maintain safe and healthy relationships and recognize risk. It is based on values that reflect Singapore's mainstream society so that students can make informed and responsible decisions on sexuality matters. Our sexuality education teachers are specially selected and trained so that they can facilitate discussions with sensitivity. From the rollout of the sexuality education curriculum in 2014 to the enhancement of content on safety and protection from abuse in 2016, and the launch of the CCE 2021 curriculum this year, we have been updating our content to ensure that they remain relevant towards sexuality matters. We considered emerging trends, local and international research, input from specialists in relevant fields and our local context, and also, importantly, feedback from our youths on their concerns and how they want to be meaningfully engaged. These may sound new to those of us who did not go through this new curriculum nor experience these new teaching delivery methods, but we recognize that there are new challenges that our youths are facing, and we are committed to partner them in their adulting journey. From as young as primary 1, students learn about personal safety and protection from abuse. For example, they learn what is a good touch versus a bad touch. Through carefully designed and developmentally appropriate CCE lessons, they are taught to recognize sexual abuse and harassment. They learn skills to protect themselves both in the physical and online space and know the laws that protect them. In a primary 5 lesson on sexual abuse, students walk through different scenarios to figure out if a particular action or situation may be a possible case of sexual abuse. Also, we hope that by sharing with our students about different ways to seek help, it will encourage them to approach a trusted adult when required. In secondary schools and at the pre-university level, students engage in conversations on the importance of respecting boundaries of self and others, and through different scenarios, learn to identify risk and stand up to peer pressure. These lessons also give them opportunities to practice negotiating boundaries for themselves and others, and the social, emotional, and legal consequences if they overstep these boundaries. Through authentic examples, students are guided to consider how respect looks like for both boys and girls. Students become more conscious of their own attitudes and regard for members of the opposite gender, and learn that their choice of words and actions, whether online or offline, makes a significant difference in creating a safe and respectful community for everyone. Let me give you an example. In our refreshed upper secondary lessons, students consider how respectful and healthy relationships look like. Using a scenario of a girl's intimate photos being posted online with boys making lewd and disrespectful remarks about the girl, students discuss what it would feel like for the girl. Through this lesson, students discuss the harm that can ensue through what may appear as harmless banter and jokes, and what it feels like to be objectified in this manner. Topics and scenarios that are discussed in class also include recognizing red flags and seeking help for oneself and for friends. Teachers use video reenactments and screenshots so that students are guided to understand what sexual grooming and sexual abuse are and how they are protected by the law. Teachers also clearly communicate the law to our students for them to understand who and what the law seeks to protect. We acknowledge that sexuality-related issues are complex and multifaceted. And we know that sexuality education lessons involve highlighting issues that are important and relevant to our young people, and that we need to create a safe space for them to have honest conversations and to hear multiple perspectives from one another. At the end of the day, we hope to empower our students so that they can understand themselves better and make responsible decisions. Our institutes of higher learning have also stepped up education and engagement efforts in recent years on important topics such as respect and appropriate behavior. This is achieved through multiple channels, including student briefings during orientation, online modules, face-to-face workshops, and awareness-building campaigns. All students are expected to abide by the institution's code of conduct, which set out the expectations for respect and appropriate behavior. The autonomous universities have also implemented or are in the process of implementing compulsory education modules on respect and appropriate behavior. First, students learn about the key elements of respect and appropriate behavior. For example, in NUS's education module, students learn that consent must be actively communicated and given freely and voluntarily. For those living in hostels, these learning points are reinforced through compulsory face-to-face workshops and peer discussions. Next, students learn what constitutes sexual misconduct and harassment. Third, students are informed of the various reporting channels and support networks. They also learn how to be an active bystander and protect themselves while doing so. The IHLs constantly seek feedback from their students to review and improve these education efforts, such as through post-module surveys. Mr. Speaker, sir, protection against sexual violence is not just about what we do in schools, and it also goes beyond a whole of government effort. It requires a whole of society effort. As parents, we need to be there for our children to provide guidance and impart values of respect and responsibility. We know that conversations with our children on sexuality matters is not easy. But by not doing so, the internet will fill this vacuum. MOE and our schools are committed to supporting parents to have these important conversations on sexuality. We also need to work with tech companies and the media so that it is clear that our society takes a zero tolerance stance towards toxic, violent, and unhealthy relationships. The laws in Singapore have also been updated to reflect new societal issues and problems such as tech-enabled crimes. With the concerted effort of parents, schools, community, tech companies, and media, and a legal regime that deters sexual offences, we can journey alongside our young people and support them in the best possible way. Thank you.
Order. The time allowed for the proceedings has expired. I adjourn the House pursuant to the standing order. Order. Order.